Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the second finals day of the 2023 Summerset National Championships, and we're here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, and it's fantastic because after all the disruptions we've had over the last week and the struggles and stress associated with it, the weather has played its part and we are now outdoors, but indoors here. A fantastic facility. Outdoors is where it all happens, and we do have magnificent conditions for this finals day of the 2023 championships. First up, we have the Open Disability Pairs final between the team of Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield against Steve Delany and Jonathan Radka. I'm John Macbeth. Nice to be back alongside Alex Reid in commentary. And later on, we've got the Women's Pairs final, and lastly, the Summerset Open Men's Singles final. These two teams geared up and ready to go. And they've had a great road to get here, eh?
Yes, they certainly has. We see there on the screen at the top of the draw, Steve Delany and Jonathan Radka defeated Darren Willand and Terry Blackburn in a mighty semi-final to get through to the final. And if you look down at the bottom of the draw, Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield defeated Warwick Flintoff and Linda Bennett in an extra end. It was, John, we were able to broadcast that yesterday. So some mighty semi-finals and the quarterfinals as well. Pretty good games as well.
Absolutely. So we're set to go. Skellern and Wakefield are recognised players because they have both been in the Commonwealth Games para team last year against this man, Jonathan Radka, who's from the Papanui Bowling Club, and with him Steve Delany from Stoke in Nelson. The first jack gets sent down. Yeah,
it's interesting, John. We've got a real mix of experiences in this final. I would say if you combine the experience that Radka and Delany have, it's 5 years and 3 years, so that's 8 because I can do my math. So we've got 8 years experience on one side of the draw, and Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield considerably more years experience in the bowls there. Be very interesting to see. And Radka with his first bowl here on his backhand. They were a really keen team. Kevin Smith, our Parabowls lead, was telling me since they decided to play pairs here at this Open Disability Nationals that Radka drove all the way, and they've been practicing regularly leading up to this meet for the last few months, which is great.
So the first bowl comes down, and it's from Jonathan Radka. They've had a practice couple of ends, but as Radka, I was interested that he's 49, and I said, how much bowls have you had? Well, Christmas last year I got into it. Christmas, not the most recent one, but Christmas Eve. But he said, I did have a year at Waverley and Invercargill back in the 90s. So he was a youngster then when he had a go at it, and has now come back to the sport and is thoroughly enjoying it and getting to a National Disability Pairs final. What a fantastic achievement after such a short time.
Yeah, great story it is, certainly. All these players with different trials and tribulations.
Yeah.
He's looking to make his correction here. Jonathan Radka on his backhand. And not a bad correction either. How's the weight on these greens? And I must say, just a congratulations to the greenkeepers, because we've had reign of biblical proportions,
yeah,
John.
I know.
They've done a great job in getting it up and running.
Well, when I came here last week for the first day of finals, the day before that, of course, they were playing here at Browns Bay, getting through to the quarterfinals, semis and so on of the women's singles and men's pairs and the disability pairs. And I thought, this green is going to take a hammering here because it was raining all the time. They were lucky to still be playing, and yet here we are a few days later. The drying's been good.
In pristine conditions, I must say.
Yeah.
Radka here on the forehand side. He's been asked to switch with his third bowl. Of course, you can see along the green some other games going on, John. This is a good bowl here.
Yeah, it's pretty good correction.
A little bit more green. That's good over there.
Bruce Wakefield on the backhand, very experienced bowler. Bruce, now domiciled in Timaru. He's moved.
Yes, yeah, I know we mentioned this last week, but I thought it was great. He's left Canterbury and gone back to his place of where he was brought up in Timaru, which is my old hometown, and so we have a bit in common, Bruce and I. And he said, I'm playing for the West End club there, and of course he'd go there because it's a strong club. If he didn't go there, he would have gone to Temuka, which is another really strong strong club down there. And he said, it's been good. I'm in the team, the rep team, and you know, we got up and had a win over Canterbury. He said, so I was keen to rub that into
I'm
the
sure
Canterbury
Bruce
boys.
would have enjoyed that. Let's see here on this first end, Bruce, with 3 consistent bowls, but it's Radka with the shot on the crossover.
I'll try not to bother you. You have to concentrate on me.
So now we'll talk about disabilities, of course, soon, and you'll notice that Steve's director, Dean Wood, is standing in behind him. So clearly, Steve Delany's disability is his vision.
Yes, yeah, he's a B4 bowler, and he has no peripheral vision, John. It's down to 6%.
Wow.
When he started playing bowls 5 years ago, it was at 14%. So he said it's like trying to look down the green through 2 straws. And I think it's interesting, particularly with these shadows on the green. It's quite challenging for these bowlers at the start. And a man who's had a lot of success. Skellern played some great bowls yesterday in the semi-final, John, to keep them in it. And with his last bowl, of course, one on that extra end. So he'll be feeling in good touch.
Well, he's one of those, and there are a number of disabled bowlers who play open events, and Skellern certainly, you know, in his early days in particular, was a real force at an open events, wasn't he?
Absolutely. Steve Delany here on the forehand. Lovely delivery.
Yeah, it is a bit tighter.
So we just...
Come under that.
I've heard a noise, and there's a bowl. Something happened. I think he might have... He shunted. Did he shunt?
Going right round it.
Graham's bowl into the head, I think, by mistake.
Yeah. Talking to Skellern, who I've known for a long time, being in the sort of journalism game, and he talked about when he was training or went to journalism school or whatever it was called back then, way back 50 years ago. They had a reunion. They've been trying to organise it throughout COVID, of course, but they had the reunion not that long ago, and some of the people who were in the same intake as Graham were Judy Bailey, who later on became, what was she, Queen of the Nation or something like that. And then, you know, famous newsreader, wonderful, lovely lady, and Kevin Milne, who was the host on Fair Go for many years. And I know Kevin well. We get together quite often, and he was delighted at this idea of this reunion. He couldn't wait for it, and you know, I think those that went there have done nothing but talk about it ever since.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's great stuff. So Steve Delany there play a beautiful draw ball on his forehand side. I think they might be holding one now on this first end.
Yeah, it's a good end actually. Well, there's a bit of scatter there, but it's not one team dominating.
Yeah, and it'll be pleasing for both teams. Probably more Delany and Radka, who are new to the game, so to speak, to start off and feel like they're playing good bowls. Skellern not far away from the jack here.
Great bowl.
Oh, did you clap early, Bruce? Just wait and see.
Just a measure.
Measure, he says.
Bruce, yeah.
Bruce Wakefield measureless at the moment, John. He
Yeah,
was at the Newland Bowling Club and put it down and never picked it back up again.
Yeah, Bruce saying measure both of them, please.
Yeah.
Jonathan.
One down, 2 votes.
See Kevin Smith there, our lollipop man. Doing a fine job he is, John.
Yeah.
Very good. And it is lovely to have these wonderful conditions here on the 9th. We got there eventually. Blue sky, very little wind.
It's so different actually looking at it now, isn't it, to what we were last week at the Oriwa indoor area, which was, thank goodness they had that facility available, otherwise this whole event would have been disrupted. I was talking to Chris Lander. They only lost something like 6 games, wasn't it? Over the
entire.
And well, for those of you who've been watching this, or maybe keeping up with the tennis and so on up here, and the fact that so many events have been cancelled because of the weather, it's quite remarkable that for an outdoor competition featuring, you've given me some statistics here, how many
about
games?
700 individuals.
Yeah, that they could get through with losing just 6 games, 6 games not being completed or started.
Certainly, and just our gratitude, I suppose, towards the clubs and volunteers and players for slogging it out, getting it done. And we've been rewarded by the bowls gods with a beautiful day, and we're going to have 3 great games.
See the size of the green up on the top right-hand corner there of your screen. Is it 34.5
Yes.
metres?
Radka. Jono, as he says, on the backhand. That's a good line, isn't it?
Yeah. And a very handy bowl, because we know Skellern, Wakefield aren't afraid to have a lick when required. You sort of expect, 4 ends or so for them to really get to grips with things if they're not onto it immediately.
Yeah, up and down a couple of times is enough to figure out what the greens are doing.
So you'd say that Wakefield sorted his green out, and so too has Radka. So now it's that matter of weight adjustment.
Absolutely. Very deliberate style here. Nice out of his hand.
Nice smoothness. So Radka was a former employee. He was in the banking business, wasn't he?
Yep.
Look at that, lovely.
Great bowl.
So that's very good adjustment.
So we hear voices ring across the green.
Yes, you can see there, so it's a hive of activity really with other matches being played. This is the final day of competition for the women's pairs and the men's singles, as well as what we're seeing now, this final. So later on we'll be bringing you the finals of both those other competitions. So
we're down at this stage to the quarterfinals of the men's singles and the semi-final of the women's pairs, and once we've kicked into gear a little bit and had a few ends under our belt, so to speak, we can bring updates to viewers of how those are progressing. And we see Radka here with his 3rd bowl. He'll be disappointed with that. The second one was really, really good. Just sort of underneath that line the entire track, wasn't it, John?
Yeah. Started with that perfect green, then had the perfect weight, and then neither. And I'm not being critical, because we all know how difficult it is. Yeah.
It's a game that sounds simple. Crossover here. Radka holding the 1 point. There's Kevin Smith. And marker. Enjoying the sunshine, soaking it up.
Yeah.
Back to the forehand. That was a sign. That was a sign of intent there, wasn't it, from Graham? That's a very That's a positive bowl there.
So when I said about that first bowl from Radka being over, a handy bowl, even though it was probably only a metre over, but the fact that neither Skellern nor Wakefield are hesitant about tossing it up.
Yeah, he's not. He's never been shy, has he, Graham Skellern?
He looks like a bit of a gunslinger there, doesn't he?
Wasn't going to put it quite in those terms. Delany didn't like it out of his hand.
He might be in a good spot, actually.
He's actually blocked that forehand shot.
Yeah.
Radka just saying it's not bad there, so it's forced Graham to change hands. And a different shot entirely here, probably just trying to draw as close as he can.
Well, Graham said he hasn't played against either of these before, his opponents. He really doesn't. He said, I don't know much about them. He said, I saw it, but I've seen them play. He said, well, they were pretty impressive, and they're impressive to have won their way through, because when we looked earlier at the semi-finals, you saw the singles winner and runner-up in each of the two teams that were beaten. So
that's one of the great things about this open disability grade, which has been played for the first time this year, John, is that there's no segregation, if you will, of the B1 to B8 gradings. You don't even need to have a para grading, as we see there. Steve Delany, brilliant bowl, just about drawing a front toucher on his backhand. It's open to any bowler whose bowl's participation is significantly impacted by their disability.
Yep.
Or they feel that it is. So you don't need to be graded if you feel like you have a disability that impacts your participation in bowls. You can play. So we've seen the different areas of our para community get to play each other here. And Graham Skellern right on the drive. Didn't turn at all. Didn't turn at all. And an opportunity now for a bonus bowl, John.
Yeah.
Could be a 3 here early on.
Steve from the Stoke club in Nelson. It's in his 5th season. So still a junior.
On the back end. He knew when he let that go. But the second bowl, he'll be pleased with the second one.
No, they got 2 out of it. So a good response by Delany and Radka. They're leading 2-1 after the 2 ends. 18 ends in this final.
Radka, very deliberate. Suffers from an aggressive autoimmune disease, John, saying before the game, which means every tendon is inflamed all the time. It's one of the things about the para community is it's not as if you can see at a glance a lot of these chronic illnesses and struggles that people have, a lot of invisible disabilities.
You know, for example, you can't tell that Bruce Wakefield's got a disability, can you? He's just such a funny man, isn't he?
He's a very funny. He's never short of a word. Bruce Wakefield.
No. And they. Oops.
Now that's interesting.
Too far too.
So the jack gets placed on the 2 metre mark, and Radka can choose where he wants to place the mat now. The jack's been thrown out twice.
I was going to say this disability, the bowlers with disability, they take the mickey out of each other, something dreadful, don't they?
It's funny, Peter Horn, one of the greats of bowls in New Zealand.
Remarkable player. Peter Horn, with his hook on both hands, isn't it? Or one hand.
One hand.
A claw, and yet, he's you sort of don't, over the years, you never offered to pick his bowl up or anything like that. It was never.
No, he's got it under control.
Yep. No, I'm fine, mate.
Very funny man.
Very funny man. Gosh.
Bruce Wakefield here on the backhand side.
Played an event a couple of weeks ago for one of the most outstanding, Barry Winks. They nicknamed him Half a Man, didn't they? And there's no melody. It was just he worked. He took that and he just responded so well with it. With one arm, one leg, and a remarkable bowler and a fantastic chap who devoted a lot of time, he and his family, to bowls, and it was great. He passed away a couple of years ago, and they have this memorial tournament, which is organised by another outstanding parabola, Mark Noble, and recent life member of Poles New Zealand, Sharon Sims, out of the Takaro Club in Palmerston North. The response to that event was absolutely overwhelming. You know, the players came from all over the North Island to play in it.
I think that just indicates how well respected and well liked Barry was, and sorely missed.
Yeah.
Wakefield here, just searching to find the right line, really. We see 3 bowls with the correct weight, but the line just not quite there. Kevin Smith indicating it's 1 to Skellern and Wakefield at the stage. It's quite good he indicated that, because it doesn't look like it's 1 to them on the screen, does it?
It's hard to tell.
Willing it to stop here.
That's a handy bowl in the context of this head, isn't it?
It is, yeah. He's drawn the shot there at that sort of 8 o'clock mark to the jack. We're pleased with that, because we've had a loose head so far. And Bruce Wakefield looking to find that line. If we look at his 2 bowls, they're both essentially level with the jack. It just hasn't had the right green.
There we go.
And he has the right green now. Great bowl there from Bruce Wakefield. That's good. That's a sign of an experienced bowler, just searching and fight. There's no panic there, was there? No. It's not like, oh, I've missed twice, I need to make sure I'm counting. Goes, well, I've got the right weight, I know that.
Yep.
Team Wood and Steve make their way down to the delivery end, wearing the Stoke Thunder cap. Steve Delany set up on his forehand.
We might see that cap again, depending on how the likes of Shannon McIlory go in the men's singles.
Yeah, we've got
still in there.
Some mouth-watering clashes coming up in these finals, John. It's going to be good. Smoking a bit.
Yeah.
He says.
Looked like he was just trying to reach that shot, wasn't it? And maybe turn that over. Take the jack back slightly to where I think Radka has a ball.
And Skellern looking to add a bonus here, holding 1 on the head already. That's incredible. I mean, this green's running pretty quick. It's clearly running quite fast.
Yeah.
That's fantastic considering the amount of rain. We've said it already, but it shouldn't be running this quick, John. It shouldn't be possible.
And the more the sun beats down on it today.
Yeah. Right. A correction required here for Steve Delany on his forehand side. More green, less weight, he says. Lovely delivery. He's taking more green. Down to the weight now.
Yeah, he wasn't happy, was he? He knew when he'd let it go that it was. So we're holding 1 shot, Skellern and Wakefield.
He shouldn't be wide.
He'll sit on us, will he, and give him a couple?
I think so, John. Oh, just underneath. Good enough, though. He should be holding 2. And Steve just needs to... Yeah, like we heard him say that. Yet, I just got to draw it.
Brought it in a wee bit. We mightn't be able to see it from Radka.
That's a disappointing end from Steve Delany.
Yeah.
He'll have expected better than himself for that.
Still only the 3rd end. But you want to be getting into that zone about now.
when you're playing a team like Skellern and Wakefield, who are so experienced and have been playing probably 20 or 30 years each minimum,
Yeah.
you don't want to give them too much of a sniff, John.
No.
It's about keeping it nice and close. Don't let them think they can beat you. And 2 there to Skellern and Wakefield. So 3-2 on this, the fourth end. Anyone's game.
Talking about the various disabilities, we saw in the singles final, we had Linda Bennett, who is an amputee with one arm, only one arm, and then people were presuming that Darren Willand, who limped a bit, had some sort of a leg disability, but in fact it was arthritis, wasn't it? Severe arthritis.
Yep.
And as he said, you know, people like me were in pain all the time.
Yeah.
So, we're not, as you said earlier, and you made a really good point about the fact that as we look at Jonathan Radka there, people will be saying, so what's his disability? It's not necessarily a physical disability, is it? Or one that's obvious to people.
Absolutely, and the idea behind this open disability singles and pairs is to foster the para community within the wider bowling community, because they all understand, you know, there's an understanding there.
Yeah.
I can't understand.
No.
I can empathise,
Yeah.
but I can't understand by definition. So it's great to try and foster this open disability grade, and we have a wide range of people whose bowling is impacted by whatever it is that they are dealing with, and it's really great to see. And we've got a good mix here in this final, really.
Oh, yeah.
Steve Delany from the blind bowls community in the quarterfinal. The semi-final, we had a defeated deaf bowler, Warwick Flintoff, who's going to the World Deaf Bowls Championships, I think, later on this year. So that wide mix turned up and played, and long may it continue, and long may it continue to increase. And if you're here watching and wondering if you are eligible, just flick us an email. You probably are, to be fair. And maybe you can participate next year in the Open Disability National Championships. Radka on the backhand. You can see the track still. It's early enough in the morning to see the tracks on the bowls. Always found that fascinating as a bowler.
Yeah. And then, you know, you look at the previous bowler who's landed it right on the jack, and you think, oh, I can follow that track.
You do,
but
think
he's
that.
using different bowls, and he's got a different stance on the mat, and you find that you're nowhere near it.
Yeah. Well, if you're Bruce Wakefield, if you look at his delivery, he's left-handed, but he sort of cups the bowl on the side, so he often puts what we call a cant on the bowl.
Yeah.
So it sort of leans out and then back in, and that takes a different track again. Bruce here, not far away if he's got the weight. And Steve Delany just asking Radka to draw around the head.
I don't know whether you know the answer to this question, but we look at the vision impaired bowlers, and we have one here with Steve Delany, but for totally vision impaired, the guide or the director can be out the front and call.
Yes, they can.
So standing out, and the bowler will bowl to the voice, basically.
Yeah, my understanding is it's a preference thing between the player and the guide.
Right.
So some people, you see the guide use a foot, maybe 3 or 4 feet in front of the player, where they can perhaps have some vision to see. Some go behind. I mean, remember there's a man called David Monk who used to play out of the Gate Par Bowling Club, and he was almost totally blind. He won a couple of world championships, and his wife used to be his director, and David used to get down on one knee and hold his hand out straight in front of him, and I think Kath was her name, would tell him to move degrees to the left or the right.
Right.
And she'd like sight up along his arm to see the breaking point, and that's how they would play. So it's just a sort of something that works out between the players. And how good is that there from Graham Skellern? Great bowl. Just fascinating the way we find the ways we've found to play our game, John, and to continue to have people participate and play well.
And I think too, what Bowls New Zealand and clubs are doing is, you know, making it easier for people to play bowls. That we're watching, traditional bowls here, pairs, 18 ends, 3 bowls they're playing each, and the singles will be up to 21 shots and that. But if you're limited with time and just want to play and enjoy it, all clubs have got various formats of the game and at various times of the day where they can accommodate you.
Oh, Graham Skellern switching to his forehand.
Yes, nearly
it's harder than it looks, when you switch hands.
So you see there with Delany, that's not a bad line he had playing on his backhand. It's just that getting around those bowls again and an extra metre, and he could well draw the shot here.
Here we go on the backhand side.
So that'll come in well from out there. Oh gosh, yeah.
Lovely weight.
Yep.
I wonder now. Oh, we're up to the last bowl. I was getting excited, John.
Yes.
It's like you can chip the bowl off, but no. Yes. Oh, it's too early in the morning. We see Graham here at a third one. Now, if Graham Skellern doesn't get back in enough to draw second or third shot.
How many seconds, Jono?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
We've seen Steve. He's capable of playing quite an aggressive bowl. The semi-final.
It's there, isn't it? Taking the red out.
Yeah, just chip.
Oh, only got 1 second.
Fair enough then.
Yeah.
It's one bowl high.
Fair enough. If he did 2 seconds, or he's just going to ask for some guidance here.
Yep. So he's just going to. He wasn't far away from drawing it, was he? So
Yeah.
but it's this bowls to get mixed up on sadly. But he could, if he plays that weight again, he could get him for shot. But he was very aggressively looking at that red bowl of Skellern's, the shot.
Oh, for sure.
Changing hand, playing it on the forehand with a bit of weight, just knocking it through and staying. And if he's already got second shot, then they could pick up 2. But
that's the conversation they just had there. Dean Wood, originally the coach of the Nelson development team, I believe. And that must be how Stephen and Dean know each other, but just opting to play the forehand wasn't quite worth it. At a glance, it did look very tempting.
Not bad decision here either.
Steve Delany
He's
on
going to
the
run it out, is he? Oh my word, that wasn't far away. So they drop a shot here again, but only one.
It was a great effort there from Steve Delany. Just maybe a foot heavy there, and probably a wise decision, I think, in the end. We see the score now, 4-2.
Well, if Skellern and Wakefield needed any warning about the abilities of their opponents, they had it right there. 3 very good bowls from the skip, Steve Delany. Just getting his weight right on that end then.
Yeah, very capable bowlers all. It's going to be a hard-fought final. Of course, one of 3 finals we're going to see today. John, after this, we have the women's pairs final and then finish with the men's singles final. So a great day of bowls here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. If you can get down to watch it if you're in the area, I would highly recommend it. And there's an ice cream shop. There's an ice cream shop not very far away from here. Give them a free plug. I can't remember what they're called. So it's something to do with the penguin. But go there, get some gelato, get a drink from the bar, and watch some great bowls.
I think you've set yourself up for purchasing ice creams for the pair of us later on, Alex. Or it doesn't need to be later on,
well,
actually.
As long as I get some, John, I'm happy to oblige there.
This is a fabulous facility here. It's a big club rooms, big dining room out there, or area for dining, and they've got a commercial kitchen. They're very, very busy with functions from all people from outside of bowls. The membership, I think, Peter Sheehan said it was about 150 or something. So it's not a massive membership, but they're so busy with with the big billiards table they've got there, and they've got a little library here. The bar's quite substantial. It's a really great community asset.
Yeah, it's absolutely. It has been a club at the forefront of that sort of thing for some time, John.
Yeah.
They've always looked to to push themselves and take great pride in their club. I believe that we have some updates for the women's semis and men's quarters that we can see going on in the background, John. We might see if we can shift to them shortly.
Good. There'll be a lot of interest. Kept getting people saying to me, oh, we'd just like to see what's happening with the other ones, you know.
We do what we can.
Yeah. So just a reminder that it is the women's pairs and the men's singles. They'll also be finalised today.
Here we go. So in the women's pairs, Janine Noble and Robin Shishka playing Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker. That's 3-4 on the fifth end, so that's a close game as expected. The next semi-final, Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce playing the very experienced Karen de Jong and Deb White. Karen, of course, the daughter of Joss de Jong, who passed away, I think, this year at the age of 102 or 103. A very well-known Auckland bowler. 6-3. And then the men's quarterfinals. Race to 21 here.
Well,
5-all between Craig Tinker and Shannon McIlory. Another close game.
Yeah. Thompson and Lawson. Lawson winning the pairs final a few days ago with Tony Grantham.
And sort of having a return to form, Phil Skellern having not played much bowls at all for the last goodness knows how long, 4 or 5 or 6 seasons. Trailing 4-10 to the young gun, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, in that race to 21. And lastly, Steve Liddington, the man from Hamilton, 9-6 up over Peter Shane in the race to 21. So some interesting games developing there, John.
So that's the quarterfinals, knockout time, of course.
And we'll continue to bring updates to those games as they progress through here, and as we find winners, because it's going to be just a great day of bowls. But the best system, John, is just to come down here and watch it yourself if you're in the area.
Right. Of course, Scotland, when his father was so prominent, Phil Senior, who he said I can't remember, passed away a few years ago. Phil was always Philip, you know, and Philip Scotland and his brothers, one brother in particular, were outstanding bowlers. But I'm not sure, did Philip go to, which one went to Australia? Maybe Raymond, was it? Well,
one
I might be wrong.
Two or both.
Both, yeah.
Philip played for New Zealand.
Yep.
Has won one New Zealand title. The pairs with his brother. So he'll be looking to add to his tally today.
Yep.
And teach the young one a lesson, I think.
Right, let's see how we go here with Steve Delany. Very impressive with that last end, wasn't he?
He's played some good bowls. Good green, says Radka. Watch this bowl on the backhand. He's not far away, John.
That's a beaut bowl, isn't it, eh?
Lovely stuff. Great bowl. Perfect start. This game is going to stay tight all the way. Graham on the backhand as well. Not sure how his weight is here, John. He'll be wheeling it back in.
Moustache twitching.
Close here from Graham Skellern. Agonising, we get the hand on the hip. Walk back. Steve Delany on the forehand.
Just trying to match that bowl at the back, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Because expecting Skellern to have a wee look at this, and that's, he's played that really well.
Beautiful shot. It's more of a protection bowl, really, isn't it? That's Mike Kernahan. Wanders in the background. I think we can see Colin Williams there as well. The man's been inputting all the data. As Graham Skellern on his backhand.
Pretty good shot.
Needs it to get down a little bit more.
Whoa.
Great bowl.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great bowl, but I'm not sure how well it's gone for him.
Two, yes. So it didn't work so well. Just a bit of movement of other bowls.
It's maybe an eighth of a bowl wide.
2 under measure, says Kevin Smith up the back there.
So an opportunity to add a third shot. Steve Delany, panic stations.
Doesn't matter if he moves the jack either, does it?
Well, it depends how far it
Oh,
moves.
yeah.
No need to panic.
No need to panic. Yeah.
Jerry's never worried.
That's right. Red was against him. Yeah. So it may well be 3 under measure or 2 and 2 measures. Let's see.
That was a beautiful bonus there from Steve Delany.
What's
Played
Smith
with
doing
confidence.
with his reds? He's got 3 out ready to go. He's judging it from afar.
And the Bruce Wakefield.
That trusty elastic measure of his.
Going to measure. That must be what they think is their closest bowl here. Great camera angle, guys. Thank you. Oh, he's moved that one out of the way.
Yep. So now it's a matter of, does the tape sit on any of these bowls of... That's 1.
So that's that one there must be in.
2. And then the front
He's
one.
taken 3 out. This could be a huge end for Delany and Radka. 4. Oh, it didn't look like it was going to be 4, did it, John? It came out of nowhere.
And I don't think it would have been until Skellern's bowl just moved stuff around fractionally. That's a big end in the context of this game.
Yeah, so it's Graham Skellern in the area, but I think he turned it from 2 down to 4 down, and we'll be disappointed with that result. Or 2 down to 3 down, then a bonus added by
that's right, the bonus from Delany. That was a very good last bowl of his too.
Let's see.
So we'll look at the length they're playing. Clearly Radka and Delany enjoyed that sort of 3/4 length, was it, they threw down last time?
Yeah, sort of Nelson and Christchurch both known for having really nice greens, so they'll be at home here. Or will feel at home here on this lovely Maniatoto surface. Thrown, to that sort of half, 3/4, or half, 2/3 length.
So Wakefield and Skellern will just be saying to themselves, right, we've dropped a 4, let's get it back soon.
Oh, they're experienced bowlers, as we've alluded to. They've both played for their country.
18 ends this is, and we're only playing end number 6.
Yeah, they found a way back yesterday in the semi-final as well, and they won't be concerned here.
That's not a bad starter, is it?
I think he'll be happy enough with that as a start, because you're missing pass with your first bowl. It looked like it came out of his hand nice and smooth, so you go, cool. I'm not having to worry about my delivery. I just have to make that correction. Bruce Wakefield on his forehand. A little cant on the bowl. Wanting it to run. That's the green. We'll see a crowd begin to build as well, I suspect, John.
Yeah.
Of course, the look at that. That's a great camera angle there from the players' end. That's what you see down from the players' side. And you look at that and you think, I've had good green twice, and I've overplayed it and underplayed it.
And that's when you say, okay, I've got a 3rd.
Yeah, and sometimes you say, I wish there was a 4th.
Yeah.
Here we go. So watch this bowl come back into the head. On the forehand side, that's a beautiful shot. Lovely bowl, yeah. Good acknowledgement there from Graham Skellern. Look at this here. Just past the head. It's not the end of the world though, is it? If you're going to miss as a lead, past is good, and we know Steve Delany is quite capable of winding up. It'll be interesting to see if this target's made any bigger by Bruce Wakefield, what he opts to do. It is a very small target.
Oh, yeah, he's played this well. This is really good leading here from Wakefield.
Great bowl by
Right.
Bruce Wakefield.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. And he's actually removed Steve Delany's opportunity to hit that, because we now have a 1-bowl target, and those 3 bowls are staggered short.
Yeah.
So you're very likely, if you were to hit it, you'd probably, the bowl at 12 o'clock to the jack, you'd just chip off and still be 2 down. You can see there the distance short that the green bowl and the bowl of Wakefield's are. I think Steve Delany just has to draw as close as he can here, John.
Certainly with his first one, although, you know, there is that, some of the really outstanding bowlers would look at that half a bowl that's the shot and get an edge of that and flick that so the jack comes over to your own bowl. You know, I've dreamed of playing those shots.
That's what you dream of.
Yeah. Just saw Peter Ballas wandering through. Well, at his peak, that'd be a goer for him, wouldn't it? You know?
Peter Ballas, otherwise known as God.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Could do anything. Peter would get rid of all 3 of those bowls.
That's right, yeah.
Just hit the front one square.
Yeah.
But us mere mortals are a little bit more restricted.
That was a pretty good line from Delany too.
It was a lovely line there. Which is good, and that's what him and his coach or director will discuss. So look, your line was perfect. You just need to try and add that metre more.
So as I said earlier, that was the 4 that they dropped, and now there's a big opportunity for Skellern and Wakefield to claim that 4 back, or even more the way Skellern's put this one in.
Great stuff.
Yeah, they're holding, well, it looks like they could be holding 4 now.
Really showing their experience here and stacking this head. And Steve Delany has committed to the draw with his first bowl on the draw. If he was going to hit it, it was before. So now it's just a battle of the skips here. Graham's going to be drawing as close as he can, and so is Steve Delany on the backhand side. Willing it to turn back into the head here. Steve, he's on a good track, John. How's the weight? Has he got the weight right?
He's probably cut out certainly cut out 1, hasn't he?
Yeah.
If they were 4 down.
Very good bowl.
Promising for his next.
Yeah, so it's Kevin Smith there, our lollipop man, indicating 3 as it sits to Skellern and Wakefield.
At least I think where Delany's bowl ended up, it prevented Skellern from claiming another.
This is wise here. So there's no time limit in this final. And so it's just going to be a team conversation about the best shot. As they walk up.
Just saw Mike Kernahan poke his head into our little broadcasting area here and mouth words such as, "You're talking something that began with S," I think.
I thought he was complimentary to
was he?
us, John.
Oh, was he? Okay.
He's always complimentary,
Oh,
John
right.
Macbeth. Here we go. See Mark Cameron walking around as well. Plenty of people gathering at the Browns Bay Bowling Club to watch these. And the decision, it'll be interesting to see what the decision has been. I suspect, as you said, that blue bowl we see there at 8 o'clock to the jack on the screen, up and over on it once.
Yeah,
you've got the shot.
That could give them the shot, certainly. At the moment, 3, and they don't want to ruin that advantage they claimed when they picked up a 4 on the last.
Here we go. Steve Delany on the backhand. This is a big bowl. Looking to cut back, chasing after it, willing it down. I'm not sure if it's going to break in time here. It's a great effort there. I didn't mind that weight really, John. He wasn't that overplayed.
Yep.
A hard shot. Hard shot to play there. Graham on the forehand.
So now he can afford just to sit in amongst those bowls and claim another.
Not far away either from it. Clean run.
Oh, inside. Oh, gosh.
That was nearly perfect.
3. They're claiming 3 there. No argument, so they get back in front. They'd led throughout the match. Oh, no, they weren't. They were down 2-1 after the second, but then a 2-1 and now a 3 gives them a 7-6 advantage.
And staying real tight all the way through. I think I've got a funny feeling it's going to come right down to the wire this game.
Well, you hope so, eh?
Oh,
you
really
really
do,
yeah.
We were treated, of course, in the last finals day to a classic final between Taylor Bruce and Selena Goddard. Wonderful stuff.
The comments that I've had, and you too, I'm sure, but I played at an event at the Paraparamu Beach Bowling Club over the weekend, and the number of people, many of them I thought they wouldn't have even known it was being televised, the finals, raved about the quality of that women's singles match. And people were just coming up and saying, that last shot, you know, from Selena Goddard, you can still see that, I imagine. Yeah. So it was a really inspirational match, and it's done so much, I think, for the popularity of bowls. People who, even Mark O'Connor, the former president and now board member, said his wife doesn't watch bowls much, but
chewed his ear off, didn't she?
Yeah, she said I watched the last 5 ends, and he said, and then she was telling me all the shots that were played and how great it was. So it was a really remarkable match. I was thrilled to be involved in that. Gosh,
absolutely. And Radka here on the back end.
Simon Poppleton, who also I think reached he qualified in the singles, didn't he? Here he's
yes.
Just said Raymond Skellern works with he and Brett at EMA, so presumably that means that there's not much work being done. Thank you, Poppy.
Bruce Wakefield here on the forehand, switching to the forehand side, thanks to Radka's bowl that you see at the left of your screen. A little bit low, and a good switch there. It's a hard thing to do, a big skill to try and learn how to make a good switch of hands. Bruce Wakefield done that well.
Oh, here he goes. He's got it clean too.
What a
takes
ball.
It back.
Great shot. That's good stuff. He'll be happy with that. Sort of wasn't a dead draw, was it, John? It's
no.
A reaching toucher.
That then means that Wakefield has to change his weight and his line as well, because the jack moved back and across.
Yeah. Back to the back end. He's playing this with intent here, John. If he clears the front bowl, he's not going to. Just that line he took, I felt like he'd maybe played more weight than that. But cutting across, so he actually he was playing draw weight with run shot green. Radka here, very focused man on his forehand side. Giving it half a chance. It's down to the weight. I think he might be racing a little bit here.
So I often think in that situation, he'd played the jack back to where he ended up with, so he could play that same shot again, couldn't he? Although there was a slight danger, but not much of one, of pushing Wakefield up.
It is always tempting just to say rinse and repeat. You try and do the same thing again.
Getting out into sort of virginal territory out there, going wide on that forehand. However, that's a handy shot there that Radka has put down.
So they cross over here with the shot. Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield leading 7-6 in this final. Best of 18 ends. Graham on the forehand side, playing a reaching bowl. This is the weight that I thought Bruce Wakefield had based on the green that he played with his last one. But Graham just always a little bit wide out of the hand there. And Steve with a chance when you get things like this and your opposition just miss their first bowl, you think, right, add another one, add the pressure, try and build it up. Steve Delany on the forehand trying to do just that. Maybe unsuccessful here. Yeah, just a little bit of everything.
Skellern.
Correction here.
Yeah, he's seen that the others have fallen a bit short. He's aiming for that. He's got it, has he? Oh, like great placement there from Radka with his first.
Often if you're feeling a bit cheeky, you'll say, oh, that was a good block, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Anything? How short were you? You were 2 yards.
Steve Delany, beautiful delivery on his forehand side. That's a good correction here. This is going to be close. Oh, he hit the green perfect, but kept the weight the same. And I think we're going to see Graham Skellern may have a third go at this. Got to be careful. Don't want to chip your own bowl out on the forehand. Missing wide, that's good. That's a good way to miss.
Oh,
he played that with more weight so that he wouldn't swing on to Bruce's bowl by mistake. Steve Delany now.
He's got a bit of a correction to make here, hasn't he? But he can certainly sit on that bowl of Wakefield's or Radka's and claim another.
Found fresh air there.
Yeah, gosh. It wouldn't have looked like a big gap down there either. So another single to Delany and Radka. So 7-all now. This is the final of the disability pairs.
And a very tight game indeed as we watch. Really, like we spoke about at the beginning of the show, John, a very experienced team of Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield playing a relatively inexperienced team, really, of Delany and Radka with 8 years experience between them against decades on the other side.
Yep.
Always good to watch. I wouldn't class, it's not a David and Goliath battle, but it's always nice to watch sort of new people on the scene play some of the ones who've been around for a while and see who comes out on top.
Always smoothly out of the hand and consistent preparation and build up to his bowls.
Yeah, has a good delivery, doesn't he?
Yeah. And remember, well, you said 8 years, like as he said, he had a year down in Invercargill back in the 90s and then picked it up again the Christmas before last. So that's not much time, and he seems to have, he's obviously had some good coaching in Papanui.
Bruce Wakefield. Isn't it funny how often that happens? No one's near the jack.
No.
And your opposition's missed by a metre or two, and you just go right onto their bowl.
And a different length to that last end. We saw that, you know, almost mid-length, didn't we, on the last end. Now we've got it right down on the 2 metre. We're just mixing it up. That's fair enough too. This is good correction here from Radka.
Yeah, this is a lovely correction here from Radka. Great bowl. Well played indeed. And Bruce Wakefield will be happy to be past the head here, I think, John. And if you happen to draw the shot, that's a nice bonus. He's given it every chance in the world.
Whoa, very good.
Yeah, it's a good bowl there.
Yeah, well, yes indeed. It almost nicked the jack.
I believe we have some updates on the results as well, John.
Cool.
On that note, as I see there, the scoreboard between whoever it is, we'll find out when it comes up on the screen.
10-3 anyway.
We'll have a look at those shortly as we see Jonathan Radka Add another bowl to the head. He's stacking it up well. And Bruce Wakefield under all sorts of pressure. On the forehand here.
He almost nutted it last time.
He did. He's
big turn.
As we see the scores from the games around the greens. There we go. Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker leading 10-3 on the 8th end. We've got Claire Hendra and Taylor. Excuse me. Oh, got a frog in my throat. Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce leading 8-4 on the 8th end there. So they're beginning to pull away the smallest margin, John.
Yes.
Those two women's peer semi-finals. And if we have a look at the quarterfinals now, the Tinker and McIlory game 10-7 to Shannon McIlory. On the other one, Gary Lawson leading Nick Thompson 15-10.
So 6 away from a win, but not absolutely clear of Thompson. Yeah.
Absolutely, and Nick Thompson taking out Mike Galloway yesterday.
That's a big scalp.
His win, so he'll be feeling confident. And then Sheldon Bagrie-Howley running away with his game, 18-5 over Philip Skellern.
Yep.
And lastly, Peter Shane and Steve Livingston locked in a battle, 10 apiece.
Yeah.
Exciting times here at Browns Bay, and some great games to come down and watch.
Yes, Shane was quite a way behind, wasn't he, when we saw the previous progress?
He was.
So we might, we'll let you know when victories come through too. For example, if Bagrie-Howley wins that one, we can let you know as soon as we get that result. I know a lot of people are interested in all those games and doing a good job of. Oh, look at this one from
Graham Skellern. Great bowl there from Skelly. And it'll be tempting for Steve to play a reaching bowl now on his backhand side. Even replacing Graham's bowl, clean out of the head for 3.
I think at the back though, is it only Wakefield's bowls over the head, or did, I'm not sure, we'll have another look at it soon.
Yeah, it's not big weight here from Steve Delany. You're looking just 2 or 3 feet through the head. We'll have a look in a jiffy. So we see Steve on his backhand side. Yeah, so that bowl, even if you roll the bowl at 12 o'clock up 2 rolls, if you're tight through Graham, just like this is the weight he wants. That's the perfect, the perfect weight there, John. And he's got another one, another bolt. As we see Graham with the second bolt. And that's a bomb with his first. That was a great shot. And switching to his forehand side. This is good here from Graham.
Yeah, quite a good position anyway, isn't it? Just in case Delany overcooks it a wee bit.
That's the thing. It means that Delany can't afford to be heavy, can he? He's just looking just for small movements.
Very little correction needed here.
Close
to
here.
Turn over this green bowl.
Needs it. The red one clean. He's got it. That is absolute class there from Steve Delany.
Well, I was looking at the least effective thing, and that was to turn his green over. He was looking at turning the red over and pushing it out and landing with 3.
Yeah, beautiful bowl there from Steve Delany. That's so hard to play. A great shot. We see Graham. We've identified that they've got the back bowls. He's not going to be short, and he's close here. Graham Skellern on the probe.
Clean. Oh, 1 out. So he saved 2.
Great shot there.
One down. Oh, gosh. Yeah, well, that's very good.
A very good shot there from Skelly. And he could afford to do that because they had all the position. But that was just a great example of effective bowls from both skips there, John. We saw Graham play 2 really good bowls. And Steve Delany with his final one, of course, rolling the red out to sit with 3. Good standard of bowls here at this Open Disability Peers final. And this jack, I think, might be overcooked, John.
That last end is a real example of
Oh, goodness. Shouldn't really be lobbing this. We're,
No,
not playing petanque.
They might as well have bolted overarm, Graham.
Somewhere there's a greenkeeper.
Yes. The fact that you're holding 3, 1 shot to play, it's never over, is it?
Absolutely.
Feeling good, but always in the pit of your stomach, you know that, well, this could still go against us. And Skellern was giving us a great example of that.
And if you can get those shots away and do that, I mean, this is where the meaty point of this game. We're halfway through. You're literally saying, as you said, look, nothing is safe for me. I have control. If I've got last ball, I'll be doing stuff.
Bruce Wakefield on the mat. He's not the only member of the Wakefield family who's a very good bowler. His brother Grant, who lives in or represents the Johnsonville club. I recall commentating on him back in 2002, I think it was, in Dunedin, when he and Brendan Gibson won the National Peers final. And those two continue to play a lot together. They've just kept going over the years, and success in the Wellington region, and I think Grant's got 2 or 3 maybe national titles, so impressive family.
Come on,
Jono.
Yeah, good ball, bud. Good ball.
But a chalk, not quite. That would have been
Just
nice to
about.
just cart it a wee bit, but that's good.
Good place to start. Bruce Wakefield is taking his time. Wearing his Commonwealth Games apparel on the pants. Bruce, of course, into the last ones in Australia. And that bowl overplayed. He'll be disappointed with that, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see him just sort of looking at his hands saying, what went wrong there?
Yeah, it wasn't my fault. Isn't it? There's little things that can affect the bowl.
It's a game of such fine margins, isn't it, John, that it doesn't take much to put the bowl off course. And
this might be
here,
quite handy.
Looking to trail it back. That's great stuff there. Brilliant bowls. And we've seen John Radka really step up in these last couple of 3 ends. Some nice shots played. Bruce Wakefield on the forehand side. How's the line?
Well, he had to alter it a little bit, didn't he, because the jack had moved. I think it's his weight more than anything, is it?
Interesting. This is a big end here. This is a chance for Delany and Radka to cross over 3 up.
Yes.
A bit of pressure on Graham Skellern.
He's responded well to it so far, particularly on that last end when Delany and Radka were holding 3. And Skellern with his last dislodged the shot and ended up with the shot. Stays on, that's good. Yeah.
Kevin Smith indicating 2 to Delany and Radka, and they've got the back as well. So a big first bowl here required from Graham Skellern. And just an exchange of words there between Bruce and Graham.
Wouldn't be many, I don't think.
Accurate. Now I wonder what Graham's going to do here. I never know with him. It's possible he legitimately could just take the 2 green bowls off the head.
Yep, with weight. Yep.
Now looking like he's lining up more for the draw. On the backhand side. The weight he played, it's more of a resting weight there, isn't it, John?
I think so, because resting on that green would give him the shot. Resting on the shot would give him the shot.
So he's playing to move something there. This is when the pressure can start building on a team. We've seen Graham and Bruce have a forgettable end so far. Steve will be thinking, if I can just get a 3rd good bowl there, the pressure really starts to build up. 7-8 is the score, you can see on the top left of your screen at this halfway mark.
Steve Delany, a vision impaired bowler, hence he has his director there, that's Dean Wood.
Good ball. Good shot.
Skellern wasn't far away with his previous. It's just a matter of tightening it up a wee bit.
Yeah, and having the confidence to make that little correction. He needs to hit that one hard or get a wick. He's got a wick.
He'll take that. Second shot.
There was a commentator who used to call that a slice of heaven, wasn't
Yeah,
there, John?
yeah. Not very much alteration here required for Delany to still make it 3.
Yeah, they're building a good head, and it continues to build well, really. I mean, he could afford to move the jack, he could afford to rest Graham's bowl out of the head. He's played it with a bit of conviction. This is a fair effort here, John. Now he needs it to turn back into the head. So he was playing just to rest out the red bowl of Graham Skellern's.
Yep.
Stayed up on the park, so that's a nice weight to play shots with. And very important here that Graham gets one on the head. It's a lonely red bowl as it sits. Oh, oh.
Great bowl.
He's managed it.
Hang on.
Well, it is the same bowl, to be fair, regardless if you're up or down, John.
Yeah.
If you're going to go, you want to clean those all out. If Jack comes back, good for us. We've got 5. Right? Yeah, we've got 5. If Jack comes back, 6 if you go with it.
Okay. Just having a chat. John asking Steve to smack it. Reckons they'll get a 5 if he hits it.
Yeah.
Fair call. I look forward to seeing that happen. Dean Wood there, the director.
Yes, our measure too, so it's not as if they're holding shots, certainly.
Yeah, I like the call.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how it's going to go.
Yeah.
Steve.
Oh, not bad, is it? It's
Needs
not
it down.
bad.
Needs to get down.
Oh, my word.
Beautiful
Oh,
effort.
gosh, but you could see what would happen. They might have taken out one green as well, but it would have still given them, 2, 3. I've got it.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
5.
gonna get a measure, yeah.
To say you get 5 is probably a little bit positive
Yeah,
thinking, but you certainly would have scored points there.
Yeah.
They're just going to get an umpire, and that's because the red bowl and the green bowl are leaning against each other. The umpire is we've had this as a marker. She marked the open disability singles.
That's right.
And her name is Lorraine Beasley.
Very good, mate. Very good.
I've just remembered
And
someone's name.
she was not only marking, but for a while she was also measuring, wasn't
Yes,
she?
that's right, yeah. And here we see why she was allowed
Yeah.
to measure, the umpire, so she'll chock these bowls just to make sure they don't move. We'll just take the time. So an intriguing battle so far,
I
really,
think
isn't
so.
it, Big
And we've
John?
seen some very good shots. I mean, that one on the previous end when Delany was holding 3 and Skellern just whipped it off. And I thought maybe that he'd saved a couple, but in fact he'd taken out all 3. So that was a brilliant save. And then there was the 4 by Delany and Radka on the 5th end, which took them from 4-2 down to 6-4 ahead. It's experience against inexperience, really.
Now here we go. So she's measured the green bowl. I think it's one to Graham Skellern's here. I don't
Looks
think.
like the end's not going to stand up, is it? Yeah.
See that red bowl moving.
But she'll
Well, the end's
measure again.
The end's literally resting on the red, so
Yeah.
I would say that's a sign that it's probably the red there.
Yeah.
Resplendent in the new Summerset umpires' uniforms. Oh, she's...
Ooh.
Well...
Yeah, fair enough. That's good. And Grant Wakefield will be, Bruce Wakefield will be saying, "Well, I told you that." Some people you know, can measure. I know you're very good at that, Alex. Just look down and say, "Yep, that's got it." Whereas I'd say, "Oh," and I'd measure and find I'm about 3 inches out. You know? It's nothing to do with age or anything.
I'm sure.
A single there, 9-7, and we've gone through 9 ends. Jack down to the 2 metre again.
And it didn't go into the ditch this time. As we see, yeah, 9-7. Is that the biggest gap?
2 points.
Must be close to it.
Yeah,
that we've
2
had.
points is the biggest. Yeah, we've had a couple of 2-point advantages, but this
No.
is, yeah.
I couldn't really pick a team that I feel like's been dominating, really. If anything, I think it's probably Delany and Radka have had the slightly better heads over the last 4 or 5 ends.
I think we've had that situation where Skellern and Wakefield have been down, and it's needed.
They
you know,
found
good
a way.
shots. Yeah. So they've. I think Radka's led pretty well.
Very focused bowler. On his backhand, willing it to run to its full extent. That's not the end of the world. You know you've got good green there. You can see the bowls finished in line with the jack, and note that as the day progresses, it's becoming sort of less easy to see the tracks on the green. A good bowl here from Bruce Wakefield.
Very good photos, mate. I saw you like
Big laugh, mate.
Got Radka on the backhand. It's interesting, isn't it, John, that the green's drying out a little bit now, and you can't sort of, the tracks have sort of disappeared from the rink.
Thank you, Jono.
Yeah.
Great bowl.
Yeah, as the day goes on, the green does change, obviously, with the sun on it, as we've got today. There's a bit of a breeze there as well, so it's certainly not playing exactly the same as it was when they started. It's a big test for the bowlers to make sure they adapt.
That's one of the challenges that you have with bowls, is the conditions.
And I think with this one here, you know, he's just latched onto it now. Bruce Wakefield has just got those 3 really good bowls in there, which has put a bit of pressure now on Radka.
And Radka on the back end. So what we're saying is that Bruce has put huge pressure on this third bowl of Radka's.
Yeah.
Because you're steering it in the barrel.
Yeah.
They're not 3 super duper close bowls, but it's 3 very consistent bowls,
That's
isn't
right.
it?
And Radka's had the green both times, and he's got it again this time, but again he's over. So roles reversed a little bit now.
Interesting. And we've got those 2 back bowls from Radka, which is helpful, but I suppose conversely, it's probably not. I don't think that Bruce's bowls are close enough to the head that it makes sense for Steve to be playing aggressively here, does it?
He can draw that. Just saw ace photographer Barry Jordan out there earlier, Steve, and yeah, what's your name again?
I'll take whatever name, just
looking
say
at,
it with confidence.
waiting for Steve to bowl. There's a series of photos he's got on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page of Selena Goddard playing her last bowl.
She looks, it's quite frightening.
Oh, and he's done it in stages, and it's from her standing on the mat with, you know, the possibility of losing the game and knowing she had to play a superb bowl, to her concentrating, to her delivering, to her standing up, and then to her elation. It was a great series of photos.
Very talented photographer. And Steve Delany on the backhand. Under big pressure here, he's 4 down.
More green.
Got to
more
clear the front one. Got a little feather.
Another metre.
And set against the bias. Oh, did he just say no when he let it go there?
Yeah, I think so. He's gone wide, hasn't he, there?
At least you know when you let it go.
Yeah.
I quite enjoy
Ignore that, Steve-o.
bowlers who
Just
express
ignore that.
themselves. Yeah, just saying to ignore that.
And also that's a gap through there, which gives a wee bit of a sighter, I think. But yeah. Well, bowlers know, don't they?
Yeah.
The worst thing is though when you say and you turn away and someone says hasn't finished yet, mate.
And then it's
Oh,
good.
what a shot! Well, that just shows that I had no idea what I was doing.
And you've successfully nilled the opposition when you do that as well, John. And pressure now building here. 4, says Kevin Smith. That's how many Skellern and Wakefield are holding. Graham will be making sure it's a 5. This is what can happen. We saw Bruce Wakefield just put 3 bowls right in the area. Find the smallest chink in the armour. Jono. And get a foot placement here.
I think that's a good idea. Radka did say, more green. The bowler knows that, doesn't he? And we've got a coach up here or director who's not going to say that sort of stuff to him. He's not going to call him the shots, but it's just a matter of where his last one went and what he did and how he needs to change it slightly.
So here we go. He's got the foot placement right. Lovely delivery here. Steve Delany under big pressure. 4 down on the head.
Bit of a gust.
Bit of a gust.
It also adds to the tension within the bowler, starting and then stepping back, but good on him for doing so. Here we go. Man from Stoke in Nelson, looking to save this end, which is not healthy for them at the moment. He was too wide last time. He needs to get inside that bowler, Skellern's. He's going to do that.
Very close here.
Goodness me, has he played a perler? He's played a saver. He's played a really good bowl, which gives them the shot, I think.
I think so also.
Yes.
I didn't want to call it too early, John.
No. I see Kevin Smith saying measure.
So we'll see this measured.
Yep.
And a great game it has been. But yes, I do enjoy. Oh, you go, John.
No, I was just going to say, well, 1, 2, 3, 4 down at the time, weren't they? Maybe 5, 4 anyway. And to get this one up here, he'd be just looking to beat some of those, wouldn't he, really? And if he gets a shot out of it, that's...
it's pretty good under pressure, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Wakefield doesn't think it's gone against them. I think he believes they've still got it, and his eyes are pretty good.
Oh, dearie me. I would say that's...
Yep, so Wakefield has it.
It's at least 1.
And it might be 2.
Just the 1. I think Delany probably drawn the shot until his bowl sat down there.
Yes. But a big turnaround.
A great shot. That was a moment there where the game could have turned on a dime.
Yeah. So we've had 10 ends now.
And we'll just check out some of the score updates, John, while we wait for the jack to be thrown up of these mighty games that are going on around the place. We've got the men's singles quarterfinals, of course, and the women's pairs semi-finals. We'll just go to them in a jiffy or two.
We know there was one that was only 3 shots away from victory. It'll be interesting to see whether that's eventuated or not. But
Absolutely.
Here we go with the women's pairs first.
17-3 there, John. That's
Jensen and Walker, yes.
A statement of intent from Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker, motoring their way through that game. The other semi-final, 11-5 now to Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce. So they
look, they're after the same number of ends. Hey?
Yeah,
yep.
Beginning to just find their way. And the next lot, the quarterfinals of the men's singles now. Craig Dinky, you can just see him there on the far right of your screen. From Southland, 8 points. Shannon McIlory, 16. And we have Gary Lawson right on the precipice of his 21 on 20 points. Nick Thompson on 12. So that game nearly over. And Philip Skoglund, sorry.
Yeah.
Pardon my French, is using his experience there. He's clawing back into double figures now.
Yeah.
Interesting one to keep an eye on. And last but not least, Peter Shane leads 16 points to 13 over Steve Liddington.
Because earlier, Shane was behind, wasn't he?
Quite comfortably.
Yeah. 10-4 or something.
Yeah, Peter Shane will be out here, I tell you, to be on top of the podium with a gold medal around his neck.
So that's a great line, a great mix of ages there, aren't they? Peter Shane's been around for close to 100 years.
I wasn't going to say 100, but maybe 30.
and the same, you know, Skoglund's been around a while, and Lawson obviously, and then you have those other names there which haven't been prominent so much. See Taylor Bruce up on the top right there, familiar stance after the bowl, standing there with her arms still elevated.
Lovely delivery. It'll be a good battle, that quarter-final. The opponents, Deb White and Karen de Jong, two incredible bowlers.
Yeah.
So it'll be a good quarter-final to watch. And you see here Johnny Radka really setting into his work on this particular end.
Oh, that's nice correction. He was only half a metre over maybe, but he's picked up a touch-up.
That's literally perfect leading there. One past with your first one, then on with your second. And then depending on what happens with Bruce's next bowl, his third bowl might go in a different place. So Bruce here on the forehand side. And reaching up Bruce Wakefield. He's close here to the jack. That's a good bowl there from Bruce. I'm not sure if he's quite made the shot, but a good bowl nonetheless. We'll see in a second. Jonathan on the back end. And yeah, Bruce has drawn the shot there, I would say. But this is close, John. That wasn't missing much, was it?
Oh, it fell out.
Tell you what, it was an effective bowl from Radka there, sitting down Bruce Wakefield.
Till Skellern walked past it and it rocked back.
Must have shifted the ground or something. It's incredible. And Kevin Smith looking very serious there, the lollipop man in the background. Skellern, the cap is gone, and Skellern is gone at the moment.
Yeah. He wasn't just going to toss it onto the bank and allow the wind to blow it.
He's an experienced bowler then, isn't he?
Yeah.
We see him line up on his backhand side. So is he taking the cap off because of the wind, or is he taking the cap off because of what? As we see a palm tree moving gently in the breeze.
I think it's the wind.
Beautiful colour shot that. It's lovely. Skelly within a bowl. But that's a great shot, isn't it? Because he's improved the head.
Yeah.
He missed his initial target, but he's made it sit better than what it was. Steve Delany just having a chat with his director. Opting to play the forehand side. In the area here, the goal to draw around the bowls. That was beautiful line. And you'd think that Graham Skellern would make this correction. God has just delivered snacks to the commentary booth.
In the form of Aaron this time. Oh, now this will be interesting.
There's the plant. What's the plant do?
Ooh,
you know, I briefly looked at that. I wondered what would happen if you hit those two bowls that are touching.
Yep.
Life is good, John.
Yeah. And so healthy, eh?
Yes, we've got cocoa. Is that a fruit? I don't know. And Steve Delany on the forehand. Drawing pretty well. That's a good bowl. That's right where Radka was sitting.
You're absolutely right. Radka was on his haunches. He had the rag down there saying, I want something about here. Indicating that that's where the jack might go. Here comes
now,
the plant again.
What's the plant doing, John? Oh, I just wanted to see what was going to happen there. Goodness gracious. I reckon that it would have shunted Bruce's bowl up and over enough for one. I think he would have got one there with that weight.
So now he changes hands and is looking to maybe sit on Wakefield's bowl here.
Be careful, Steve.
Oh, hard luck.
That was exciting for all involved.
Well, one shot out of that tight end, the 11th end. And this game remains very, very close.
Oh, it's anyone's game, isn't it?
Yeah, 10-8.
And both of these teams coming through very close semi-finals as well. Yesterday at Bowls O'Reilly, Steve Delany and Johnny Radka won it on the last end. I think they may have been 2 up last end, and Skellern and Wakefield going to an extra end, a deciding end in their semi-final. So neither of them are strangers to close games. And great to see for a national championship.
If you've just joined us, you can see all the action here at Browns Bay and over. Oh, there's the jack in the ditch again. Gosh, better return from Skellern that time. In action, the women's pairs semi-finals, the men's singles quarters. And later on today, we'll have the finals of each of those events. And that'll wrap up the 2023 Summerset National Championships. Just notice that wind has picked up, as you see the cameras moving around a wee bit. 3 cameras down the side there, 1 at each end.
Yeah, just beginning to move a little. The players will be aware of that. With a bit of luck, it'll be a consistent breeze, so we'll just see the ranks become sort of more turning on one hand than the other. And if it's an inconsistent breeze, the hand of God may make an appearance or two.
We'll soon get a feeling for it here. If the wind does pick up, we'll see which hand is wider than the other. If the leads decide that the shortest course to the jack is the way to go, using the narrow hand or not. Onto the 2 metre mark with his first, that's Radka.
Great shot there from Bruce Wakefield. Very well played. And that wind really is getting up, John. On the back end.
It's a combination of Radka and Delany. Hadn't really known each other beforehand, but got together for a week to have some practice before this event, with Delany playing out of Stoke and Radka out of Papanui.
And how cool is that, John? And I think one of the things to me about national championships, be them our singles and pairs or open disabilities, we see Bruce Wakefield play a really good shot there. Settling in, he's coming this direction, playing well. Is that you get teams that form over those years, and then they're just friends forever.
Yeah,
you just get to know these people. Relationships are built. That's just all fostering that sense of community that we have in our sport. Radka isn't going to get back to the head, but at least he's past it.
He's grimaced and he's staying on. Or is he? No.
Okay, well, that was all I had.
Yeah.
That was my one positive comment on there.
No, you draw one. I'm going to play this thing.
So Graham Skellern opting to put some eggs in the basket there. Well, actually, you can't find eggs at the moment, can you, John? You have to use another.
That's true. Yeah. Substitute eggs in the basket.
Well, which I mean, he's asked He had asked Bruce to put another bowl close because he's saying, I can cover, I can worry about the
I
back.
can play that other hand, yeah.
And you're almost saying, it's an interesting thing because he's essentially saying to Steve, I'm not worried about your bowl, Steve.
Yeah.
Your first bowl, I don't think you're going to get it.
Yep.
You put 3 bowls close. And I think John... Oh, no, we'll wait till after this end.
Okay.
We've got some score updates, so we'll keep people in suspense.
Yep.
And at the conclusion of this end, we'll see if we can bring those up. We'll watch Steve's bowl. This is a really important first bowl here. Graham Skellern doesn't think he's going to get it. And he was right.
Yeah. Well wide, wasn't it?
I think he played the backhand there. I think the way he lined up.
I thought so too, but yeah.
Missed,
I looked at it, I thought he was playing the forehand initially. It's a bit the Kelvin Scott type thing, isn't it? You're never too sure till he lets it go.
Commentating Kelvin Scott's great for the bowls that he plays. Makes you look like a mug more than you would think. And it looks like the women's semi-final there's finished as well, so with a bit of luck we'll get that score added onto it by the time we get to the score updates. As Graham Skellern, look, they're just stacking this head up. He's not worried about the back bowls. It's interesting, isn't it?
Yep, let's make this the difference in the game, eh? We're up by 2. We could make a break here. We're up by 4 on the head.
And that's what he's saying. He's like, this is the end, we're going to get a number. I'm just going to stack it up and back Steve Delany to miss. High risk, high reward strategy. Steve Delany on the backhand.
Missing again.
Backhand. Tight, so it's going to come down to this last bowl.
He'll put another one in here. Skellern, won't he?
Yep.
He draw another, or will he look to cover? No, he's backing himself. He's putting the pressure on Delany.
I think that's what we're going to see. I think we're going to see him just draw another one close and say, go on, what can you do? What did he do? Did he remove
a bit of something off the green that was down about the centre line?
If he misses this bowl, he might wish he'd left it there.
He's just giving Steve Delany a bit more time to think about this.
Experienced here.
Comes another.
That's great. Great bowls there from this combination of Bruce Wakefield and Graham Skellern.
Now that. Yep, that was Delany's line last time, wasn't it?
Yep, he's committed to the drive. He has to hit this.
Yeah. He can't afford to try and draw and save, really, I don't think.
Nah, and you may as well, he'll think, well, I've played my backhand twice.
Yeah.
As you said, John, the jack's now moved into the line where his backhand bowl went.
Yeah.
Stick to the backhand, give it a smack. Huge bowl here in the context of the game. They trail by 2 on the scoreboard. 4-5 down on the head.
I think he's trying to draw, isn't he?
Well, that's very brave.
He's had a drive in his hand. Oh, well, if he gets anything on this. Oh, my word. Brave and well done, Steve Delany.
Brilliant
Goodness
shot.
me. 2 down. Oh, gosh.
Incredible stuff, really.
Oh.
And rose to the challenge. That took a lot of courage, that bowl.
Well, still 1 bowl to play. Sorry, yeah. So, Skellern, what will he do? He's got a couple of... no, he's got those 2 bowls of Wakefield's just past the jack, which he can draw onto. Or?
And Steve's bowl isn't touching anything.
Yeah.
So we saw Graham just about kick his bowl. Because Steve's bowl that you can see by Graham's left knee isn't touching anything, you can just about roll that through the head if you get the right weight. So there's an opportunity there to roll it through, or he plays on his forehand side, trails it back for 4 or 5. There are chances there. If you're Graham and Bruce, you don't want to waste this head that they've built. You've got 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th and 6th shot here. You don't want to waste it. They'll be looking for a way to score more than 2. And what that way is, I have no idea, but they'll find something.
Well, are Delany and Radka going to escape?
I think they may have, John.
Yeah.
Got away with it. Well, they didn't get away with it. They played a good bowl. Steve Delany under all sorts of pressure.
2 drives and then a draw. Wow, good stuff.
Wouldn't have caught me doing that, but that's why I'm not in the final of anything. A great shot there from Steve Delany as we now have a look in a second or three at the results. We've got a couple of resulted games from the green. We've got a result for, I think, the women's semi-final and maybe a couple of men's quarters. Have a nosy at them in a jiffy. We'll go through them all. So there we are. I think that game's been called at 21-3, John. So Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker into the final of the New Zealand Open Women's Pairs.
It's an impressive performance, eh?
Great performance.
Very quality opposition. So Deb White, her birthday last week, I think, wasn't it? She's just got a bit of work to do here against Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce.
They're keeping in there, John. It was, I think last time we looked, it might have been a 12 score to Claire and Taylor, but not the 7 to Karen and Deb. We look at the men's singles. Shannon McIlory, 3 away from 21 against Craig Tinker. Gary Lawson has won his game, 21-12 against Nick Thompson. So the winner of the New Zealand Men's Open Pairs and his 15th Open title into the semi-final of the New Zealand singles.
And if McIlroy was to win, would he and Lawson clash? Is that the way the draw's set up?
They'll play each other
that's,
in the semi-final if Shannon gets through. The other quarter completed. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley through to the semi-final of the New Zealand singles, beating Philip Skoglund. And lastly, Peter Shane through to the semi-final of
what
the
a comeback from
singles
Peter
as well.
Shane.
So to summarise, we've got Peter Shane playing Sheldon Bagrie-Howley in one semi-final, and Gary Lawson will play the winner of Shannon McIlroy and Craig Tinker in the other semi-final. And then at the top of the draw, we've got one finalist of the women's pairs, and that is Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker, taking on the winner of Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce versus Karen de Jong and Deb White. What a day of bowls.
Oh, great.
Oh, and while I've been getting excited about the results, I should have been getting excited about
yeah.
the bowls here on screen as we see Bruce Wakefield has drawn essentially a front nut and one just in for second shot.
Bagrie-Howley and Lawson have played a bit together, haven't they, over the last couple of years or so?
Yep.
So that could be your final. You never know.
Oh, any final is delightful stuff.
Experienced Peter Shane and McIlroy just having the advantage.
On the probe. He's on the probe here. He needs it to hold. He's got a result. That's staggeringly good.
Yeah. Opened it up nicely.
Same bowl as your last. Same as the last. Yep, same as your last.
My response to that normally is, have I already played one?
Fair enough.
Can't remember it. Here we go. Played a very good bowl to just dislodge the shot. Line looks pretty good again.
Beautiful effort there.
Not quite the same bowl, same line.
So the only issue with that is that it was
Didn't stay on.
Slightly too heavy to stay on the rink. It was a well played bowl. He was within half a bowl. Just slightly too heavy. Going well, this team, and good to see that communication between the pairings. We know that they are Skellern and Wakefield 4 up on this 13th end. It's not enough to be comfortable, but there's beginning to get to be that little bit of a gap that sort of ends Worth in front.
Also, I think, Alex, that with experience comes the fact that towards the end of a game, it's not stressing you out as much as if you're juniors as those others are. Haven't been in this position before. You get to that stage where, gosh, we're in with a chance here, and just the attitude's different. It's the experience helps.
Pretty close in there. If you're going to dig through it, you're probably better to come around the outside of that. Yeah, you always just need to roll though, eh?
Just having a conversation. Steve just going to talk about the best shot selection to his director.
And I don't think he should be able to ask that. I think it's more, he's a guide, isn't he? Director with regards to what he's sighting. I mean, I don't think he'll be telling him what shot to play.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Otherwise, Skellern would be very quickly in there saying, hang on, you're coaching, mate.
Yeah, he would say something.
Yeah.
We saw a bowl there by Steve Delany. I'm not sure. Maybe 2 or 3 things, shots in his head there, I think. I'm not sure if he was quite sold on what he was playing. And Graham looking for the jack here. Found that gap. Now,
I think it's only one still, do you? Yeah.
They just, yeah, just one down. And Steve.
You probably come just underneath it if you wanted to. But take the grass, come in here.
Not sure how the weight is here from Steve Delany.
Okay, just your weight. Grass is good.
Round the outside one.
It's a hard shot to play.
Skellern has been just missing twice, hasn't he, with those two? He can't see Jack back here. He's gone a bit wider this time.
Oh, it's so frustrating as a bowler. He's put 3 bowls within 2 feet of the, well, passing through 2 feet of the jack. He's looking for that trail.
Gosh, what do you think of this shot selection? Would you be playing the other hand a wee bit?
It's interesting. It must look slightly different from where they are. It's on. I love that hat. Purple hat in the background. Browns Bay. Looks in danger of flying off. And Steve Delany, if he gets this perfect, and he's given it every chance, such a hard shot to play around the front. Where's this bowl? He had the green, but not quite the weight. No, we're going to see one more to the Skellern and Wakefield combination.
Played 13 ends. 13-8 is the score.
And Radka saying to Steve, 5 ends.
Yep.
I like that.
Yeah, it's not a stage to be, not a stage in a match where you should be panicking at all. And all Radka needs to do is, and he quite enjoys coming this way, I think.
He's played his best bowls coming this direction, John. So just need one good end. You want to be within. They'll aim to be within 3 points when you're playing the 18th end. 3 is very achievable. Don't sort of want to be more than 3 points down. That's when you have to start thinking about playing really good last bowls.
But unsettling with the wind there. So Bruce Wakefield playing with this hand most of the time, his forehand. Steve Delany will be thinking, righto, Jonathan, in you come. Jonathan Radka, his lead. Pop it in here, mate. You've got a chance now. Wakefield being short. Pretty good line.
Run it out.
Oh, yeah. That, I kept thinking that's the danger, wasn't it? That's about his line. He just had to get round Wakefield.
It looked good almost all the way.
Yeah. Just needed a metre on probably.
Just pulled up.
So Wakefield looking for the adjustment here. Get around his own. Park it up on the jack.
It's coming back.
Give Skellern something to grin about.
Pretty good. Still hit right.
So John opting to stay. the backhand side.
Stays on. It's good. I don't think it is, though.
I think we're just beginning to see, over that 18-end period, just the slight experience difference here between Skellern and Wakefield. Skellern and Wakefield are capable of having the same level of bowls, if not a slightly improved one, all the way through that 18-end game, particularly on the home stretch.
Yeah.
Under pressure. And we've seen Delany and Radka play some, I mean, they're playing well, but just that little bit less consistent, I think, as this game's worn on.
It's that mental thing, isn't it? As much, you know, mental coaches are so important in top sport.
Absolutely. It's just the same.
And to, you know, for this pair, gosh, getting into the national final, wow. And now we're going to play against two of the country's best disabled bowlers, Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield. Look, we're holding our own here. And then you think, oh my word.
That's a great shot
there.
Yeah,
that's a really good ball under pressure.
Massive pressure. He'd put one 2 metres short, one hiffed it into the ditch to get down and play a third bowl around. It went around that bowl that you see at 2 o'clock on the head to draw around the back for one. Really good.
So the change in mindset for Steve Delany now is remarkable, isn't it? Instead of going down 3 down with, you know, 1-2 bowls in the ditch maybe, he's holding shot. So now it's up to Skellern to make the most of this situation. Up by 5 on the board. Holding a few seconds. That's opened it up.
Well,
yeah, I was interested. That's fair enough. That shows that they too just don't want to let these guys settle down. Yep.
Just a gust of wind or something.
Yep.
And Steve on the forehand. On the forehand now, Steve Delany. Swilling this bowl back into the head.
Just wants to be over, doesn't he, here? Quite.
Slightly underplayed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Graham Skellern on the backhand. He didn't like that when he let it go. You can usually tell with Graham, which I enjoy as a commentator, instead of watching these people with perfect body language regardless of if it's close or not.
He lets you know.
Another one in here, my friend. Just under that line.
Steve on the forehand.
His weight, he doesn't need to change his weight, he just needs to change that line, doesn't he? So, he's changed his weight, I think.
Now, does Graham, what's this bowl doing?
Stay on, stay on, stay on, he says.
Oh, it stayed on.
Okay.
I think if it hadn't stayed on, Graham might have been sorely tempted
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
You see the bowl and jack target and go, rightio, we're getting rid of that.
Happy with that either.
This is fascinating stuff here, John. So we're at a point where I felt like if Skellern and Wakefield scored another end, it was looking a little bit like a home and hose situation. But Radka dug deep, played a good bowl with his third one, and now a chance to draw back to 10-13 after 14 ends.
Remains down in the genuflect position. This looks all right if it gets inside his own. And he's played it well.
Great bowl.
Very good. Yeah.
That'll do, he says. Now, what length jack are we going to see here? I feel like it's been a while since we've seen a score go to Radka and Delany.
Well, leaving the mat down there, so not changing that around. He's been guilty of putting the jack in the ditch a couple of times. I thought they looked quite good on that 3/4 length previously, but we'll see. He might just opt for the 2 metre. Oh, might not be in. It seemed to come out. He's hoping the wind will pick this up. Those lines there are for television coverage. These ones are either side of the 2 metre mark, not the rink. Oh, it's okay. So there we are, about 4 metres from the ditch as we, danger of bowls. We've seen some pretty bad accidents with people stepping backwards and standing on a bowl, twisted ankles, broken ankles. Applause on the others for the other games. We've seen already that Gary Lawson, Cameron Bagrie-Howley and Peter Shane have qualified for the semi-finals. The unfinished match was featured Shannon McIlory and McIlory and Tinker. So there's quite a lot of interest in those singles, and the women's pairs, one of those women's pairs games has been completed. So just a couple of the other games are still in progress. This is a very an intriguing final, 13-10.
What a strong finish. Just as I was saying, John, as a commentator's curse, I talk about juniors and experience and playing well in the last stages of the game, and Radka heard me, drew the shot, and he's done it again here, and I think we're going to see perhaps a strong finish here from Delany and Radka, rising to the occasion in this national final. See the New Zealand singles champion there, Selena Goddard.
And we've seen too some really good saves here. You know, I've just taken a note there on the 10th. Delany saved a 3, saved 3, and then on that a couple of ends ago when they were, I had 5 down, and he'd had 2 drives and missed them, and then drew to save.
Yeah.
So it was pretty impressive.
Some good stuff indeed.
So it could well have been quite away from them. They could well be, you know, down by 20 points at the moment, 20 to 10 rather than 13 to 10. So Wakefield coming into his own here. Puts in one good bowl to get the shot, and then another just over. So his skip, Skellern says good place there.
Radka on the backhand.
Oh, this is
not far away here. If it's a clean run, he's got it. Now, where's the bowl going?
Oh, from one down to one down. Hard luck.
A little bit stiff there. Gave it a chance. Wouldn't have minded if he held for a little bit there. So a good bowl, but one down. Bruce Wakefield now switching to his backhand side, looking to take advantage. It's an open head, so you look to draw sort of a front toucher in this situation. There's the perfect bowl. That's not far away really. Made it 2. Delany and Radka with no bowls past the head. Means Delany can't afford to be too adventurous. You see there a crowd building at this Browns Bay Bowling Club. Lovely venue, beautiful venue, fantastic weather today. Kevin Smith again in the background, looking very pensive. As the players cross over. And we will see this first bowl of Steve Delany, hugely important again. Another big bowl for Steve. Yeah. Where'd he go? There we are.
Just over there having a drink, I think. Maybe something players forget about sometimes is just hydrating, eh?
Absolutely. By the time you notice it, it's usually too late.
Yeah.
Steve on the forehand. This is good stuff here from Steve. He's given himself every chance in the world.
Wow.
Looking for the jack or the bowl. Goodness, that was a great effort. Cut it down to 1.
Yeah, just 1 now. So Delany Goddard there in the black top, the most talked about bowler in the country at the moment after her sensational last bowl, which gave her the national title, national singles title against Taylor Bruce. Skellern tossing that out wide. Delany doesn't need to make much of an adjustment at all. He'd nearly played it perfectly, staying with that forehand.
On the forehand
Not
side.
a bad line again. Is he going to reach? Is he going to reach? Not quite. It's almost exactly the same bowl. No.
Close. All it lacked was weight
Gosh,
there, John.
yes.
Unbelievable track. Graham Skellern on the forehand side.
I think almost, happy with that one and wanting to make sure he doesn't allow or give
Any
Delany
bigger
any
targets,
opportunities. Yeah.
Back bowl's fine if it stops.
Yep.
You've got the track, Steve, just through to here.
Well, if he keeps that green, he'll be in with a chance here.
Yeah, good one.
Radka thinks so. Looks to be hanging a bit wider this time now.
Yeah, it's got a little bit too much. It's all right.
Hey, Graham, draw one.
Good try.
Fair effort, but not to beat. So we see 13-10 the score, probably going to be 14, maybe 15 if Graham can add a bonus. Here on the...
Don't know if he'll be trying too hard, will he?
No, he's not trying too hard there. So it's just going to be the one for the difference, 14-10 after 15 ends. Of this 18 end final. So we're up to the crunchy bit now, John. 3 more to go.
And it's still anyone's match.
It really is for the difference here. You feel if Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield can score here, though, they will put themselves in a good position. What's happened with the jack?
It's not in sight.
Did you see the look that Graham just set down? Yeah. Oh, what a beautiful picture that was.
Where is he now? Where's Graham? Yeah. I'm not convinced that either team's got any advantage with the length they're playing anyway, have you? But it is quite an advantage to have the opportunity to put the jack where you want it.
Yeah, in this game I haven't noticed a difference really.
But I think what Radka now knows is that what Wakefield wanted was a long one. He wanted to put it up to the 2 metre, so he'll be, with any luck, a bit shorter than that.
That's what he was. It's what he would have been endeavouring to do.
Yeah.
Ironically, has thrown it to the 2 metre mark.
Yeah. Although the director there said, applauded as he sent it down, so that may be where they wanted it as well.
It is that full length, so this is nearly, the bowls will travel 32 metres, 31 metres up the green. Have to be very accurate here.
And then sometimes you find you put the jack up into the ditch and your first bowl goes there as well, but not with Wakefield. He knew he had to get a smile back on his skip's face.
Well played there.
I don't think they'd be too worried about that.
Radka seems to be favouring this side of the rink, or has been for this entire game, so even though Bruce's bowl is just about in his line, he's going to back himself to pick the line perfect and get around or underneath for one. He's got old bowls, so they might swing around that for the shot, and he's not far away here. Radka, look at this, John, around or underneath it. Didn't have the weight.
I know, and you know, I think it was coming this way last time. He also collided with Wakefield's very short bowl.
Hey, how far short are they? Hey, how far short is it?
Bruce just asking how short he was. Been asked to switch to the backhand.
Have we seen much of him on the backhand?
Not really.
I think.
Not really. Vast majority of the bowls have been played on the side where the cameras are that you can see there to the right of your
Yep.
screen.
Great weight, Brucey. Top ball, right? That's
Very good.
should have been playing that hand all day, you'll be saying.
What do you want? Stay on the same or you want me on that hand? Yeah, that's a rest on, mate. If you're happy there, we know all you need is another metre on yours and you're all over it. Come here, mate.
Decisions.
Take a line.
Opting to stay the backhand. Of course, before this game finishes, we'll endeavour to get you the final score updates for the games going on around the green. With a bit of luck, it should work out to be about the right timing. We've had a few make it through already, so we'll remind viewers of that and what is to come. Radka here on the backhand.
Yeah, it's a good call too that he's been playing this hand all the time.
Told you.
Yeah.
I like that from
Yeah.
Steve. Told ya. That's what I said. I like it when there's a skip you can take.
Yeah.
I usually do that if my lead draws a front touch. I go, well, it was good direction, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, good call.
Yeah. Here we go. On the forehand, backhand side for Bruce as
He's
he's a
going to get something,
left-hander.
doesn't he? Oh, not enough of it, but that's okay.
The wrong half
Yeah,
there.
mate. Repeat your last bowl.
Big moments in this final, John.
Yeah, so Delany and Radka need to, I think need to score on this one and hold this situation. It's only 4 in it, of course, but we haven't had massive numbers. We've had 1, 3, and 4 2s so far, plus that 4 that. Oh, look at this. Now this changes the complex, doesn't it? So,
How's your arm, Graham?
yeah.
We haven't seen a kill yet. I'm going to put money on a kill here. I think Graham will split between the Jonathan Radka's bowl to the right of the jack and the jack. Kill it out to the left as we see it. He won't be mucking around, John.
No.
But if he does miss and find a gap, that's when you can start building more pressure, and that's good leading from Radka, forcing that in at this stage in the final. Here we go, Graham.
And there is a bowl's width between one bowl and the jack.
It's
isn't
possible.
It?
It's possible to find fresh air there.
Yeah.
Here we go. On the drive, Graham Skellern.
And there's also quite a big gap between the right-hand bowl and the rest.
Yes, he found the bigger gap
Yeah.
of the two.
You're in the back, Steve.
Yeah.
It's almost tempting just to go close, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. You do what
Just go,
Skellern did
yeah,
to him before.
repeat
Just
the
put another
process.
one in there, mate. That's good. Yeah, put the pressure on him.
Now, he's short, so if it swings, that's what we want.
Oh, we just needed to bring it across a bit. That would have been handy. But
Yeah.
so Skellern is unlikely to miss this one. He's a pretty... Oh.
Off Bruce's bowl. Bang, bang.
Whoa, there
And
it
there's
goes.
the
He
kill.
got it. He got something in there and enough of everything to put that one out.
Where do you want to play? That's up here.
In the target area. Watch this one wider. He took about 1.5 meters more green than his first bowl, but in that area where you could afford to miss there. So
There were 3 bowls in the jack, and any of them could have killed that in.
yeah, it was a good shot there from Graham Skellern. Well played.
Being well looked after here at
Yes, although
Browns Bay. Yeah,
we've got some Afghans in front of us, John, I'll admit. To
not
the
as
viewers.
many as when they arrived, though.
No, there's less.
Alex,
But what I've discovered is that Afghans, they take quite a lot of the moisture out of your mouth.
That's right.
And it does inhibit commentary.
And they stick in your throat and teeth, don't
Yeah, they do. So
Need to
although
be followed by a hot drink.
it was delicious, but did impact my ability to deliver commentary, which, depending on who you are, might be a positive. Viewers are just enjoying the peace and quiet. It's interesting, we see, I hadn't noticed it before, Radka and Delany's bowls, they put them all into the same area on the rink behind them.
Yeah.
That pool of bowls, I wonder if that's to do with Delany just knowing where his bowls are sitting when he gets down to that end.
So stage 1 completed. As Bruce Wakefield doesn't put the jack in the ditch he did last time. So they went back to the same end, didn't they?
They took the bowls back. So it only takes one team wanting to take the bowls back to where you started from, and you have to do that. Otherwise, you may stay at the end that it's been killed. Strategically, usually it's if you feel like you've been playing better in one direction. So that was good from Steve Delany. We'd identified, or John, you identified that Steve Radka had been playing better coming in this direction.
Yeah.
John Radka, sorry. So you may as well come back and give him the best chance to play 3 good bowls on his backhand as well.
Just needs to endeavour to get around that one of Wakefield's. It's probably in his draw, he would think, but he can get around it. He's collided a couple of times. It's okay this time. If he gets up around it and around that and plays his weight well, that's a good start, isn't it?
Very good start.
Yeah, nicely.
Lovely bowl. And Bruce on the forehand.
He's gone that wider track this time. Same track really as Radka, different bowls. Did you see what Radka's playing with? As you said, they look to be older bowls, don't they? But
I would say just about Victor VS's.
Yep.
Here we go, Steve. Why do I keep saying Steve, John?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
I can't
Can't
answer
answer
it either.
that, Brian.
Oh, it's because you called me Steve. That's why I keep saying
I
Steve.
did.
A beautiful line from Jono Radka with both of his bowls over and under. And we see here on his forehand side, Bruce Wakefield pulling the bowls back in.
Looking for that track between the two. He's
Beautiful
got it.
bowl. That's a great shot there. Played some lovely bowls. Well, both these teams have. That's why they're in the final. And Steve Delany indicating to Jono to stay on the backhand, please. Just make your correction on the weight. Halfway between the two.
Fixing a spot just out from his foot.
Yeah, very much deliberate stance.
Around that, and you played it quite well here, Jono.
Clean run. Look at that, and
Yeah,
look how much
that's
the
good.
swings at the end.
Probably second shot.
Good shot. I think we may see Steve Delany play on his forehand side, so to the right as we see it. You've got a bowl and jack target, 2 bowls past the head. Make the way back down to this end. At the completion of this end, we'll give some more score updates, John. All these singles games
Looking
have
forward
finished.
to that.
So we now know our men's semi-finalists. As the peers semi-final of the women's continues. We know one women's semi-finalist is whoever I said it was. Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker. Here we go. Graham Skellern on the backhand. 14-10 up here. Third to last end. Holding one. But with Delany and Radka having the back covered nicely.
Top bowl, Graham.
That's pretty good from Graham Skellern. Pretty good stuff. What do you do here, John?
Well, you just say a few words to Graham and said to stop doing that.
Okay,
I
yeah,
think
good
he's-
call.
Now, what hand's he playing?
Backhand. Here we go. He's got them both. He's got them both. And the jack.
Oh, well.
That was beautiful.
Great.
That was, he played that on the backhand. That's so hard to
Yeah.
do.
And also, considering he had those 2 drives a few ends ago, his confidence wouldn't have been high.
Great stuff. What a bowl there from Steve Delany. Look
Back
at this
again.
replay here. The speed that he's played this with. It actually tracks out a little bit. Look where he's on the mat. Boom. Happy days. So he moved to the very far right of the mat. took it underneath the line to begin with. It tracked out that little bit. Beautiful shot. Well played there by Steve Delany. And we see the second replay of the 16th end.
So a kill each for them, both responding well to the pressure.
Right. Score updates, John. We may as well get them over and done with, because
Okay.
I said it was going to be after this end, and it's technically a replay, but maybe it'll keep on going forever and ever, so we may as well. We'll get around to the score updates as Bruce Wakefield, I think maybe a casualty of war there, a B on the green is removed, and we'll see the score updates
Well,
as soon as
now
we
this
get
is the
to here.
shortest end we've had. Is it up? Is it up? We've had the question.
1, 2, 3. 3 steps from Graham, and he's going to go down the other end and see.
Come on, score update, score update.
Oh yes, yeah, we'll get there.
Come on.
We've got plenty of time, John.
Yeah, I know. Here we go.
But just because you asked so nicely, so we see there one semi-final is complete. Wendy Jensen, Robin Walker, 21 points to 3. That is a resounding victory there for them, and setting the tone for what they want their final to be like. But the women's pairs on the 17th end, 15-10 to Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce. So Karen De Jong and Deb White hanging in there.
Yeah.
They've still got a chance. But Claire and Taylor have done some work there. 5 points up on the 17th end. And the men's singles, our semi-finalists, Shannon McIlory, Gary Lawson, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, and Peter Shane.
Wow. So Lawson against McIlroy.
Yes, Lawson.
2 world champions facing each other.
Good stuff. And then on the other one,
Bagrie-Howley compared to Peter Shane.
oh, Peter Shane won the New Zealand singles in 1990
something like that's right.
The early
So
90s, which is, I think, just before Sheldon Bagrie-Howley was born.
Yeah, there you go.
So a good match-up there, and I think demonstrates sort of the generation gaps you can get in this game, and how you can stay competitive for as long as you want, as we see this third replay of the end and the second throw of the jack, John, the end that keeps giving. They must have known we wanted to get the results of the women's pairs before the broadcast completed. And Radka on the back end. This will swoop a little bit at the end here. Good bowl.
2 perfectly weighted bowls from these leads. Jack still exposed there. We'll look for the corrections that they make.
How good's this here from Bruce Wakefield? That's a lovely correction. Perfect correction. You can start doing that when the ends get killed and you get sent back to the same way. You go, well, I've played up here before.
Yeah.
You just see the heads repeat themselves.
Saw that Steve Delany was indicating just a bit more green, a bit less green, mate, and I don't. They're concentrating on green.
Yeah.
Can happen.
John O will be disappointed with that bowl. You can see there a little bit of frustration. He's got the third one to make his correction.
Holding 2 at the moment. Wakefield looking to make it 3. So here we go again. That's, oh, he made sure of it there.
Good bowl. Bruce Wakefield really finding the groove.
Wonderful. Stay the hand. Oh yeah, I just wondered whether he might have got him to change hands. But he's been playing this hand pretty well all the way.
Yeah, and Radka looked like he wanted to hit it.
Yeah.
But been told just to draw it, so just taking his time
Get
here.
second shot, mate. That'll do me.
Look at this focus. Let it go a bit early. Could be narrow.
But what do you know?
Nothing. Very little, John. Oh, it's a bit unlucky, really. Not a good bowl. And change the head in a good way there. I mean, we may see a third kill would be unsurprising at this point.
Kevin Smith says 2, so That last bowl took out one of the shots, but I don't think Delany and Radka will want to go to end 17-6 down. So there's got to be a bit of change here. He's shown that he can run those tight shots, run that as he did in the last end.
And that's the thing, I think, John, is that they keep an eye on the scoreboard. Know they need to be scoring. Delany and Radka need to be scoring at, well, any points on this end. Because whilst they're close, if they drop here, you've got 2 ends to go and you're going to be 5 or 6 down with 2 to go, which is not that easy to recover from.
And I think Skellern has a new regard for his opponent's ability with the weighted shot. I think he was deliberately going a bit shy on that one.
Yeah, I agree. And Steve Delany here on the backhand with reaching weight, not full-blooded drive by any means. It's actually just a dead draw here. Steve Delany. And he's not far away on the draw. How's this here, John?
Oh, my. Wow, that is sensational. The jack stayed on the far side. Yes, it has.
What did we just witness? That's actually magnificent.
Oh, I didn't think he was going to come in from there.
No, he did.
Yeah.
That's why he played it.
That's why he's standing up looking nonchalant.
Let's look at this replay of the bowl into the head.
Flick on that would have ruined it for him. Instead of it, he just sits, takes,
down.
parks up.
Beautiful stuff. How's his memory, John?
Well, he can't do any damage if he does touch the green on the way through, if he maintains that sort of line.
What's the danger if I do that again?
Oh, yeah.
I'd do it again.
What's the danger if I put one there again? Well, if you get it perfect, there's no danger.
That's fair enough, yeah.
Doesn't fit on here, but if you squeeze that with 2 down.
Don't need to.
Don't tell him negatives.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Play it perfectly. It's not bad either, is it? Just a bit shy this time, so
yeah,
not a bad bowl there though. For
beautiful line,
and he had played exactly the same line.
Never sold on leads. Talking to skips while they're on the mat, John, it can just sort of, you can get a little bit, 2 or 3 shots in your head. Conversation's easy to happen when you're off the mat before you've hopped on and gotten ready to play a bowl. And Graham Skellern here, 1 down. He wouldn't have thought he would be. He was probably expecting a kill, I suspect. And Graham here on the backhand. If he's got the weight, is he going to use Steve Delany's bowl? Not quite. He was playing for a good result there. Now Delany just needs to make a simple correction. Easy, isn't it, John?
Yeah, simple correction. Like, add 20 centimetres to your weight.
21 and a half centimetres. Here we go, on the backhand. The green is more important than the weight because you would not want the bowl to cross the centre line. That's the only time there's a danger.
I think there's a bit of in there, eh?
That's
and
fine.
Fair enough too. Getting one there closes it up. We're playing the 17th end and it's 14-11.
This Open Disability Pairs final.
Oh, tremendous!
What a way! What a way to
gosh.
start the day. Unbelievable stuff. We see Radka at full length. We haven't really seen either player use the mat much, have we? We haven't seen the mat length change in this game. It's just stayed reasonably close to that back 2 metre mark. Although the jack lengths have come around a little bit. Here we see a half length jack thrown by Radka going away from the clubhouse. And looking like you would expect him to play his forehand, wouldn't you? Because he's been playing his backhand coming back in the other direction quite well.
Be a few people have joined in late on this and be looking at these players, and I know you've mentioned their disabilities, and the one, Jonathan Radka, where you mentioned he's got this illness in which all of his tendons are
always inflamed,
and so constantly in discomfort. At the other end here, this is Steve Delany, whose vision is impaired and I think you accurately described it as his vision is like looking down two straws. So hence he has a director, Dean Wood. We'll see him in action throughout. And so those are two who you would look at and say, we don't know what their disabilities are. The other pair of this man here, Bruce Wakefield and Graham Skellern, certainly it's obvious.
And the other semi-final in the women's has just been completed, John, so we'll get an update for that as soon as we can. And Bruce Wakefield here, what a response that was to Jonathan Radka's bowl, and I feel like he has to switch to his forehand now. 16-10 was the final score in that semi-final,
Wow.
John. Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce through to the final of the women's pairs for the second year in a row, second year in succession.
They are in the background just going through. They'll take a breather. Hugs all round from them, for them. Taylor Bruce, of course, was in the final of the singles. And that absolutely staggering final of the women's singles. If you get an opportunity, if you haven't seen it, please, I urge you to look at it, because it was a wonderful game. Superb skills between two of our national representatives. You would have seen them in action at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. And it got down to the final shot, final end. And, well, it was a stunner. So it had everything going for it, that particular final.
Peter Shane in the background. Been around for a long time. He's ready for his semi-final of the singles, John.
Yeah.
Great bowler, Bruce Wakefield on the forehand. Looking to go past, fair enough.
Constantly seen Jono Radka on play the other hand. Playing the forehand this time, as he did with his previous bowl, but trying to get up to the foot. Well, that's where his skips wants him. Is he up there? Oh, he's going to just draw another shot.
Panic. You know, if Stephen Delany hadn't said put the bowl where my foot is, that would have looked extremely impressive.
Yeah, I know. So someone's just gone on hopefully to chalk that. It's a toucher.
Oh dear, it's a crazy game we play. And two good bowls there from Radka. They trail 11-14 in this game.
I'm sure though, while it's good they've got two, I'm sure that Delany would feel better with one up over the back there somewhere.
Well,
so
the danger we have,
yeah, see, that's what's
here.
happening now. They're starting to run it. So Delaney's first will be, or was it Radka's third? Has he played three?
Yes, he has. Yeah. Delaney's first bowl, you're right.
Yeah.
Turning that bowl of Bruce Wakefield's at the
just finishing to the side of it somewhere in there. But
yeah,
we'll see what they do. Tactics coming into play here in this grand final of the Disability Pairs Final. Now, it's been an open competition. We've had men's and women's teams out there.
Here we go. So Stephen Delany indicating he's going to play his forehand side.
First bowl for Delany on this penultimate end. The Open Disabilities Pairs Final. Graham Skellern, his skip, opposing skip there, stayed around to see where it ended up, and it's ended up in a pretty good place.
It'll still be tempting. What do you think here?
Oh, I think so too, yeah.
I mean, it just looks like a nice target. If he kills it, he kills it. Graham never been afraid of having a nibble.
He can't go any worse down than two, so he's got three bowls. He'll have a look at this one.
Here we go, on the backhand, two down with weight, Graham Skellern.
you go. So he gets one out. Still 2 down, but
Yeah, it's an improvement. It's sort of, he hit it well, but in probably the last place he would have wanted to hit it while still getting a result.
Yeah.
Hasn't really improved the head. As the target's narrow now, so you're sort of disincentivized from.
And he hasn't got the back
playing
bowl
with
now.
weight. No, it's been moved. And Delany here, they're holding 4 really, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
So pressure suddenly on Graham Skellern.
And it's almost a dead draw, you know, because if he does move the jack, unless he stays with it, he's still going to be poorly off.
Here we go. Here's your switch back to draw weight, Graham. That is exceptional.
Pretty damn good.
That is exceptional there from Graham
That's great.
Skellern. There's nothing, you can't say anything else about it.
No.
That proper good. That's proper good bowl.
So he's got to play with weight now too, I think, doesn't he? I mean,
I think so. You're three down, Delany and Radka on the card. 1 down on the head. You've got 2nd and 3rd, 4th-ish. You may as well see if you can find a way to remove Graham's bowl. Just have a look. There's chances there, John.
Yep.
Just get in that target area.
Well, I see Wakefield's bowl is still on there. We couldn't see it in that previous shot, so
that could be the difference.
yeah, 1 down to 1 down, basically.
Certainly, if you could play on your forehand through Graham's bowl
Yeah.
that you see on the line. Might be a little bit of jack movement that sits there for 3. I think it's just about being in that target area though, isn't it, John? Just maybe 2 metres over on your forehand side through the red. If you narrow onto the green bowl that you see at 7 o'clock to the jack as it sits on the screen, you should get a good result. That's your right. Bruce Wakefield's bowl might be the salvation here.
He's I think he's looking here. See, he's indicating if I play maybe his forehand onto the green, takes the red, or backhand, but either shot would do it, wouldn't it? Backhand's away, maybe. But the only problem is that shortish bowl. Yeah, is that in his? No, it's a fairway wide.
We might get a better angle in a second.
Yeah. Well, confidence is high with Delany because he played a rip snorter a couple of ends ago to kill the end, the 16th.
So he's on his, I actually don't know what hands he's on. Maybe backhand with big weight. Hard to tell.
Yeah, he's looking down his forehand side, isn't he? But
yeah, but on his
he
backhand.
cuts it across. Oh, yeah. He's got the red clean. What a hard luck. My word. That was a fraction away from making that a perfect shot. So another
ball.
kill.
You want to come back? You want to stay here? What do you do?
I would stay there because that's the end that Radka's been playing better bowls from.
Yeah. And less bowls to carry anyway.
More importantly, less bowls to carry. Great shot there from Stephen Delany. It's interesting if you're a follower of deliveries, he seems to favour his backhand for his drive shots, and he uses the mat to get unusual angles. Look where he's on his mat here. He's to the right, the far right as he sees it, which means that the bowl's going to have a real flat finish. That's a great shot from Steve Delany, and it means that at the end of its track, the bowl's still going quite flat because you've started it off underneath the centre line on your backhand.
We had at the my club, which everyone knows about now, Remote Heap Bowling Club.
Yep.
We had Gary Lawson and Lance Pascoe came to do some coaching last year for some of our new players, and Lawson coached exactly the same way. So you know you're playing that hand, but you have your feet on the other side, or you know, as you were explaining it then. And I looked at it and I thought, I don't understand you. But all the new players did. You know,
that's
they
good.
said, as he said, it's sort of like a wrong bias. You start off with you're playing on the wrong side, but it gives you a better finish. So I just was interested to see Delany doing the same there.
One of the things that allows you to do is play a pretty straight shot without having to go super fast.
Yep.
It'll get your bowl to hold with the weight that we've seen Steve play with, which isn't. It's not a huge weight, is it? It's just a very solid run shot.
Why take your bowls down the other end? Yes.
Good decision there. And a great bowl. This final is really just giving everything. We'd got to sort of end 14 without much aggression, John, and I wondered if we were going to see it, but we've had 3 or 4 kills now as this game continues on.
Such accurate play from players who are very experienced and others who are, you know, really just engaging in the game now. 2 juniors.
Very impressed by all 4, really.
Yeah.
None of them are wilting. We saw maybe 3 ends, maybe from end 12 to 15. I feel that Delany and Radka, wilting's not the right word for it, but certainly
Feeling the strain.
Yeah, and they were sort of holding into the game, but we've seen them finish so strong here and now trail just by 3 on this penultimate end. Radka here on the back end. Bruce Wakefield willing this bowl to come back into the head.
Yeah, they do. His coming from out there. Pretty good shot from Bruce.
Great shot there from Bruce Wakefield. Lovely bowl.
Falls in. Probably. Ooh.
A measure. We'll call it a measure for shot.
Left toe going up and down as he rocks.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's a fairly wide one for.
Oh.
Yeah. Gosh.
Oh, I thought it was the wrong bias for a set for a horrible second there, John.
Gosh.
Just pushing it wide. It's the loosest ball we've seen him play this game, to be fair.
He's played nothing really loose. You know, short and long sometimes, but everyone does that, particularly second. Bowlers playing only the 2nd year or 3rd year. Gosh.
Bruce Wakefield here.
Oh, we might squirt that jack over to Radka.
Which side of it are you getting?
Oh.
That's worked out.
2.
How well's that gone?
Gosh.
Kill number 5 coming up, John.
Well, I don't think Delany will be short.
We'll see. Make the way back to the head. 2 good bowls there from Bruce Wakefield. Holding 2 here.
Just looking to reach those. Doesn't want to reach Radka's and take it out, but he might. Okay, so not the best, but he's right in the zone. He was in the zone.
He played quite controlled weight there.
And
to get, he was obviously thinking to score the shot as opposed to kill the end.
He pushed Radka's closest bowler into the ditch, so there's nothing at the back. No one's got anything at the back, really. Bruce Wakefield's not looking negative, is he? He's putting his foot down about a metre out from the jack. Short. Getting the road.
Just talking, I heard the word block there.
Yeah. What he doesn't want is to finish up along, you know, just out either side of the jack to give him
a target.
Yeah, something to wick off for.
Bruce has played 2 such good bowls.
Yeah.
Graham on his backhand, and we'll see what weight he plays here.
See if the word block does come into it, eh? Looks like it.
I think so. And quite a good one if it stops now.
That shows huge regard for what we've seen from Steve Delany.
Yeah, good enough. It's often easier to play a block across the head, on the other hand, to what you think the team's going to play. On the backhand here, Steve Delany. Now this is in the area. It might cross the centre line. A wick.
Oh.
That was close to a really good result there, John. Feeling like this game, the rest's on this last bowl of Steve Delany's. It's the second or third time I feel like they've played this end. And Graham going, rightio, I'll get right up and close now.
Okay, now, Delany, if he plays the same shot, he would hit that red one. And all sorts of things can happen.
Just composing himself here. So the difference is 3. If they drop a 3 here, it's shake hands time.
Yeah.
Or nearly, you'd still play it because it's within 6, but it's an unlikely situation. So huge pressure on this bowl.
Looks like this time is going to be a bit faster.
With weight here, Steve Delany on the backhand. Needs to clear it.
Got the block of Skellern.
Right. This is it. This is the bowl. He's got
3, hasn't he, at least?
Yeah, he should win the game here with this bowl. Got about a metre to draw. And a mighty final it's been, John.
Well, he was so on target, wasn't he, with it?
So wait for it to come back into the head. And
Doesn't have to come right in, does it? It just has to be close. That's it. They shake hands. A 4 on the 17th end has given the win to Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield. An outstanding display of bowls here. This open disability peers final. If we have a look at how they went through it, it was so close, 7 all after 7 ends. It was 10-8 to Skellern after 12 ends. And then there were a couple of great kills. We saw the 16th end played 3 times. And we saw this 4 on the last, which has given Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield the win over Steve Delany and Jonathan Radka by 18 to 11. So they congratulate each other. Their third bowler going through there is Dean Wood, who wasn't a bowler. He was the director for the vision impaired skip Steve Delany. And as they wander down and congratulate Skellern and Wakefield, now Alex is standing by with his microphone. I can see him, and he's just getting the chocolate out of his teeth, and he's about ready to chat to the winning combination. The pairs finalists have been, the final has been played and the winners decided. It's Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield.
Right, so here we are. We've just watched the highlights of that game, the Open Disability Pairs final. And firstly, congratulations, Graham and Bruce. You're the inaugural winners of this. How are you feeling?
Oh, great. I must say this is the fourth Para-Nationals. I know this is slightly different with the multi bringing in the blind and the deaf, but it's definitely been the toughest, and the idea has worked really well. Like Steve, the skip against me, I think he can see halfway down the green, but otherwise, you know, he's playing in the blind, and some of the shots he came up with, you know, are massive. So, you know, it's amazing what people can do and use their talent.
Absolutely, I agree. And when you guys saw that the Open Disability Pairs was going to be in Auckland, was it always a plan to pair up together?
Yes, we're always playing together now. The funny thing is, I think it's Bruce's second. It's my fourth in 4 years, and seem to win the pairs in Auckland and win the singles in Christchurch. So there must be good omens on both sides, and Bruce must like playing in Auckland. You never know.
Do you have a comment on that, Bruce? How do you feel about playing in Auckland?
I think Auckland Greens have been suiting me really well. Actually, I don't think I can remember the last time I actually lost with disabled to being in Auckland.
Excellent, that's always good stuff. So we'll just talk a little bit about that game you played, Steve and John. It was a good game all the way through. Are there any sort of key points that stick out to either of you during that game where you felt like you'd played a really important bowl or something happened?
Oh man, I usually remember most of the shots, but I'm actually not too sure this time. I mean, I know that we always had that nice little lead. You know, it was just a matter of getting in good second shots, just keeping it tight. I think I played one or two big shots early on, but you have to remind me about them, Alex. I can't remember.
Well, we've just seen them in the highlights. So I suppose my last question for both of you is, we've had, it seems like biblical rain for the last few days, and we're back out here on the greens at Browns Bay. How was it playing?
I thought it'd be a little bit slicker, you know, because this is a really slick green, but there's obviously been, you know, a lot of water on the green. It was a bit sticky. But I would like to say, and compliments to Chris Lander, the tournament director, and the Bowls New Zealand team. If there weren't artificials up here, and if you didn't use the artificials, there would not have been a tournament. I mean, I can't see how you would have completed it. So, you know, great compliments for having contingency plans. And I know that, you know, other centres do need to take note of that and understand that, you know, top level play can be held on artificials, indoor surface. And I was just thinking just before I came that over the last 12 months, I've played on greens from 10 seconds in Mount Tamborine in Australia, you know, to 17 at Orewa indoor, and you just have to adjust. And to me, it just brings out the skill factor. And yeah, and so well done, Bowls New Zealand, for putting all those games on artificial. I don't think anyone's complained.
No, it's been okay. And lastly, Bruce, just a comment on how you felt the green during the day?
Yeah, sort of took a wee while to get back to used to playing on the weed on the surface. We've been playing indoors for the last 3 days, but yeah, I finally woke up in the second half of the game. I struggled a bit the first half. These 8:30 starts, not used to them, but yeah, no, all credit to everyone involved, like the support in the organisation, especially the treatment towards the disability bowls. Like we were given pretty special treatment under the roofs when everyone else was outside getting drowned. So thanks to everyone involved and all the clubs that supported us, and it's been fantastic hospitality, and hopefully we see all you down in Christchurch next year.
Yep, sounds like a plan. Well, on that note, congratulations you guys for your win. Go and enjoy it. Back to you, John.
Yep. Thank you, Alex, and yeah, thank you. Great words there, Graham, too, about the organisation and also the benefit of having top quality artificials. People have just got to accept that they are part of the deal these days. So here we are, Browns Bay Bowling Club. Beautiful setting for this. The first of our 3 finals today. The Open Disability Pairs final, won by Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield. Coming up, we'll have the Women's Pairs final, and that'll be followed by the Summerset Open Men's Singles final. Don't go away for too long, will you? Welcome back to the Browns Bay Bowling Club in Auckland, where the weather is holding off nicely at this fabulous facility, where today we're having the final day of Summerset Finals, the National Championships, where inside there's been quite a good audience. We've been to this little part of the place, not this one yet, but Browns Bay Bowling Club is the host for the 2023 Summerset Nationals. We've already had one final, that was the Open Disability Pairs, and now we're coming up to the grand final of the Women's Pairs.
And it's going to be a great one as well, John, as we see the players just get ready. And we've got Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker of the Takapuna Club on one side of the draw. And on the other side of the draw, we have Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce, last year's finalists. Exciting times. And here's how they got there, John.
Yeah, well,
road.
Classic clashes too. Jensen and Walker actually won quite comfortably against Noble and Shishka, but Hendra and Bruce were taken to the wire really against De Jong and White, that game finishing not that long ago. So Hendra and Bruce haven't had by any means the same break leading into this as Jensen and Walker, but they're set to go, experienced competitors, and they're set to go, and so are we.
They've tossed the coin here, John. And a handshake. And here we go. So, of course, I think we alluded to it before. Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra made last year's final in Christchurch, so they're no stranger to this.
On the TV rink, which is the same one that was used previously for Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield when they beat Steve Delany and Jonathan Radka in the Disability Open Pairs final. 18-11 that was. It sounds like a big win, but really that was close right throughout until that final end when there was a bit of desperation, and the eventual scoreline was 18-11.
And not really a fair reflection of that final, I don't think, John.
First jack is delivered by Taylor Bruce, who featured in that sensational women's final of a few days ago against Selena Goddard.
There we go. The jack delivered the first one on the short side. Now Robin Walker in the background returned to the game after a long break a few years ago. She's the partner of Brett O'Reilly and has had a really good season. She skipped a pair at the Interclub Sevens, National Interclub Sevens Takapuna team, and skipped it well. So she's in fine form, and no real surprise that her and Wendy Jensen find themselves in the final of this Open Pairs, John. Wendy, of course, needs no introduction, although I'll give her one.
Yes, sir.
Played for New Zealand in the late 90s, went to Australia, came back, played for New Zealand again. Has won 4 Silver Star titles. I don't think she's won an Open National title yet, though, so it would be a maiden title for Wendy Jensen.
On the other hand, Taylor Bruce on the mat now was last year's singles champion. She was a member of that Commonwealth Games team. She was is the current New Zealand Bowls Player of the Year. And it's with bowls like this that has got into that situation. I'll say it again too, Alex, that people have talked about that singles final a lot over the last few days, the women's singles final. And Taylor Bruce was involved in that with her good friend Selena Goddard. Last bowl win for Goddard. So Walker just playing on to the shot of Taylor Bruce.
And look at that, the bowls all put on the bank, John, for this first end. I think it's probably a first national final for Robin Walker. And Taylor Bruce just taking her time.
think if ever there was a lesson to be learned and taken from that singles final, it was not just the standard of the play, but that sort of thing that Taylor Bruce has just done. Not too happy, stepping back,
Can we just
reassessing. Yeah.
just put 2 bowls
Yes,
within?
yeah. Yeah, far too close.
Goodness me. Just beautiful bowling. We watched Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra. We've already seen them on a broadcast once on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage a couple of days ago. They defeated Gail Melrose and Sharon Sims, and that was a really consummate performance there. But Robin Walker, she's here to play as well. That was a good bowl. Unlucky not to get a better result. A little high five there between all the players. It's going to be a good one, this one, John. Make the way back down.
So they're 2 composite combinations, aren't they? They don't come from the same clubs, or does
Takapuna?
They both are. Okay.
Takapuna for Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker, but Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce from different clubs.
Yeah.
And Claire here with her first bowl. You want to start off good in a national final, and I think in the back of their minds, Claire and Taylor played Bev Morrell and Sandra Keith last year in the national pairs final, and it's fair to say they didn't play as well as they would have liked, and they were comfortably defeated in that final. Now is a chance to level that, make up for it. They have another opportunity here. Brendan Wilson, our umpire in the background, watching on. And Wendy Jensen's first bowl. Good weight. Had a comfortable win this morning, didn't they, Wendy?
Yes, yeah. So Claire Hendra, a lot of people who aren't bowlers would have possibly first seen her in the Bowls 3-5 televised event when she was representing the Southland Stags, I think, wasn't it, back then? There's a good bowl. That's nice, just over the back.
And Wendy opting to play on the forehand side with a bit of weight. So this is good early on. Sign of intent. Wendy Jensen on the forehand.
Just be aware that looking at her bowls might make you sick.
Oh.
Look at that.
It's making the cameras feel unwell.
Yeah.
That was good weight from her. She was looking to play that split between Wendy's bowl and Robin's bowl.
It's still there for her. It's a good option, isn't it?
It is. Wearing her New Zealand Blackjacks cap. Wendy on the forehand. Brendan Wilson there in the background from Bowls O'Reba. He's also a certified coach and a certified umpire and marking the national pairs final, so he knows what he's doing.
There'll be no arguing.
Well, there could be arguing. I'm just not sure how it would go.
Oh, she's going to change her hand here too.
Interesting.
This is Wendy Jensen. Final bowl of the first end of this women's pairs final at the Summerset Nationals.
So she's changed tack entirely, no longer playing that split. Instead, looking to navigate her way through. Not to be. Kind of looked as pretty from her end of the mat, and we see 2 there.
What a good hit first up.
First end. Well, if that's any sign of things to come, we're in for a mighty battle. This event still first played in 1952, John, the women's pairs. Back in the days when there were 2 separate national bodies. The inaugural winners of that were Margaret Higginson and Emily Adds.
Oh. That was a big move when Bowls New Zealand became Bowls New Zealand rather than the National Men's and New Zealand Men's Bowls Association and Women's Association.
Yes, we were the first national bowls body to do that in 1997.
Is that only that long ago?
Yes.
Gosh.
Yeah. Well, it depends which way you look at it. We were the first ones to do it, so
yes.
That's quite cool.
Yeah.
But a lot of people followed our lead, and it's taken a while. Now Taylor Bruce here on the forehand.
Had they, at that stage, do you think, stopped measuring women's skirts? to make sure
I
that they
suspect
were.
that was part of the conversation.
I used to put a measure on the ground and run it up to the hem of a skirt to work out whether, in fact, the skirt was long enough. You know, therefore, you know, over the knees. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but it was not deemed suitable to have a. Certainly, Wendy Jensen's would not pass muster back in the day, or nor would Claire Hendra's.
We've moved on. And we've moved on in a big way in bowls. Of course, now we have colour bowls, which we see a great example of here. Our uniforms are colourful. We've got dynamic forms of the game as well. And Taylor Bruce on her forehand, looking to make that correction from the first one. Not bad. She's got the green right. Graham, Skellern and Bruce Wakefield, who won the pairs, we had a chat to them afterwards, and they both said the green felt a bit sticky out there, which is, I suppose, to be expected given the amount of rain, but running nice and true. Switching to the backhand, Taylor Bruce.
Yeah, Claire mentioned that it was probably that last bowl of Walker's was in the line a wee bit, or promotable, so it's a clear ride down here. So she now changes hands too. Did she play this hand previously? Yes, she did. Yeah, played this hand. Just a bit narrow, swung across. Just looking for a bit of extra oomph. Amita would draw the shot for it.
Great effort here from Rodden Walker. National Pairs final has trailed the jack back and sat down. Good stuff, and a smattering of applause there. The crowd obviously just ruminating. Sparking to life soon enough. Down she comes, Robin Walker. And that's good to see the players staying out of the way of the cameras. That's what those chalk marks are for, John. If anyone's confused, the marks for the rink are on the peg. You can see the peg line there to the left of your screen in between the two scoreboards. The lines on the green for the chalk marks are actually indicating where the camera can see, and it's just a visual guide for the players. We say, oh, there's some chalk marks there. If you could just stand to the right and left of them, that would be much appreciated.
And not many players want their back half showing, do they? You know.
I would think it's probably ideal to avoid that. Yes. Yeah. And clear with her first bowl. That's the right green, and it stayed up on the paddock.
Looking to reach down. The jack's gone back to just past the 2 metre mark. Sitting on the shot bowl would push the other bowl out. One of Taylor Bruce. It's in a good area.
Great effort. Clear Hendra. Looking to make a correction. Not far away here, John.
Drags the jack back, should be looking good, and therefore Jensen's bowl
Not
comes
far
into
away
it.
here.
Oh,
Great shot.
Top shot.
That's classy stuff, and Jensen will follow her down on the forehand side.
Not a bad line, is it? Just going to be a bit weighted.
Yeah, it's the right green.
Yeah.
Slightly overplayed. You don't mind feeling your way for the first couple of ends against a team like Hendra and Bruce. It is about settling down as early as you can, I think, John. We see they just have a conversation there about where they want to put the bowl. Same bowl as your last, says Taylor. So we'll see. So as close as you can to a dead draw on the forehand. If the bowl moves the jack back towards 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock on your screen, that's fine. That's a bowl there of Claire Hendra's. So nice, positively played draw shot here coming up. Making sure the foot placement is right. Here we go on the forehand side. Lovely effort here from Claire Hendra. Welling it back down. She's close to a result. Which way is the jack going to move? That's a good bowl, but actually a little bit unlucky to slice the jack there instead of getting it square back. It was well played. And
Jensen probably change her hand again, will she?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I think Wendy will probably switch to the backhand side.
Turns her bowl over a couple of times, or
sneaks around it.
Yeah.
Even underneath.
Yeah.
If it goes all wrong, you could go just about inside out for the shot. So Wendy on the backhand. As I said, wearing her New Zealand Blackjacks cap. It's got her cap number on it there somewhere, 30 something. Taking a high line, but the jack's all the way back, and it's a long end, so it may turn in enough if she's got the weight right.
Yeah, it wasn't bad either, was it? But
beautiful green.
Was it just one or two there? One.
Just one there, I think, John.
It was two.
No, it was one.
Oh, it was two. Yeah.
And we see the jack delivered again. Long ends. We saw long ends almost the entire time for the para pairs, or the Open Disability Pairs final. We'll see where Taylor Bruce opts to deliver the jack to. Short. A short end here. Now that is definitely on purpose. We saw the mat taken right down to the end. And leading off on the backhand, Taylor Bruce. Beautiful, smooth delivery. Grooved. And welling it back into the head. Backhand again. These early stages of this game, all players still sort of feeling it out a little bit. Taylor firing away. We saw on the broadcast game yesterday when Taylor and Claire played Sharon and Gail. It was the day before yesterday, sorry, all the days are muddling up for me. Taylor was okay for the first 7 ends, but from end 8 through to end 18 she was absolutely exceptional. I counted up, and I think on the last 8 ends, 7 of her first bowls were essentially front touches, John.
Oh,
so I'd keep your eye out in this pairs game. I think from end 7 ons we may see the afterburner switched on by Taylor Bruce, and although that doesn't make it a sure thing, it makes it really hard to play against. And Robin Walker's not going to be afraid of that battle, though. She's a tenacious bowler, and it'll be interesting to see how this game progresses.
So it may well be a battle of the leads, you think? I mean, that's where it starts, doesn't it, of course, but this sort of stuff,
Taylor. And Robin's got a very good reaching shot.
Yep.
And sometimes when you're playing bowlers, a bowler like Taylor Bruce, for example, who we know is one of the best bowlers or best draw bowlers in the country, probably top 5 draw bowlers in New Zealand at the moment, you're probably not going to outdraw her, but you can move her bowls and jacks around a little bit, can't you? you can play a raking game with your second
And that
or
would have
third
been
bowl.
ideal for it there. You know, she's got the back bowl. She could have just, and that's probably what she was trying to do.
Yeah, yeah.
Pull the jack back.
So that's sort of how you usually approach it. If you're
Yeah.
playing someone of that class, it's like, well, I'm not going to waste 3 bowls trying to draw 3 bowls closer than you. I'll get 1 close, 2 past it. If I'm clunking into
Yep.
your bowls and your jack on the way through, that's fine. And that's the conversation Robin and Wendy will have had before this game. As you talk before a final about your opponents, if you know them.
Do you?
Oh, okay. Maybe I've been doing it wrong, John.
No. It's the before. If I was just asking the question, I've never been to a final. But anything, absolutely right. You know each other's strengths, and here that really good cover shot too. If that was the intention, just to get up there and make sure that it's not totally open for Wendy Jensen.
Yeah, good bowl from Claire Hendra.
So here is Jensen looking for that jack. If she moves that,
She's close.
back, yeah, it's going
Close
be
to
good.
something.
Woof.
That was desperately unlucky. Beautiful weight there
Yep.
from Wendy Jensen. Couldn't have played it with better weight. Somehow found a bowl-sized gap between the bowl and the jack. But it'll give her confidence for her next bowl.
Really.
So we see Wendy Jensen on the back end. Just waiting for it to turn back in. She's given it a chance.
She showed that Jensen showed that that's her intention. So
That was a good
It's
bowl there,
there,
wasn't it,
yeah,
John?
yeah,
Second
yeah.
shot. I mean, we saw Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker. They won their semi-final 21-3, I want to say, 21-3, 21-4.
yep, quite a
And
margin.
had some really good scalps on the way through to this final. You know, they're not going to be frightened of anybody. And Wendy's obviously playing some good conversion bowls. Wendy's going to come have a look here. That's good experience. Now, what are they talking about here, John?
Have they got the shot for a start?
Probably a good place to start. It's
No,
interesting.
they have. Blues, Hendra and Bruce have got the shot, but they can see the dangers, can't they? So are they going to just get one up to where the jack will go if Jensen gets it? They've sort of covered there, aren't they?
We'll see, she's lining up on her forehand.
Yeah, so maybe that's it. Just getting up.
Playing
on
with weight. She's playing with
Ooh.
weight. Looking to chip the shot bowl out. Well, second shot.
good aggressive play.
Yeah.
I like that.
She's missed in a nice way too. It made
Yeah.
it safe. It was unlikely she was accidentally going to get the jack there, and Taylor's bowl it was sort of protected.
So if she'd taken that out, that would have been a few probably. That might have been worth 3 shots.
Yeah, and that's about thinking about putting pressure on your opposition, I
Yeah.
suppose, John.
Yeah.
Right.
So here we go. She played it pretty well last time. This is Wendy Jensen. This is the last bowl of this third end. They're down by 3-0, but they're in a good position to score here if she's up.
Close here from
Is
Wendy
she up?
Jensen.
Not quite.
That's
that
a-
weight was really good, wasn't it, actually?
A mighty effort there.
Yep. So another single. So the first 3 ends have all gone the way of Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra. They lead by 4-0. As we saw with that disability open pairs, took the bowlers 4 or 5 ends to really settle down. I'm not saying that that's the case here, but because with
You go up and down a couple of times. And
yeah,
sort of
you get a feel for it. They've played on the green before because they played their semi-final earlier today. In fact, I think they were only a couple of rinks over, weren't they, from where we are now?
They were in talking to semi-finals. If you look to the left of your screen, you can see the two men's single semi-finals going on there. You've got Lawson versus McIlory and Peter Shane versus Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. We will get updates to you from those games as soon as possible. Just had a
good opener again from Taylor Bruce. So Robin Walker, she was really looking forward to this. Saw her just before the semi-final started. She looked...
she's up for it, I tell you.
Really.
Very determined woman.
Yep. She'd like to just be able to show her partner that she's the better of the two bowlers.
Well, yeah. Brett hasn't won a national title, Brett O'Reilly. He's made two finals, I think, a singles and a fours, I want to say. So I'm sure that if Robin and Wendy were able to come home with the title here,
yep,
it'd just be nice conversation at the dinner table, wouldn't it, John?
I don't think it'll be opened by Brett, do you? I think the conversation would probably hinge around it for a wee while before when Robin would say, oh, by the way, let's talk about the number of national titles.
Wouldn't it be a good way to resolve household conversations, or maybe some slight disagreements? Who has the national title? And Robin here on the forehand. Just on the wide side there, I think, John. Going to work to come back.
Even so, look at it. She's watched it all the way down, not turning it back. She would have known it was slightly wide, but...
That's a sign of an experienced bowler, isn't it?
See where it goes, what adjustments are required.
Yeah, and you might find a straightener on the green or something that your bowl does differently out there if you haven't been there before. And you never know when that information can come in handy. And Taylor Bruce. Oh, a little snick of the jacket's a toucher. Those to sit on, says Wendy Jensen. Robin Stain on the forehand side. The Takapuna Bowling Club. Very strong club in North Harbour. Had a renaissance of late. Robin steers her bowl down. It's down to the weight here.
Wendy's interested.
Down to the weight here. I'm sure it's slowing down a little bit, John. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
if the steam's coming up through the water's rising back up through the green, I think it's slowing down just a little.
So therefore it's playing slightly different to what they, even they're on a different rink, it's playing slightly different to what they had earlier this morning.
I suspect so.
But they'll adapt to that very well.
Absolutely. Let me see the Bowls New Zealand flag in the background. And Claire Hendra on the back end. On quite a high line, but we know they come back from there, John. Down to the weight. How's the weight?
So what wind effect did you, when you were out there doing the interview after the last game, did you notice? Not much.
It was a light breeze, I would say.
I see Claire Hendra's hair blowing a bit, and a tree, so bushes in the background.
Light breeze. I don't think it'll impact it that much.
Yeah.
Brandon Wilson watching this one. Claire Hendra will be breathing a sigh of relief there. Wendy played with good weight. Just a little bit wide. Here we go. Clear on the back end. So what Wendy's trying to do is find that port between the two white bowls of Robin Walker's that you can see on your screen. Clear, conversely, just adding to the bunch. Now, Robin indicating stay on the forehand.
It's there, isn't it?
It is there, and it's just about scoring early enough in this final. You want to get a one or a two just to get yourself started. And Wendy on her forehand. How's your weight?
Oh,
great effort there. Unfortunately, set against the bias. She will have made that a harder task now. Clear on the back end.
Yes, so it's nice and wide open there for Hendra playing that hand. On the other side, though, look, it's all blocked up with black and white and white bowls.
Now let's see. There may be an opportunity for Wendy. She's got the bowl at the back she's got 4 or 3 bowls that she can hit up of her own on the forehand side. That bunch there at the lower right of the screen. It'll be tempting to hit that. Or you just draw a second shot on either hand. They are
change your hand down. Hit that red one a bit harder.
Potentially. Okay, she's on the forehand, John.
So she's put weight on here. She's wanting to push those up, as you said. That's if she hits anything square, she's right.
Close here, Wendy Jensen. Robin Walker steering it down.
Oh,
that was so close there.
That might be 3, is it?
It might be more than 3. And while we wait for the score there to be updated, and talking of score updates, John, I think we've got some updates of the men's singles semi-finals.
Remember, it's Lawson and McIlory in one of them. And Bagrie-Howley and Shane in the other.
And so we have Shannon McIlory leading Gary Lawson 13 points to 6, John. Out of the gates early, Shannon McIlory, because the singles game hasn't been going that long. And the other semi-final, 9 all, locked at 9 apiece between Peter Shane and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. And an exciting time at the bowls. See directly to our right. Now the semi-finals on the screen, and a short end here. 2 short thrown by Taylor Bruce. Now we saw them intentionally throw a short end before. I think we're going to see 2-2 here, John.
Yeah. If the mat's not right back, it will be in a moment. It is right back, right at the front edge on the 2 metre line, which is maximum mat length. Oh, she's put it out. Has she? No. Oh, she didn't want it. Well, let's... Who knows? It's a bit longer than what Taylor Bruce was looking for anyway.
Halfway, through.
Summerset Women's Pairs final for 2023.
On the backhand, Taylor Bruce. That's a great first bowl there.
No matter where the jack is placed.
Yes, I recall that from the singles final that we commentated, John. Didn't seem to matter where the jack was. It could be hovering 3 feet above the ground, and I think Taylor would probably find a way to draw a toucher to it. Robin Walker on the backhand. Beautiful line. This is good here from Robin. I think that's what we're going to have to see. Great bowl. Guts it. Good shot. I think we're going to see Robin. Raking's not the right word for it, but she's a positive drawer. You're looking...
Nothing short.
Nothing, you know, 3 or 4 feet through. You're not going to draw 3 bowls closer than Taylor Bruce is going to around the head, but you can put back bowls on that Taylor's not going to, and you can play through the heads. I don't think there's anyone in New Zealand who could outdraw Taylor Bruce with 3 bowls on a pinhead. Good shot there.
Change of hand for Robin Walker now, moving to the forehand to try and do exactly what she did last time, or move the jack, because she's now become the back bowl.
Yep, here we go.
She hung wide out coming this way last time. Well, Wendy just saying a wee bit more, The line was pretty good. So change of hand, Taylor Bruce just letting us know that nothing's a problem.
Clean run. Good bowl. So again we have an end. There's not many back bowls here. I think that's what they will identify, John. Taylor's going to put 3 bowls stacked around it. Get bowls past, pop it back.
That's right. Robin's really got to be... her first bowl was great. Moved the shot and the jack.
Yeah,
from then on it's got to be over, doesn't it? Because... to give Wendy something to play at. because Taylor Bruce is just going to be, unless you get her on a bad day, consistently plonking them in there.
Yeah, just don't bother playing her at her own game. there's no point. See the Summerset sign in the background here at the Summerset National Championships. Wonderful supporter of bowls in New Zealand. A nice place to be as well, John. Summerset Retirement Villages. I've walked through a couple.
Absolutely fantastic. We've, as I've mentioned before, they're not just supporting bowls at a national level, but also at clubs, and you know, we're very pleased to have Summerset on board, sponsoring 2 or 3 of our events, and we've got their signs displayed.
Seems like a pretty comfortable place to go for retirement, John.
Yeah.
Couldn't list many more things that you want, and of course most of them have bowling greens as
I
well.
was going to say that, yeah, even if they're just sort of four rinks or something like that, but they, well, not even that, but they, you know, I know that there are a couple down our way who have renewed their
Brilliant for some
greens,
cheeky
yep.
practice before you go down to your bowls club, isn't it, John? Why are you getting better? Oh,
Yeah.
No reason.
Oh,
I've just been at home.
I get up early and
Wendy Jensen here on the back end.
bowling green in your backyard, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
No.
I'd be happy. Just one rink, one recap. Bowling green, bowling mat, dartboard and pool table. Thank you very much.
Oh, a nice line here.
On the back end here, Wendy Jensen, they're 7-0 down. It's very important that they score soon. I mean, it's early on in the game, so it's not panic stations by any means yet, but 7-0 down after 4. It's sort of, you just want to score a point and get yourself started, start setting your own length, dictating your own terms.
And for Claire Hendra, it's just, where do you want me now? Do I just need to be over? What's the danger?
Great
or do I
bowl
just draw
here.
another one? Yeah.
Beautiful bowl by
Yeah.
Claire Hendra.
Doing exactly what Wendy Jensen wanted
This
to do.
is such a consummate performance here so far by Claire and Taylor. Wendy's going to switch to her forehand now,
That's where it's at, isn't it? Now that's jammed up on the other hand.
and she'll play with weight. Yeah, take the kitty through, says Robin Walker.
Yeah.
Wendy Jensen with weight on the forehand side.
So turning that shot over, it'll take the jack back to their white bowl, you would hope.
On the wide side, needs a clean run. If it stops, it's good. She's willing it to pull up now. That's quite good from Wendy. That'll be a counter if she can get the jack back. And she can play with any weight that she wants there, John.
And immediately Taylor Bruce puts her foot out and says, this is where I want one now. You know, midway between the jack and Wendy Jensen's bowl. And
On
over
the
to the
backhand
left as
side.
Hendra looks at it, so that's where the jack's going to go. You can see if there's connection on the shot bowl and the jack, it'll come back to the right, which is about where Hendra is trying to put her bowl.
Yeah, that's what Wendy will look to do. You want to clear, as long as you clear that front, whatever colour bowl that is it pink, John?
Yeah, yeah.
As long as you clear the front pink bowl at 12 o'clock to the jack with weight to the ditch, Wendy Jensen's home and hose
Yeah.
there. She should get a 2, maybe a 3. Easier looked at than done. And from this end, you know, it's not going to be a huge target.
Don't
but
her bowls look huge?
they do.
With that, I think it's that multi or that colour, that design. They look like they're size 19s.
Optical illusion.
Here we go. Good
Now,
line.
This is right in the area here from Wendy Jensen. This is
Hold
a
your
well played.
head, hold
It's a
your
well
head.
played bowl.
Take the jack now. Oh, hard luck. Oh, I thought it was going to get an edge. Still probably 3 down.
Yeah, she was pretty unlucky there. She couldn't hit it much better. Maybe a quarter of a bowl narrow or an eighth of a bowl narrow, but it's going to be,
Taking 1 out.
yeah, interesting times here. And the rot needs to be stopped if you are Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker.
Just 1 so far. Just 1. Wow. Looked a bit more threatening than that, but it's still 8-0. Final of the women's pairs. 18 ends. I've had 5 of them. Does Bruce go short again?
It's a good question.
Yes, she does. And she is up this time.
Interesting. It must have been a decision that they made. It's clearly a strategy, John.
So do you think to thwart, as you talked about Robin Walker's strength, is her ability to get into heads, and or were they suggesting we don't want to be anything long because that's her forte? I shouldn't think so. That might have just been what they've noticed.
It may be that they just feel like they have a better touch at those on those short ends and just start off there. And if it may have even been that they started off there for the first 2 ends and thought, well,
it's going
working
all right
so far.
Yep.
Yeah, part of bowls is being able to change your game plan or adapt it as the game goes on.
Yep. Wendy Jensen clapping this one. So good first up there from Robin Walker.
On the backhand. Taylor Bruce, beautiful delivery. If you go to any coaching manual, or if you want to know how to play a bowl, just copy that and you'll be pretty good. Now Robin's played a very good first one. Excuse me. Does she stay on the forehand? Yes. How's your green, Robin? Good camera angle here as we see the bowl from the player's perspective. It's often missed when we watch bowls, John, through the cameras, what the players see from their end.
Yeah, you're quite right. It is, and as a player standing on the mat, it's totally different down the other end, isn't it? Your perspective is quite different with that, particularly maximum length ends. A metre looks like, 30 centimetres from you look and say you've got one close, and yet you walk down the other end and you can understand why your skip's moaning because you're 1.5 metres short. Here goes Bruce playing that backhand now. Looking, if she sits the jack, then it's a couple, but she might just nudge the Robin Walker shot out. So where does Walker go now? Same shot?
It looks...
Yeah, playing forehand.
Going to have to find that track in. Oh, a bit tight there.
Still there. Hendra will... That last one of Walker's is a bit of a nuisance, but not for Hendra. She can still sit that shot bowl. Up by 8-0, playing the 6th of 18 ends. Summerset Women's Pairs Final.
And in an okay position at the moment. Well, we know how quickly things can change in bowls. But Claire and Taylor Bruce.
Oh, she's got it.
Look at this here from Claire Hendra. Square through. Good bowl, but unlucky to take away Taylor's back bowl. She was an 1/8 of a bowl narrow there. But I like that. They're making hay while the sun shines, John.
Yep.
You don't want to break your run of consistent scoring. They're 8-0 up after 5. They thought, well, let's just keep trying to score a point, score as many points as we can get.
So this is the first time that Wendy Jensen's been able to see the jack. I think in the 4 ends we've had, or 5 ends we've had so far.
She has to take her opportunity. She's got room here.
3 perfect draw bowls is what you want here, Wendy.
On the forehand, let's watch this come into the head. She's showing a bit of disappointment in that one. And Claire now the one with all the room in the world to draw another shot on her forehand side. Very effective bowler, Claire Hendra. Had a lot of success over a long period. Had a break of about 10 years. She was in the New Zealand development team as Claire McCall. did the family and work and life thing, stepped away from bowls for a bit. It's come back with a vengeance.
This isn't a bad option here, being forced onto the backhand, and to me, from where we're sitting, I can't even see the green, but gee, you know, 2 white bowls back here, but they really just want to score, don't they?
They do. And Wendy under all sorts of pressure here. A little shake of the head.
Yes, it was an opening here for Jensen and Walker.
May still beat, depends where Claire's bowl is. Now, Wendy Jensen has to draw the shot here, I feel. You got to say to your opposition, I'm capable of drawing a shot here. We are here to play bowls. We're going to score on this end. Yes. Wendy on the backhand. How's your weight?
Looks okay, doesn't it?
It's not far off.
Oh, just, maybe.
Beautiful green. That's the green from the players' end. We can see it's the green, perfect.
Oh,
but
nice.
1 to Hendra and Bruce. And as we've spoken about, we've got men's semi-finals going on to the side. We'll endeavour to get you some more updates on those results very shortly. See if we can see how they are progressing.
You don't want to play a final and then sort of admit later, oh, I think we played our final in the semi-final. And that's sometimes what happens. You know, it's such an effort to get this far. They battled their way through. How many entries were there?
A million.
I've written it down here. Yeah, yeah.
Not quite. 100 and something, I think we were in the
women's pairs.
Women's pairs.
88 pairs. So you've worked your way through all those, some top quality opposition, and you've got to the final. Hell, and you're just, you know, so depressing if you don't give it your best.
Absolutely.
But when you're playing Taylor Bruce, you know that you're up against it.
As we see some results come through from the men's singles. 14-11 now to Shannon McIlory over Gary Lawson in one semi-final, and the other semi-final sitting 13 all.
Gosh.
Oh, those are going to be some good games.
So Gaza fighting back against McIlory.
First to 21. With players like that, you almost want it to be like first to 50 or something ridiculous, John. Just watch them go on and on. So 14-11, Shannon McIlory leads Gary Lawson, and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley and Peter Sain are locked at 13 all. As we see another short inch thrown here, but that's a good start there from Robin Walker. She'll be happy with that. You know, if you're Robin and Wendy, you've played a lot of bowls. They understand the game. 9-0 after 6. It's then about managing your return.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that many points behind. You got to start with a 1 or a 2, whatever you can get. Just get on the scoreboard, then you can set your length, and so on and so forth. We may even see them have a little conversation when they do score their first point, and just talk about where they want to throw the jack and what they want to do.
So that weight wasn't bad, I thought, from Robin. It's the ideal weight to turn a shot bowl out.
A little smile there. We see Taylor on the backhand. The smallest wobble on her bowl that time. And holding 3, Robin Walker, follow it down.
This is the third bowl from Robin Walker, leading for Wendy Jensen in this women's final. Jensen goes up to look at this, thinking it's got potential. She's got plenty of room to draw.
Close here from Robin Walker. Great shot. Great shot there. Well played. Good bowl, Robin. Well done. And a little high five. And that's good. That'll give her a bit of confidence.
Yeah, well, the pressure does start to tell you. You know, first bowl was okay. Second bowl should be wanting it back. And the skip standing up there sort of saying, come on, up, get one in here, come on. And everything's on your shoulders, so she'll be feeling better after that.
Clear Hendra on the backhand. And so Wendy approaches the mat, addresses the mat, holding the shot, John. And we'll play her backhand.
Oh, I can't look at those bowls. Wendy, would you get something else? They're awful, aren't they? I mean, I know people go for those designs and there's plenty of them around, but to watch them coming down, I think if you suffered from epilepsy, you'd be in trouble.
Wendy's particularly sort of
obnoxious.
Flicky.
No,
flicky.
Not obnoxious. That's not the word I was looking for.
Flicky's the word I would use.
Yeah.
Val Smith has the same ones.
Yep.
My bowls have 7 different colours on them, so I couldn't decide which one I'd want.
These ones just seem to be... Oh, there we are. So
now, here we see, that was a loose bowl from Claire Hendra, and now we're in a spot where Wendy and Robin might pick up a 3, maybe a 4, if Wendy can play a couple of effective bowls here.
Unless she's having one of those days where she hits into
Now this is close here. This is close. Has she got the weight to run it out? Good start. 3 down.
Well, if this is her last bowl, I can see another pink one, but it's in her bag. So.
Claire Hendra leading 9-0 in this national final. Just sticking to the draw on the backhand.
I don't think she's here either, is she?
It's a poor bowl. Generational issues there.
Oh, that's right. So I did that on a... Oh, here we go. Is this another shot for them? Are they in? Are they in?
Close
for 4?
here
All of
from
a sudden,
Wendy Jensen.
This game has changed in complexion.
Great end and good support there from the crowd. Be an interesting question to ask people, wouldn't it, John? What when you say white coffee?
Yeah.
What do you?
Well,
do you think?
if say that's, I just said to Colin here, who's 3 generations younger than me. I said I'll have a white coffee, and he looked at me as if to say, "What do you mean?" And I struck that on a plane in America a few years ago. The steward came up and said, "Would you like to drink?" I said, "I know, I have a white coffee." And he looked at me and said, "We don't have such a thing." And I said, and I'd seen him pour a coffee with milk in it or whatever. And I said, "I mean a coffee with milk." "Oh, okay, yeah, not a white coffee. It's not a white coffee, sir." He said, "Look what colour it is," as Colin brings it in. And I said, "Oh. So in New Zealand you do talk about a white coffee, don't you?
Yeah, white coffee and a black coffee. I
never heard of it. He's never heard of it.
I knew exactly what you were saying, John.
Yeah.
I was equally as confused as you,
Yeah.
bamboozled even by the lack of understanding.
Yeah.
But we got there in the end, didn't we?
Yes, I must remember that.
And we see a long end here. Now that's what a great way to bounce your way back into a national final, scoring a very good 4 there, and that just developed, didn't it?
That's a big end.
It developed. Robin Walker played a very good 3rd bowl, and Wendy Jensen was able to add the bonuses. You got a 4, and if you're Claire and Taylor,
And a long end.
yeah,
Now, yeah.
Claire and Taylor have essentially just blinked. They've blinked, and now instead of being 9-0 up, they're 5 up, and they've got a long end. So
another
interesting
going back to the
permutations.
white coffee. Sorry to digress. Some people will be annoyed because we're not talking bowls all the time. But when I was growing up, I used to do the vacuuming at my mother would throw the vacuum cleaner to me. And it was an Electrolux.
Yes.
So we always talked about luxing. You know, will you lux the room? Well, these days people look at me and I say, "Well, what lux that?" Or in a shop, have you got a lux?
I might
don't
find
know
that
what you're talking about.
yeah.
What is a lux? It's a vacuum cleaner, for goodness sake.
I'd find that confusing. The Electroluxes, they could like the airbeds and stuff.
Yeah,
Couldn't they,
yeah,
the Electroluxes, yeah.
So
It's a good.
I'm going to do the luxing. What do you mean? I'm going to do the luxing and get a white coffee. Ah, speak English.
Speaking another language. And we see Robin Walker having to switch to the backhand here. Taylor Bruce fell a little bit short.
So it was obvious that with the way Bruce and Hendra were choosing to go short, that when you get the mat, you throw it as long as you can. And this is what Wendy Jensen's done, and she needs to add a metre to this to get inside Bruce. Might just get a bit of luck there. So she's still a metre short. So capitalising on a 4 is important here.
And Taylor Bruce here on the backhand. The longest end, well, it's the only long end they've had in this final. How's this one going to be on the short side? Good call here. I mean, the experience of Jensen and Walker really come through. Immediately throwing that long end after picking up that clever 4.
And when you go back to how Hendra bowled on that last end, under, you know, for the first time under a bit of pressure with down 3 shots or 4 shots, and she couldn't quite get there. Oh, this is a pity. You know, Robin Walker just knew exactly what was required and has put all 3 bowls about 1.5 metres short.
The moment she let it go, she knew.
Yeah. Doing a big deep breath down there, thinking, oh gosh. It's a bit of a heave down there. You look at what effort that Taylor Bruce is putting into this to get it up to the jack, or up to the 2 metre even.
Good bowl.
What are we saying? Mark will put up a blue one anyway, but I'm not sure it was blue 1 or more.
That's the question.
Yeah. Do it again, Brendan. Come on. He's standing way to the side there. That's our marker. Hasn't been called to do much other than mark. I don't think he's been asked a question, actually.
No. Funny that. It'd be tempting watching a game of Piers as a marker, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh, that's right, yeah. It is Piers, isn't it?
You could still ask him. You could still ask him a question. It just wouldn't go well. Wendy Jensen, she's just made it and sat down.
Yep. So, in fact, he's just the lollipop man, isn't he? Right, Claire Hendra. Couple of ordinary bowls on that previous end when they were up 9-0 and dropped to 4, so she'll be looking to atone for that. Line's pretty good. She's going to reach it. She certainly is.
And Wendy with an opportunity here. God, they do look like big bowls, don't they?
Oh, they look massive, yeah. Can't believe it.
On the tight side here, but if she's got the weight, to hold up, she might get away with it. She's given up on that one.
Gee, opportunity there.
Sort of want to score back-to-back ends here if you are Jensen and Walker. And Claire Hendra with the Silverstream shirt on. Just falling a bit short. Might have made it. The shirt's made by Dynasty Apparel, John.
Yep.
Long-time supporter of Bowls New Zealand. Good place to get most of the new club shirts you see at Dynasty Apparel. They're pretty good.
Yeah, we've had really good cooperation from the club, the Romantic Club, with Paul Latham and co from the Wellington region of Dynasty.
They're quite good, aren't they? Because you could either, if you want to replicate your old uniform look, they can go down that way, or they sit down with you and help you design something new. We use them for there was an indoor international in Ballarat, and I went as a supporter. So I said, oh, I'd like to make some supporter shirts because, you know, don't get it. So we got a whole of supporter shirts and hoodies for that trip, which was really cool from Dynasty.
Your own designs, do whatever you like.
Yeah, it was good fun.
Do it, yeah.
Well, I did spell Ballarat wrong for the first 3 drafts.
2 L's, 2 T's, or is it? I don't know.
God knows.
Yeah.
It's probably still wrong.
Oh.
Now, here we go. Wendy Jensen's had a conversation with Robin Walker. She's on her forehand. So switching hands here.
Oh, that's interesting. I think that last bowl of Hendra's probably was a bit promotable, eh?
Must be looking for the...
Oh, doesn't want the jack here.
If she gets it square, it's okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good bowl.
Yeah.
Good bowl there from Wendy Jensen. That's well played. So the jack's in the ditch, as is the bowl. So to explain it, you cannot put your bowl into the ditch unless it's got a bit of chalk on it as a toucher. So it's more a question here of Claire Hendra drawing oh dear, drawing the shot as close as she can to the ditch. We'll see if she manages it. On the backhand. And I don't think she's quite got the weight. No, she hasn't made it there. Claire Hendra just sneaking around Taylor Bruce's bowl. But it's going to be one more to the Jensen-Walker combination. And they have started their scoring and looking to continue it now. 5-9 in this final after 8 ends of the 18. And the tension is growing here, John.
Well, how quickly a game can change. Jensen and Walker couldn't get on the board. In fact, were lucky not to drop big numbers. They dropped a 2 on the first and then a 3 on the fourth. Suddenly they're 9-0 down. But there was no sign of panic, although there was a wee bit of tension, I thought, when, you know, just that inability to get close or score, and they were just struggling. But now, with that 4 and now a single 5, suddenly only 4 points difference. Game on, halfway. That's a good length for Robin Walker. She threw up the 2-metre jack previously, coming this way, and was short.
We'll also
by a metre, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. She was, so she'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
We'll also see, John, if we can get some more score updates. The men's singles, they're rocketing through their semi-finals.
Oh.
Get you updates of how Shannon McIlory is getting on against Gary Lawson and how Sheldon Bagrie-Howley is getting on against Peter Shane. Some exciting games there you can see to the right of your screen, so we'll get updates to you from those as soon as, well, not more than soon as possible, now,
how about now?
Immediately. So here we go. Shannon McIlory on 18 points.
Whoa.
Gary Lawson on 13. So Shannon, 3 away from booking his place in this New Zealand singles final. And Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, 14. Peter Shane, 15. The old master and the young pretender, 15, 14, first to 21.
Very good.
Exciting times.
So no matter which two make the final, it's going to be a humdinger because they're such good players all through.
Oh, all 4 of those players are absolutely brilliant, can play every shot in the book, and then a few that you don't see in books. So that's going to be a great final regardless. But we'll keep you updated as to how those games progress. They will finish before the end of this women's pairs final. Robin Walker there on the forehand.
Yeah, made a change this time, and she might just say, oh, I wish I'd been playing this hand all the time as this comes in. Nice weight by the looks of it.
Well, we saw in the men's pairs final, Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham, who defeated Will Bennett and Raymond Martin. We saw Tony Grantham persist with the hand for 3 or 4 ends and get switched by Skip Gary to the other side and stuck there for the rest of it. It was brilliant. Perhaps that's something Robin might think about doing now, switching to that other side. She played a good bowl. Taylor on the backhand.
Well, that's good. So at least Wendy could say, you can't be short now, you've got to come here. Too much danger there.
Yep.
Just get round the back.
Robin on the
She's
forehand.
got the nice line. First up.
Holding one.
That looks pretty good again.
This is a reasonable effort here from Robin
Yeah,
Walker.
yeah.
If she's got the weight, it's more than reasonable. It's brilliant. Brilliant there. That's great stuff from Robin. Outdrawing Taylor on these long ends so far.
Yeah.
No, it's only the second one.
And also the value of her first bowl, the one that was slightly over but out to the left. Well, the way that Taylor Bruce is playing that hand that we presume she's going to, backhand.
On the backhand indeed.
Bit of a spring in the step of Robin Walker now as she and her opponent Taylor Bruce walk down to have a close-up look at the head, at which it appears as though the Jensen Walker combination are holding two. They've got a nicely placed backish bowl. Taylor Bruce has the backist. It's a word that doesn't exist except in bowls.
Backist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard it a lot in bowls. The
Yeah.
backist bowl.
Yeah.
And some other
We're
words
very
as
frugal
well.
with our wording, aren't we? We wouldn't say this is the bowl which is furthest back. You say backist.
The backist.
Yeah.
Yep.
Say
And everyone goes, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And we move on with our days. And Robin Walker here has outdrawn Taylor Bruce on this long end. And I think we'll probably see a game of two lengths.
Yeah.
John, I
yeah,
suspect
yeah.
we'll see when Wendy and Robin have the jack. It's thrown long and conversely not.
That Wendy Jensen really wide out that hand.
Missed it.
Probably lucky it stayed in the rink there.
Yeah, she's missed it wide
Yeah.
a couple of times in this game, hasn't she? We've seen the bowl go out on a very high line and not make its way back in. Claire Hendra here on the forehand. Very focused. Very good bowler. Participates in the PBA branch in Wellington and has a fair share of success there. I'm playing with...
Or jack.
That's beautiful.
That's two now.
That's a beautiful bowl there from Claire Hendra. Gutsing the jack through the gate. And Wendy Jensen under pressure now. Having to pick the hand. I'll just beat the pink, she says.
Yeah. And I think two more comfortable playing that side. Anyway. That's good, yeah. Just beat the pink. Stay on though. Oh. Oh, rocketing.
She'll be disappointed with that bowl.
Got the two, you're drawing. Beat yours now.
And now we're in a position. 40 seconds ago it was looking like Jensen and Walker might score on this end. Again. But Claire Hendra took the jack back.
Another shot coming in here. This is
Sitting,
three.
yeah, sitting with a good three here. All the pressure in the world now on Wendy Jensen's shoulders. She's played her forehand once, her backhand once. She needs to decide what hand to play. She's been short and in the ditch. So she's indicating backhand here. Just looking to make that correction.
So she's got the target there, hasn't she? Sees the pink. I've just got to beat those pinks. She's been down to have a look. She knows that she can be bowled to within a metre of the ditch, or even the 2 metre will be fine for her. To just give them second shot. And that's what they're looking at here. They're not going to realistically, I suppose, was Taylor Bruce, you know, maybe knock that in and all that sort of stuff, but you're really not wanting to go down 3 here.
On the backhand, Wendy Jensen on a good track here. How's your weight, Wendy? Very close here. Clean run. She's close. Wendy Jensen.
Round it. She's staying on. She's drawn second shot.
That's a very good bowl.
Maybe not, but close, so rather 2 than 3. That was very good. Now that's, you know, a skip under a bit of pressure. Her first bowl she delivered on a forehand was way wide, only just made it in the rink. Second one was in the ditch and was also wide. So lots of correction required. Now clear Hendra.
On the back end.
Top line, is she going to hold up?
How's the weight here? Clear Hendra underneath that pink
Brilliant.
bowl.
That's
Little
a really
feather.
good bowl. That's all. Okay, that looks like it's closer, doesn't it? So a couple, is it? Picked
Just
up
have
anyway.
a look for the lollipop man. Brendan Wilson, tell us.
Where's he gone?
How many points was it, Brendan? Where did you go? Where did he go? Have we lost Brendan? Well, it looks like it was a 3 anyway.
3, okay. We're looking at the board.
Three there. So 12 now to 5. At the halfway mark here. The Summerset National Open Championship singles and pairs. Taylor just taking her time on the forehand. On the forehand side. I believe there's been an update in the men's singles. So we'll just wait and see that. I believe there's a game that's finished there, John.
Well,
I don't want to ruin the suspense,
don't,
so I'm not going to.
No,
I'm
don't.
not going to say it until we get the graphic on screen. Here we go.
Oh, now, yeah, carry on. Go, go. Show me, show me.
Shannon McIlory is into the final of the New Zealand men's singles, defeating Gary Lawson 21-13. And in the other game, Peter Shane leads Sheldon Bagrie-Howley 17 points to 14, John.
Well, that game's not over, obviously, and that's apparent, but there's either player could win that. Now, what have we got here? We've got Jack down at the 2 metre mark. Has the mat been pulled out quite a way by...
Looks like it's
a wee way, yeah.
2 metres up, 3 metres up. Interesting.
Yeah.
Here we go. On the forehand side, Gale. Not Gale. What am I saying? Lost my marbles, John.
You can call her Robin today.
It's because of that white coffee I had earlier. That's the problem. Robin, beautiful line, but she'll be frustrated that she's that little bit short there. We see Taylor Bruce with the opportunity to make it 3 good bowls, and she's done so. Lovely bowls there from Taylor Bruce.
Oh, yeah.
Robin Walker under pressure here.
She's
Final
responded
bowl of
well.
the lead.
That just needs to get one in amongst those now. As her opponent, Taylor Bruce, starts to walk off. Oh, it doesn't look too good. No.
Has played some very good bowls in this game.
I see that camera up there. I think that belongs to TVNZ, and I think all the 2 free-to-air channels have copped a bit of criticism that they didn't have any coverage of the women's open final, the singles final. It was one of the classiest events on the sporting calendar. It's had people talking, and I wouldn't be surprised if their phone logs have been inundated with, why didn't you have something of these 2 stunning women who played in the Commonwealth Games and won bronze medal and then turned on this scintillating performance, and where was it? Not even a mention, But we did, of course, have American football or something on, hey?
Oh, there was something else, I'm sure.
Handy place.
Yeah, a good end here setting up for Hendra and Bruce, they're comfortable in this game. They lead 12 points to 5. Having a mare, John. 12 points to 5 on the 10th end of 18. This is probably quite a telling end, because if Wendy fails to salvage it, they get into that double figure lead, don't they?
And really, apart from that end where they picked up the 4, Wendy has been asked to save a fair bit. And she's struggled a wee bit on this forehand side where she's gone, oh, that was going the other direction maybe, not sure.
Other direction, I think, yeah.
But still, you know, she's such an experienced and classy player. She can do this. That's a good line from her here.
On the right line.
Yeah.
On the right line. Just falling.
Yeah, she might have saved a couple here, but not sure how far short that is.
Maybe 2 feet short.
Yeah, probably 3. Not much has changed.
Clear Hendra on the forehand.
She's not going to be short.
She certainly is not going to be short. She's close here. Clear Hendra. Any jack movement's brilliant. A little bit. That is amazing. Great shot. Great shot. Classy there, Clear Hendra. And really meaning that Wendy's best option here is to cut it down to 1. It's good luck getting the shot out of that.
She got anything over the head or not?
Good question.
Master Jack, I don't think so. Oh, way over there.
Oh, that a bowl to the right, but that's not where the jack's headed. So Wendy's just thinking, look, I just want to try and get second shot here. That's the weight she played it with in this game. Hanging on by a thread for Jensen and Walker. Hendra on the forehand.
Oh, she might do some damage. She might actually help Wendy Jensen here by pushing this one up. Well, she has.
Oh my goodness gracious me.
Oof.
If they end up not coming out on the right side of the ledger from their perspective, John.
Yeah.
And they look back on this. I wonder if they look back on this end, because Wendy Jensen now has a chance for a 2 here. She can sit through the pink bowl of Clear Hendra's for 2 shots. Sit it through square for 2. And what a turnaround that would be on this end, where it's looked for all the world as if Hendra and Bruce were going to score a 3 or a 4. Or maybe they see a shot on the back end.
Yeah, I just wondered.
It could be. I suppose it looks a bit dangerous. We don't get the view from the player's end, but it looked like it was just nice to sit through that pink bowl square for a couple. And when that opportunity is given to you, it's nice to be able to try and take them.
I think certainly that you'd look at that when you're really on form and confident home. Now they're just relieved that they're not 5 down.
So looking for the more to play on to. Well, it's still on to Taylor's Bruce, on to Taylor's bowl, on to Wendy's bowl, sitting it up and over for 1. Maybe they felt that was a safer option to try and get a point than through the pink on the forehand for 2. But 1 instead of 4 or 5 to Clear Hendra and Taylor Bruce here, and we see the mat's been moved up.
Lucky break there really for Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker at the hands of their opposing skip Clear Hendra. Just slightly narrow with her shot, and it did move the closest bowl of the opposition up into second shot.
13. Is this when Wendy says 13 is an unlucky number? You try it.
Yeah, anything.
So 13-5. So 8 the difference. 11th end, Peter Shane on the very far right of your screen. It's been around for a long time. In an end or two, we'll give an update on that. We know one men's finalist is Shannon McIlory defeating Gary Lawson, the men's peers champion skip. And 17-16 to Peter Shane. There's the score over there in that semi-final.
Yeah. So it was 17-14 when we last saw it. So yeah, that's much better from Robin, getting it up and, just over there.
Very good bowl from Robin Walker. Taylor Bruce on the back end. How's the weight here from Taylor? Lovely line.
Yeah, see the green correction. Just without any effort at all. She's taken it in the required amount, just dropped her weight slightly.
Oh.
She's got 3 and she's grinning to herself as if to say, that wasn't very good. I know I can do better.
Robin Walker here on the back end.
Good, not going to be short.
Good bowl. I suppose we say these bowlers at this level in this national final and whatnot make things look effortless. But it only looks effortless because they've spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours making it look effortless, haven't they?
Exactly.
There's been hundreds of hours training so that it can look like it doesn't take that much effort. And underestimate the amount that these players train and practice. It's not as if they just turn up to play club championships in a meat pack tournament every now and then. They're putting the hours in and reaping the rewards. Taylor Bruce here on the back end, willing it on, needs it to run out. Just falling a little bit. You see the disappointment in her face there and a little shake of the head. To be fair, she was a foot short there, wasn't she, John?
Yes.
Has forced Robin onto the forehand side. And see what can manage. Robin holding one. Be looking to add to it. She's got the right line.
Oh, she's not going to be here, is she? No. Normally it's that forehand in which you're pushing it on a bit, eh? It seems to be easier to put on weight on the forehand. Oh, I don't know, I'm talking through a hole in my head obviously, but that's what I find. Forehand I tend to be overweighted, which isn't very often. Busy area we're in here at Browns Bay, lots of traffic bypassing, car park is full. Here's a good shot of some of the spectators here.
Crowd beginning to gather. Of course, I think something that we forget when we talk about crowds is that when we provide broadcasts such as this, which are wonderful to be able to provide, it's quite understandable that some people might stay at home and watch the broadcast.
That's right.
Clear Hendra, smooth as silk and through for one. That is a good bowl.
Well, back in the day, the New Zealand rugby, rugby is a huge part of television coverage, Sky's television coverage, of course, but you go back to the, I suppose, late 70s even, mid-70s, the rugby union wouldn't allow rugby to be televised. Certainly not to be televised live, because they said it'll stop people going to the ground. So for all the people in Test match was in Christchurch, all the people outside of Christchurch couldn't get to see it live, even though they were never going to go to the game. So that was their argument.
That wouldn't have thrilled me, John.
No, and then they did look at saying, right, can we not black it out in the area where the test is being played? So you're in hospital in Christchurch, or you're disabled, or you can't get out, and you weren't. They were saying that didn't matter. We still wanted to get the park full. And that was the thinking way back there. It was a huge decision when the rugby union eventually decided to allow rugby to be telecast live. Doesn't make sense now, does it?
Well, at least they got there, John.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be a great shot from Robin Walker.
Yeah. You mentioned that too. Now, this is interesting here. I think Wendy will come and have a look at this head. As Wendy's holding the shot, clear second shot, and then Wendy or Robin has third and fourth.
Yeah, yeah.
And the way that the pink bowl and Wendy's bowl are sitting, touching each other, you could get the pink bowl out without any jack movement if you wanted to. Maybe it's you might leave it for your last bowl as a desperate thing. And the question is, do you need to score that many points that desperately? It's 5-13 on the 11th end. Now look at it.
Let's see how confident she is with this. with these size 27 bowls. I don't know, unbelievable. I just can't believe how big they look. Oh,
Here we
she's
go.
had a wee search on it.
Now, how much weight does Wendy have? She doesn't want to block, because the shot she may play is on the backhand side to remove the pink bowl, so she wouldn't want to block it, which she hasn't done. Did Taylor just say enjoy?
Yeah, I think so.
I've never heard it. Okay.
She might be looking at a similar shot.
That'd be cool, just to tap it out lightly.
Yeah.
On the forehand side, because we can see Wendy Jensen's bowl is touching Claire Hendra's bowl at 12 o'clock to the jack.
Yep.
So if you're on your forehand, if you're Claire Hendra, tap the pink bowl, roll Wendy's 3 rolls for 2.
Well, she might play the forehand. And oh, yes, she is playing the forehand, yeah. As you said, in fact. Here we go. Looking to get just an edge of her own pink bowl.
She's close here. She's close here. She's not close anymore. That was a lovely effort. I think Wendy might try and play something here. No, okay. I was just getting a bit excitable, John. But on the back end, like through the pink. Probably for the best not to, I suppose.
Yep, 13-6 is not bad.
Yeah. It might not work.
She might draw right around it. No, not going to.
Just be intrigued the way they're sitting. It probably wouldn't have worked. We'll never know. And we'll see 1 point there to Jensen and Walker. 6-13 now.
So we've had, what's that, 11 ends, and Walker and Jensen have won 3 of those. That included a 4.
The other men's semi-final, of course, still progressing between Peter Shane and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. You can still see them, so it must still be going on. Be nearing the end of its game there. One of our men's singles finalists is Shannon McIlory, going for his gold star as well. Johnny, he's sitting on 4 titles, so if Shannon was to win the men's singles title today, he would get his gold star, and it would make it like a golden nationals, really, because we saw Selena Goddard get her gold star with her singles win on our previous finals day.
So McIlroy's haven't been all singles, have they, as national titles, or have they? Has he won?
I've written them down somewhere.
Yeah.
I'll tell you in the final when I go and find my notes.
But
I can also tell you that Peter Sane is on 19 points now, and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley on 16, so 19-16 to Peter Sane as he tries to make his way to his 3rd New Zealand singles final across 3 decades. And Robin Walker here on the forehand side. Beautiful line. Oh, wait, sorry. Coming right,
okay.
Robin.
Yeah.
Started off a little bit looser than she would have expected herself to be. But playing some good bowls. Giving Wendy...
Taylor Bruce going onto the forehand here as well.
Yeah. Oh.
Just wonder whether the wind is... Because we've seen him a bit scratchy playing on that forehand previously. I just see Sharon Sims wandering into view there. She's won 4 of these titles, 4 pairs titles. Oh, nice line here.
Yeah, Sharon Sims, one of the most successful New Zealand bowlers, and just in general, really. Fantastic career, but won 4. And the only woman to have won more than Sharon Sims in the pairs is Sissy Winstanley. John, she won 5, which is unbelievable, and was part of the only ever 3-peat in this event, where Sis Winstanley and Margaret Nichol won the pairs in 1957, 1958 and 1959, and that is not a bad effort at all. So this end here, one of the looser ones so far. We see Taylor Bruce line up on her forehand again. Always very deliberate, the same delivery every time. You can get little clips of her delivery wherever, at any time of the day. It's just exactly the same. I couldn't tell you when it was. It's a good bowl there. That's what Robin Walker will be looking to match, be it on her forehand or her backhand side.
She might change to backhand.
Be tempting.
A bit safer. No.
Oh, maybe. It's hard to tell actually with the foot placement there.
Yeah.
On the forehand. Bit of a Kelvin Scott situation.
Yes. Yeah, like this. This would be good to beat Taylor Bruce's.
Good bowl.
Doesn't want to move it. Oh, would have been all right carting it back there, but so okay. So leads are there or thereabouts. Nothing to make the skips feel excited yet.
Not yet, no. Although, give it 20 seconds. Or maybe 16 seconds on the screen.
Yeah.
Here we go. Taylor Bruce on the forehand side. They're ahead in this final. 13 points to 6. Not quite going to make it.
So Jensen and Walker holding shot according to Brendan Wilson.
Brendan, it's a very smart hat he's got on, isn't it? That
It
nice
is, yeah.
wide-brimmed hat.
Yep.
Quite like a wide-brimmed hat. See Mike Kernahan, speaking of hats, with his
Yep.
his floppy
Bucket hat
on. Sort of popularised that, did Mike Kernahan, and before him, whatever his name, had the floppy hat, had an argument with officialdom. The guy who only got 10 New Zealand titles.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah. Rankovic.
Oh, Nick.
I got there.
Nick Ankovic never argued with anyone.
He had it was a massive
not
newspaper.
even his teammates.
If you say so, John.
Oh gosh, one of the great characters. Gosh.
It did make the news.
Yeah.
He wore the floppy. It was sort of your floppy hat. Is what he wore.
That's right.
And the officials told him that he wasn't allowed to wear his floppy hat, and he did wear the floppy hat.
Yeah.
I think he might have won a title that year as well.
Here's Hendra now. This is an opportunity to promote or to take out that shot bowl. She's taking out the shot bowl. She just is. Yeah.
Oh, she may have done enough.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can have any indication from anyone. I'm going to go run to Robin.
Okay.
At,
so they held it prior to that shot
4 or
going
5
down.
o'clock.
So
I think so. Robin.
this is tracking quite well here from Wendy Jensen too.
Smattering of applause there would indicate that something interesting happened in the semi-finals of the men's.
Oh, just one down. She's pointing. Robin Walker's pointing one down.
It's a strangely loose head, isn't it, in this national final? We haven't seen
I want to go
anything.
out and see that big bush in the background's hardly moving, so but there must be something creating a problem. I hope they're not going to say the TV rink was awful like that one in Birmingham. She's under it this
sure
time.
They won't. Here we go, Claire Hendra looking to add, well, not to add, to draw one. I don't think she's going to do it now. You cannot afford to miss this bonus shot if you're Wendy Jensen.
Well, honestly though, Robin Walker did have a finger pointing down, so I think they're one down. Good track.
On the back end,
Watch
Wendy
your weight
Jensen.
like Wendy. Bring it up. Even move it back. Bring the white back a bit. That'll do you.
Good bowl.
Yeah.
Good shot.
Okay. Certainly holding the shot now, Jensen and Walker.
On the forehand side, Claire Hendra leading 13-6 in this final. They were losing finalists last year. They don't want to repeat that.
That jack movement could go against them.
She's very close. That's great. Beautiful.
Oh, for two.
Beautiful bowl there by Claire Hendra. Tightening that head right up as well, trailing it back. That's great stuff there. And 2 points. 15-6 now. See Wendy Jensen make her way back down to the other end of the green. Number 36 on her cap. And the score in the men's semi-final to decide the other finalists, John, 18-19. Peter Shane still in front there in the race to 21. And what a game it is turning out to be. See to the right of your screen, Peter delivering his bowl. Had that same delivery for 30 years. Peter Shane As we go back to the women's pairs here. A little smile. What a good performance it has been by Hendra and Bruce so far, John.
Oh, they've certainly been the dominant team, haven't they? Not allowing, apart from that end where they dropped a 4, just haven't allowed the opposition into it. And
good ball there from Taylor.
Yeah. She had a couple of loosish ends for her leading up to this. Quite good line here from Robin Walker. Going to come in and sit on Bruce. That'll be good for them. Yeah, nice weight.
Great bowl there from Robin Walker. Yeah. Very good shot indeed.
It's not a mile away either from Taylor Bruce. Might just find the hole, will she? She does.
Oh, great effort. Taylor Bruce, of course, sitting on 3 New Zealand titles, John. Won the New Zealand Fours in 2017, again in 2020, and the New Zealand Singles last year, 2022. So sitting on 3. If she won this, it would be on 4. There's Claire Hendra has won 1 New Zealand title, which was the Fours with Taylor Bruce in 2020, which was played at Mount Maunganui.
Who else was in that team?
Selena Goddard was playing 2.
Yep.
And Sandra Keith was skipping it.
Not a bad sort of
not a bad little Fours team there, John.
Yep. It's a dream team, isn't it?
Very good. They were a very classy act on that day. Robin, I'm liking the way they're playing this game, to be fair. Everyone, all 4 players quite relaxed, John.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like this too.
Good bowls here from Robin.
Well, still only 1 shot, and yet she's delivered 3 consistent bowls there. Taylor Bruce has that one that's 1.5 meters over.
Just having a conversation.
They're very relaxed, aren't they?
Yeah.
Bit of noise out on the green.
Some noise.
Yeah, rinks alongside, so we don't know what's happened there. There's support for both those players, both Cameron Bagrie-Howley and Peter Shane, who are fighting out the second of the semi-finals to see who will play Shannon McIlory in the Summerset men's singles final in a short time after this.
Remembering that, we just watched this bowl of Claire Hendra's. That was a great effort there. Peter Shane has won the New Zealand singles twice in his career, and once well before Sheldon was born, and the other time when Sheldon was about 3 or 4 years old, John. Incredible longevity, that man. Always been class. 2018's the score there, John. 2018 the score to Peter Shane in this race to 21, and I think just keep your ears peeled if that's the saying. I'm not sure if it is, but if not, it'll do. Keep your ears peeled for some noise, because when that semi-final finishes, there will be some clapping, and we'll let you know who else is through to the final of the New Zealand men's singles, as Wendy Jensen here looks to add a bonus on her backhand side. She's not far away.
Well, don't squirt it out. That would have been their luck today.
Yeah. Full panic moments.
Yeah.
and Claire Hendra was within half a bowl or a quarter of a bowl. On the forehand side, Claire Hendra.
So she's looking to dislodge the shot or move the jack over to Taylor Bruce, playing that hand, and Wendy Jensen's playing the other hand. Oh, that's a bit of a nuisance
Yeah,
to
and
her.
that stopped the backhand shot here. So Wendy now is thinking, well, it's in my way, she says.
What's that second shot worth, do you think?
I was wondering myself. I think if you get rid of the second shot, Wendy's almost better to do it with her last bowl.
Yeah, yeah.
Even if she adds a third or a fourth here, then rips it out. Cool. So they're just saying stay on the back end. Even if she adds a third or fourth shot here, that's not counting. As you said, John, it gives an opportunity with Wendy's last bowl. If Claire doesn't make any inroads, which is not to say much, that she may be able to remove that bowl of Taylor Bruce's. Let's see it come into screen now on the back end.
She wanted it over. That's just about over. So, right. So that's the opportunity. See that black bowl to the left of the jack. That second shot.
Now,
now to the right of the jack.
It looks like, I'm not sure if Robin's bowl at 9 o'clock beats Taylor's bowl at 10 to the jack. If it does, Taylor's bowl that sits at 5 o'clock is worth 3, isn't it? Or 2 extras. I suppose it could all be a moot point in 15 seconds when Claire Hendra's changed the head around.
Because she hasn't missed by much. And if she moves the jack as it stands at or sits at the moment,
here we go.
Could end up with a couple.
She's very close here, Claire Hendra.
Well,
she's very close here. Oh, it's diving, it's diving. Goodness gracious me, John. Now,
does she play the same shot as Claire there and look to rest the pink and the blue with the risk of moving the jack, or does she? How does she get another shot out of that?
I think if there's a way to score 3, she'll try and find it.
Yeah.
That may be the best option there, John. As we await the result of that men's singles semi-final, can almost feel the tension spilling over into here. The commentary box, which is a little bit removed from both, and Wendy Jensen here on the backhand looking to add 2.
Whoa.
Cool, so good bowl. Sheldon here, as you see. We just heard a kill there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley.
Wow.
Sorry, John. There we go.
Yeah.
We've got a thumbnail there. So Peter Shane was holding the win there. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley killing the jack, keeping that game alive, 20 points to 18 as we await the measure and the result of this end here in the women's pairs final.
They've taken one out, haven't they?
I think yes, they have taken one out. So they're measuring for second. Robin here. The one.
That's one.
Now, let's have a look and see where they deliver the jack. I think we'll see the mat right on the 2 metre mark. And the jack thrown to full length. A great game. Great games going on today, on this finals day for the Summerset National Open singles pairs. And Robin right on the 2 metre mark there. Just taking her time. That's clever. And she's 8 bowls or 8 shots down. On this, the 14th end of 18. They'll just try to get to that 18th end within Cooey. Within 3 or 4 points is all they need. Jensen and Walker could give them an opportunity to snatch a win here. And a short end thrown by Robin Walker. She took her time, so that may have been the plan. Just taking her time again, making sure she's nice and relaxed and getting ready to deliver on the forehand side.
Well, how things change again, previously opting for a 2 metre jack.
It's not a bad strategy.
No.
That's a great bowl.
Wow.
Great bowl there from Robin Walker. I can't remember if you were in commentary or not, John, but that's one of the other ways that you can try and combat a bowler who is an incredibly accurate draw bowler, is you may as well just change the jack length every time you get it, because they are then searching and you're searching, so you're both disadvantaged. Instead of sticking to one length where your opposition's just going to smother it. Sometimes that's what you say. It's like, ultimately, well, just throw the jack somewhere different every time and we'll start from scratch.
You're quite right. Often bring the mat up, or give us a long end or a short end. The lead then you've got to hope that your lead can then get there,
do the thing.
But at the same time, what you're doing, as you rightly say, is hopefully upsetting a dominant lead.
Absolutely. And
first of all, you've got to win the end, though, don't you, to get the mat?
That's a key point.
Or hope they throw it in the ditch.
There's a few things that need to go right for the strategy to work.
Yeah.
A good bowling here from Robin Walker, one on, one behind. That's good leading. Craig Merrilley's there, the coach of Claire Hendra in the background. Just a reminder.
I'm sure he'll watch at some stage.
Maybe he is maybe he's watching the streaming coverage.
He might be listening.
Hi, Craig.
He might be listening to you.
I doubt that. Here we go on the back end. Taylor Bruce. It's not far away if it bites in time. Just gonna drift past. Two bowls in exactly the same place.
It's very seldom that you don't see Taylor Bruce make this fine adjustment, or you notice an adjustment.
The crowd, I'm not sure how clearly you can hear it on the television, but we've got some ambient mics out with this broadcast, and the crowd is turning into a bit of a pantomime crowd with that men's single semi-final. And I've always enjoyed it when that happens to bowls crowds, when you get the oohs and the ahs and the whispering if someone looks like they're going to do something interesting.
Well, we heard that Peter Shane is holding, he's on 20, so he's a shot away from taking up the second semi-final, but the previous end was killed when he was holding the game.
We think Sheldon may be holding 2 points in that semi-final, so it could keep going as we watch Taylor Bruce here on the back end.
One thing Peter Shane's not afraid to do is have a rip, eh?
Correct. Now Taylor's correction here. She's got two bowls past, one on. That's a great correction, John. Really.
Yep.
It's not easy to do.
Giving Claire Hendra every reason to smile as she chalks that toucher. So this is where Wendy Jensen would like to really strike her best form. Play it backhand and sit her leads bowl onto the shot bowl of Taylor Bruce. Sit there for 2, maybe 3 if she hits it well enough. Just has potentially a good end here for Jensen and Walker.
Well, they're just far enough out from the end that there's a chance, isn't there? They've got 8 points to make in, 5 ends. It's doable. If we just see that thumbnail there disappear.
Absolutely too, and also, oh gosh, she just needed to be up.
Yeah.
That little tickle of the jack would be all right if she doesn't get to that target. So Claire Hendra now holding shot and an 8-point advantage. Just doesn't want to drop more than one. They'll be happy or comfortable with dropping one shot. But
that's right. For them, it's about limiting the damage. And if an opportunity arises with the last bowl, so you drop a 1 on one end, so you get last bowl the next end, and there's a chance for a 3 or 4, you do that and break the back of the game.
But of course, they're not going to just settle for that. She's going to try and run the jack back to Taylor Bruce's 2 bowls.
May as well.
And
there you go.
Pick up a 3.
Claire Hendra on the back end doesn't have the weight. So Wendy Jensen with another opportunity. And I mean, there's a very small target there.
It is now.
On the back end. How's your weight, Wendy? Robin not giving anything away. Hold, she says. Oh, now there's a plant.
Yes.
We've got a plant. It's always a start. By which I mean, it may now be that Wendy can hit that front bowl and cannon Robin's bowl onto the shot bowl. I think it works there, John.
Yeah.
Hit the front pink onto the white, onto the black, bang for 1, or you could just draw a big trail on your backhand. Yeah, she's just going to stick to the backhand trail, which is fair enough. Not as exciting to watch, but probably the smartest shot.
No, but more effective. You know, there's potential for a couple or three out of it.
To be fair, we're in a national final. Probably the right shot to play.
A big pink bowl is an easier target than a little white jack.
Some clapping. As we see Wendy Jensen, she's close as well to the jack.
Move it.
She's close to the jack. Brilliant from Wendy Jensen. There's good bowls left, right and centre. And we're 20 all in the men's single semi-final, ladies and gentlemen, between Peter Shane and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Wendy Jensen's just drawn a side toucher in the women's singles pairs final. Oh, it's exciting times, and how she'd love one more bowl now, because now the plant's well and truly on.
Really, and even to play on her own and just move the jack back a bit further, eh?
So, how far does the jack have to move? If it's touching Wendy's bowl, does the jack go past Robin's back to those two? Is that the question that they're asking here? Because you'd be unlucky. You should stay one down to one down if you hit it too lightly. And we see
looking at going to the forehand here.
I saw that indicated as well to roll a bowl onto the shot bowl.
Like it.
So they're 15-7 up, Hendra and Bruce.
Righto, so this to force the shot bowl out, or force your own bowl onto it.
On the forehand.
Oh, I think she likes this. The way
Clear
she's
Hendra.
watching.
Now, what's the plant do, John?
That
You don't want the
could have
plant.
worked against her.
The plant would have been 2 down, 3 down actually. The plant. So I don't. No worries as they kick the bowls back.
14 ends gone, 15-8.
Still in with a chance. Robin Walker and Wendy Jensen. They'll be rowing the first 4 ends or so. They got down to a, was it a 7-0?
9-0.
9-0.
Yeah.
Just couldn't quite get started. Dropped lots of 1s and 2s. And since they started scoring, they started off with a 4. It's been more evenly traded blows. Or marginally more evenly traded blows. But in with half a chance. They 8-15 down on this, the 15th end. 3 to go after that.
Varying the end length again.
I like that call. So it just doesn't allow, you just can't let Taylor settle down on a consistent length, or you're just gonna, you're in a world of pain then, John. Bit of cloud cover coming over now, Browns Bay Bowling Club. It's actually quite good for bowls, a bit of cloud cover.
Come on.
Good shot from Robin Walker. Playing well. Just keep an eye, folks, to the right of your screen on that long wide shot. You can see some of the men's single semi-final. I'd say 3 or 4 minutes we might hear some noise come through the ambient mics, and we'll get an update to you as to who's won that. They're 20 all. We know one singles finalist is going to be Shannon McIlory a bit later on this afternoon. Taylor Bruce here on the back end. Robin Walker put her under pressure with the first bowl. And it looks like it too, doesn't it, John?
Yeah. I might be imagining things, but if you watch Robin Walker, her bowl bounces a little bit. You know, I'm picking holes here, and I'm not. I've just sort of looked at this when she delivers.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit.
And then you watch Taylor Bruce or Selena Goddard, and it's just those fine things, aren't there? And it doesn't matter anyway, because she plays that same bowl. That's her delivery. That's the way she does it. And look at this. So
it only matters if it bounces occasionally.
Yeah,
because
that's
if it bounces occasionally, you're going to.
You're quite right.
Yeah, you'll fall short when you bounce it if it doesn't happen all the time.
That's right.
I know that from personal experience, John.
Yeah.
Let it go smooth one bowl, like, oh, I've got it right, and then you hear the dum. It's like, oh.
And I suppose, I don't know whether that's just a matter of how low you get down or what, but that's, you know, no bounce there from Taylor. And then we'll see others, you know, in the men's final. Peter Shane's even different again, isn't he? He's had the same delivery for years and has won so many titles.
Forever.
But if you're coaching and you want to have everyone playing the same, it's ludicrous, isn't it? But you can sort of pick the players who've been coached by certain people.
And we see Robin Walker willing the bowl to stop. Willing that to stop. Oh, a little bit stiff there to fall in.
So we're getting towards the end of that other semi-final in the men's singles. It's 20 all. So will this end that's being played determine the winner, or will it be a kill?
We'll hear soon enough, John. I think they've got a bowl left each. Peter Shane with the last bowl is going to need to play a last bowl to win that semi-final. So stay tuned. We'll bring you the winner of that as we continue to watch this women's pairs final. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley playing his final bowl there on the right of your screen. Peter's going to walk up and have a look. And Taylor Bruce, this is the worst end we've seen Taylor Bruce play.
Yeah.
I mean, by that I mean every other end she's been exceptional on this one. She's a bit looser than what she'd like. But a chance here. We spoke about Jensen and Walker. They were still a chance. They're 7 down, 3 to go. If they can find a way to score a 3 here, suddenly you're 4 down. That's a totally different game. And Claire Hendra's going to need to do something. Look to the left of your screen there. It's a loosish head there from Peter Shane and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Exciting times. Wendy Jensen on the forehand looking to add pressure. Crossed over in a reasonable position.
Yeah, if she needed to play her best shots, it's about now, isn't it?
You just get every now and then opportunities like this arise in a game that you're trailing on. She'll be bitterly disappointed with that. Bitterly disappointed.
She's going to put her arm out. She says that's out. She's viewing it from there. Just think of the next one, that's all.
Here we go. Now, stay tuned, folks. Got about 30 seconds before the crowd makes a noise as we watch Claire Hendra try and cut it down, and Peter Shane on the back end in that semi-final. Just watch the crowd and watch his body language.
Oh.
Really? Sheldon won.
Oh, well.
That's what we've learnt from that. With that radio commentary there we did for you. So Sheldon Bagrie-Howley and Shannon McIlory through to the final of the men's singles, and Wendy Jensen here with a brilliant, that's an amazing correction there from her first bowl.
That was extraordinary from Wendy. I mean, what goes into your head when you put one so narrow it's gone into the other rink? And you know this is probably the one chance you've got of staying in this game. Each got a bowl to play. That looks to be heavy from Hendra. Might be picking that up out of the ditch.
This is a big end.
A 4 here, and that's the potential that is staring Wendy Jensen in the face. 15-12 going into the 16th end brings you back into the game.
It does, and this has come out of nowhere here, this end, from Jensen and Walker, showing their experience. They knew they had time, they haven't done anything rash, and Jensen will follow this bowl down to add the pressure on. Follow it down and stand at the other end of the rink, and you look down the other end of the rink and go, look, I'm holding 4 shots clear. What are you going to do? Well, maybe she's going to say, I'm holding 3 shots clear.
Yeah. Oh, maybe still holding, maybe holding 4. Well, yeah, that is. Now the pressure goes on Hendra, who's responded really well. She's played run shots, she's drawn, you know, this, and still they are in front.
As we see Claire Hendra on the back end, potentially.
Oh, it's a big bouquet of flowers just brought in for us. Alex, that's nice.
How lovely. Are they edible? So just having a conversation. They're 3 down, 15-8 up.
Yep.
So the decision is, do you draw to save or do you hit it to try and remove a couple of 3 of the shots? Claire's a very competent bowler.
It might be easier. Start searching. Don't go too quick though in case you get it full and then it gets onto you. Like you're getting enough to get swing under. And if you do make contact, it'll stick around type thing.
So backhand with a wee bit of traffic in front. And that's been pointed out to Hendra. Mike Kernahan watching with interest, probably saying, oh, I'd be playing the other hand.
She's close. She's close. She needs the bowl to hold on. She needs it to hold on.
Oh, she did get one of those little edges. And it's, oh, gosh.
Nearly.
But lucky or unlucky.
Depends. Yeah, it depends on your perspective. We'll say she was in the area and got a result.
2.
But it's fair enough that Jensen and Walker scored there, I think. I think they deserved to score on that end. And we see this game, it's tightening up, John. 5 the difference now after 15 ends of the 18. 3 to go. Anyone's game at the moment as the comeback continues for Jensen and Walker into double figures. After being at one stage, they were 9-0 down. Then they were 13-6 down.
Yep.
And they've made their way back since then. And the time that Hendra and Bruce have scored 2 points, they've scored the 4, so they continue on the track, and they're on about the right track to make it a very interesting last end, John.
Yep, there've been a maximum of 9 behind, so this is and that was 4 ends ago, so they've won the last 3 ends. Now, if they were to win this end, then the possibility of the underdogs throughout this entire match, Jensen and Walker, of winning this title, have soared.
Oh, that's what I love about. I just love it about bowls, John. You know, if you've got the tenacity to stick in, it would have been easy at 9-0. It would have been easy at 13-5 or 13-6 for Jensen and Walker, just to go off the boil a little bit and go, look, it's not our day.
Yep.
But they've stuck in and they've kept trying, and then Taylor Bruce had an end off. And they scored a 2. Should have been, could have, should have, would have been a 4. All in with a chance here. Taylor Bruce, of course, will be looking to stamp the hopes.
Oh, yeah.
Just draw a front touch.
No, she could draw 3 touches here.
Would be unsurprised, John. But it keeps it, you know, it's been an intriguing game to watch here of the women's pairs final. And a mighty men's singles final we have coming up to finish off the coverage. Taylor Bruce falling a little bit short. Bowl. Wendy saying, switch to your backhand, please.
What's a weight like here? Come on, she's urging it on. Coming in
How's
well.
the weight?
Yeah.
Good stuff there from Robin Walker. Great bowl. Great bowl from Robin, covering the jack, meaning that Taylor now has 6-8 inches of room there to draw the shot. Earring heavy, which is fine if it stops. It's not going to stop. And this end continues to become interesting. Robin Walker will be looking to draw a bowl a foot or 2 past the head now on the back end side. She's already holding 1. They trail by 5 on this, the 16th end of 18. She's got the right line here, John. This is good stuff here from Robin Walker. Good bowl, holding 2 now.
Game on now, eh?
The screw just turns that little bit more. Taylor Bruce under pressure, but up to the occasion. Remembering Bruce and Hendra lost the Pairs final last year. 2nd year in a row they've made the Pairs final. They'll be keen to avoid that losing feeling. If my memory serves me right, Claire may have been the losing finalist in the singles last year and lost the Pairs final. So if Taylor was to lose the singles and Pairs final, it would be, I imagine it would hurt and be some weird quirk of history there with those 2. She won't be thinking about that though. On the backhand.
Gee, she took a long time deliberating, didn't she? So she knows what's required. Claire gave her a foot. She She's under it.
Look at it dive at
Nasty.
that last bit of its track. Those bowls just turn. And Robin Walker has outled Taylor Bruce on this end.
Nice to see what conversation they have down there. Both, yeah, just a little low 5 from the pair which is trailing at the moment. The others having a conversation.
They know that they're in with half a chance here. Robin Walker and Wendy Jensen trailing by 5, holding 2. In danger of getting excitable as this final reaches its conclusion, John.
I was thinking that because it would certainly, well, it's always been exciting, except that it did appear as if Hendra and Bruce were taking control and always going to win it. That's the way it looked. But now we see there is an opportunity.
Jensen and Walker have just hung in there, haven't they? They've done enough to stay within Kui. And now we find ourselves in a position where Claire Hendra is going to have to play 3 good bowls here to stop a score going up on Jensen and Walker's side of the board. And this could be one of them. Look at this here from Claire Hendra. This is why...
Oh, she's drawn it dead.
This is what skips do.
Oh, wow, great shot.
That is a great bowl there from Claire Hendra. Under big pressure. Who's holding? She's going to go have a look. Now...
Craig
Craig
gets his head out of his phone and says that was a good shot.
I think she's drawn. I think she's drawn the shot there.
Yeah.
Now
there's still that chance, isn't there? We can't see what's north of that, what we're looking at there, but there is still that opportunity to come down on the forehand from Wendy.
Forehand reaching through that front white, rolling it back to Wendy's back bowl. And if she plays her backhand, she's more playing the split. And if she's narrow, she's still shunting Robin's bowl through the head onto the jack. On the forehand, that is. They need a score on this end. They've staging a good comeback here. They want it to continue. Wendy Jensen on the forehand with weight here.
Oh, not happy.
Fell out of her hand.
Yeah.
It's a poor bowl from Wendy Jensen.
Takes that bowl of Taylor's out, not quite. Oh, so okay, it's still there for them. So Claire Hendra is on the mat already, ready to play.
Beautiful weight it was from Wendy.
Yep. She just needs to stay away from it, really, eh? Just needs to get over there somewhere.
Please wait. Thank you.
Very nice manners there from Taylor Bruce, talking to some spectators as they just walk in and out of the door, which is nearby. And Claire, yes, on her backhand. Now, she hasn't blocked. She has not blocked Wendy Jensen's shot. Wendy's playing Robin's white bowl that you see. Oh, where is that on the screen, John?
Just to the right of the jack.
That'll do. Just to the right of the jack.
She's given her an alley there, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Between the short pink and the short white. That's the track that Wendy Jensen will be looking at on her forehand.
She'll keep the same weight as before. Try guts that bowl of Robin Walker's. Back through the jack. For 1 or 2 or 3, depending on how the head settles afterwards on the forehand. Wendy Jensen. Big bowl here. She likes it. She likes it, John. She's close here, Wendy Jensen.
There's the gap.
She's still close. She needs it square. She's got it. Oh, I called that early. I called it early. I thought she had it, to be honest. It's it's got to be disappointing for Jensen and Walker. Thought she had that for all money and then some. Desperately unlucky not to get that good result.
That was her last bowl too.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe she didn't get it there, John, to be honest. It was a
perfect track.
Great effort there from Wendy Jensen.
If we had someone who could show us a replay of that, it'd be quite interesting, wouldn't it?
Would be ideal.
Yeah,
if that's,
yeah. Do you think there's anyone who would be able to show us a replay of that?
Maybe.
Because, oh, look.
Would you look at that now? Watch this bowl. All the way square, but then, okay, so the white bowl literally missed the jack by an inch.
Yep.
Which means she was an inch away
and if
from perfection.
If she'd moved the jack, then it would have come back towards us, towards the ditch, and she would have probably had 3. And that would have been a very difficult shot for Claire Hendra to counter.
Just an inch away.
Still 2 ends to go.
Now, Claire not playing her bowl.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fair call.
16 to 10.
Yeah, I think. I don't think the scoreboard man has the message.
And also his hearing's not as good as ours. I thought that would have made it exciting, though.
That's great. So we see a 6-point difference now with 2 ends to go. So the equation is 2 threes. And Taylor Bruce delivering the jack. 6 points up, 2 to go. You're feeling okay if you're Hendra and Bruce. Not comfortable, but okay in this national final. Taylor just asking Claire something on her backhand. Of course, don't go away too far after this game, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to be finishing today's finals day with the men's singles final. And it won't be long after the pairs final is finished because the semis have been gone for a while, so they will have been fed and watered. We see Taylor Bruce there fall a little bit short. Just gone off her game a touch in the last 4 or 5 ends. Robin Walker on her backhand, finishing past the head.
Bruce with her second. This is a penultimate end. And Jensen and Walker need to score here. Desperately unlucky on that last not to collect a couple of points. 6 the difference. Walker adjusting her green. What about a weight this time? No, she's not going to be here. Taylor Bruce on the bounce afterwards, chasing this one down, feels it's going to a good home.
Yeah, good bowls here from Taylor Bruce. Robin Walker under pressure here, really. They need to score a 3.
Yeah.
Jensen and Walker, find a way to score a 3. A 2 would be okay, because you could still score a 4 on the last end. Anything less than that, obviously if you drop a point, the game's gone, but anything less than 2, by which I mean 1, probably not great for the final end. It's a good bowl there from Robin Walker. So she's got 2 bowls past the head. We know Wendy has a good run shot. We may just see aggression happen here.
Oh, I think she'll start with something aggressive once she, it's just to getting numbers. So 2 white bowls towards the back. Yes. Different options of getting there. One is to hit that shot bowl. Yeah, but of course the most fantastic one would be just to pick up the jack clean and take it back.
Yeah, and you could just about play it on your backhand. We watched Steve Delany in the disabled pairs final use the mat to his advantage. If you take it underneath the line on the backhand, I think you can get your bowl to hold up enough. And clear on her backhand too. Here we go, watching this bowl make its way down. It's a good shot. I think
Still helps, handy home.
It's still there for Jensen now, depending on what their plan is. Aggression first or safety, you know. Not safety either, is it? It's
yeah, I think now's the time to attack.
yeah. If you want to get numbers, you're going to have to do something different. Jack in the ditch, they've got 2. Jack in the ditch, they've got 3, in fact.
Yeah, yeah, have a nibble. I mean, it's a very tight line. You have to
Yeah,
go pretty quick to get underneath that short bowl of Taylor Bruce's on your backhand. But it's a doable thing, and if you don't get it square, you're likely to kill it, which is also fine.
Yeah.
So I think we'll see aggression here. Trail by 6 on this, the penultimate end. They've done a lot of hard work to get themselves to this position. Have Jensen and Walker on her backhand. Looking to, okay, fair enough, looking to trail the jack around. That's just as good. That's just as good.
Whoa.
That's just as good from here. Wendy Jensen, she's got it. Beautiful bowl.
Oh, gosh.
That was a great shot.
Yeah,
that was so
that
hard
was so
to play.
tight. That was a tight line. She had to judge the weight perfectly.
Fair play there, John. That was a good shot. Well played by Wendy Jensen. Under huge pressure. The drive would have looked easier. And what she done in the end, John. Holding 1.
Yes. She's, yeah, there's options here, aren't there? I'll be interested to see what Hendra does.
Well, if you're Jensen and Walker, you've got that back bowl of Robbins, which is good.
Yep.
That's helpful. You've got first and third options here to find that 3 points that they need to stay in with a chance. They want to play that final end of the National Pairs, Open Pairs final. Anything can happen.
Cover bowl, do you think?
I think so. And that's what Claire is doing here. Turning that back left bowl. That one there into her jack. Good shot. Means that jack movement's not as good for Jensen and Walker. I'll come and have a look at the head. It'll be tempting if you could find a way on the backhand to go square through. That's what you're indicating, square through Taylor Bruce's second shot bowl. Sit there for 3. Did the waving sit the bowl down?
I think so.
That's incredible. Has it made it better or worse? That's the question. We'll just see when we get to that good camera angle of the head as Wendy makes her way down on this penultimate end of the National Pairs final.
And look how different it looks from down on the mat. Now you look right down to the head there, and what do you see? No gaps. Hardly see the jack.
There we go.
Backhand.
On the backhand, Wendy Jensen, what weight she opting to play here?
Searching
weight on the backhand.
Yeah.
She's close here, Wendy Jensen.
Oh, yes, she's very close. Oh, gosh.
It's a mighty effort.
Yeah.
And very, very close indeed. I think if you are Claire and Taylor, you're thinking, well, she's probably not going to miss twice. So Claire will go close with this one. Try and draw the shot.
And with that weight that Jensen was playing, which was perfect, slightly off target could also turn to their advantage. Might be, at the moment, if she was to take that out, they'd land a couple.
On the forehand side.
I wonder if we'll see the little short bowl go on here.
Oh, she thinks she's drawn the shot here.
Turn her over, turn herself over. Or she's in it. She's in the line of
A
she.
block is just as good.
Ah, yeah.
That's a good bowl there. That's so hard to get through to that bowl of Taylor Bruce's now.
Yeah,
Wendy
she
just
knows
said,
it.
how rude.
Yeah.
That's great. Wendy and Robin are looking
I
at
don't
options.
know.
They've got one. So that means they're 5 down last year, and that's not good enough, really. I'm not sure how they can get through to Taylor's bowl, though. Maybe you wind up a bit quicker, play it on your forehand side, see if you can chip that bowl off. Probably still only get one out of it, though.
Or if you were miraculous, you could smack that short white bowl of Robin's, yeah.
Into the head.
Yep.
That'd be cool. They'll look for something. They'll find a
You've
shot
got
to
to do
play
something, yeah.
and look for something.
Yeah. Second shot's no good, or one shot's not much good, but it's something.
You never know when you're going to find yourself at a national final.
Yeah.
You never know if it's going to be your last chance at a national final. So this is what we practice shots for. It's the last bowl.
Yep. Hit the white onto Taylor Bruce's shot, or second shot. Yep.
So
there.
you'd need the short white
Yep.
at about 10 o'clock
Yep.
on your screen so that it would come through.
Get an inside edge of that.
Cannon Taylor's bowl
Leave them
out.
with 2 or 3.
Sit there for
Yep.
3.
Yeah.
Well called, John.
I've dreamed of doing those shots.
We'll see.
Really, the thing is, she has to be into it, doesn't she? I think.
She'll find
Yeah,
something to
yeah,
play.
Yeah, got to be in there. Oh yes, walking down saying, "Oh gosh, I was short."
She'll find something
It's
to play.
There's sort of a hit and hope element to it. Okay, so she's playing backhand, so she's not going to do what? Oh,
On the backhand.
I don't know what she sees from there.
She just wants to hit anything.
Oh, she hit something. Sure. Did she hit something up front?
She hit the ditch.
Oh, yeah.
Good weight to play, but they were looking just for the middle, through the middle of that head.
So we will play the last end.
Yeah, going to be 5 the difference. And I mean, you know, pressure is a funny thing. That's
Yes.
all I'll say, John. And if Robin can start off with a good first bowl, it's a funny thing. You know, it can domino through. Strangest stuff has happened, and there's still a chance here. They are 5 down. Walker and Jensen have clawed their way back 5 down on this final end of the Summerset Open National Pairs, and mathematically still a chance. And yeah, pressure.
Oh, wouldn't it be
pressure.
fantastic if we're sitting at 16 all, on, with one bowl to play?
It's a funny thing.
Jensen and Walker holding 5. What do we do? But that's happened a couple of times in this. They have looked. They picked up that 4. They had an opportunity for numbers on another end, and it was only a Hendra perfect bowl that cut them out of that. But they really need to be in the zone right now, right from the first bowl.
Good bowl here. That's a good bowl from Robin Walker.
Is it on the tee or is it? Oh, okay.
Good start. And Taylor Bruce on the forehand, following it down, and this will indicate really how the rest of the end is going to go, how much room is going to be left for the 5 points to be found by Jensen and Walker. Taylor Bruce on the forehand, and there's still room, John. There's still room. On the forehand. How's your weight, Robin? It's on the right line, John.
Yeah, you could hear Wendy though.
Okay, so now the bowl that needs to be used is the bowl at 6 o'clock of Robin Walker's to make the 5. So at some point in this end we're going to need to see some jack movement back. A little bowl or something there. Taylor looking to make a correction here in this women's pairs final.
Big wide open though, and
yeah. So Robin
You're
Walker.
right.
Sorry, John, you go.
no, I was just going to say they need to get them all in the zone now, don't they? So it doesn't matter if she tickles the jack back. In fact, that'd be good. She just has to be up there.
Like we've said
Doesn't
before,
want to get tied up in that short one.
this is close here from Robin Walker. If she
Yeah.
can get some jack movement, it's perfect. Oh, dearie me. Well, she's still counting. That one's counting. It's just you draw like an imaginary circle in your head and try and find where the 5 is going to come from. And it's looking challenging at this point. Usually you try and put all your eggs, although we've tried not to use the eggs analogy in case we remind people about the current lack of eggs in New Zealand, but you try to put all your eggs in one basket when you're building a number like this. And some work to do. And Taylor Bruce's last bowl, where's it going to finish?
This could be the game here.
Great shot.
Her, that's cut out all chances really of a 5.
A little high 5 for the last bowl. You're almost at the kill stage, John. A 5 is really challenging here, only because we've got the 2 short white bowls and it's spread out.
Yeah.
So you could make a 3 or a 4 happen where the 2 is, but I just can't. I'm struggling to see a 5. Now, I tapped the screen just before that bowl sat down. I wonder if I made that happen.
I think it was the 2 there giving high 5s. And you can understand why. They've played pretty well. They've kept on top. I mean, it was a fantastic start at 9-0 after 6 ends. Then there was that glimmer of hope from Jensen and Walker when they picked up a 4 and then a single, so suddenly 9-5. Then a 3 made it 12-5, and from then on it really has been the combination of Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra who've just managed, they've kept the others out, just made life difficult, made it now impossible unless they kill it and start again.
I think that's what Wendy Jensen's committed to do now. You've got to try and find a way to kill this end. You're not going to find 5. We've lost one of Wendy's bowls. So you either kill it or shake hands, John. Claire Hendra on the forehand side.
Getting the road of the
trying to put a block in.
Yeah, yeah.
Here we go. For the kill to keep the hopes of the Wendy Jensen, Robin Walker, Takapuna's double hopes alive, having won the singles with Selena Goddard.
Looking for a slide to get there.
Oop. No, there's still not a 5 on, and a kill still the only shot on.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Wendy's got 2 on the bank. We just need a block. Yeah, just keep blocking. Yeah.
Correct. Was more for her own benefit, I think, just confirming the thinking there. So, with Wendy having 2 on the bank, it's literally impossible for a 5 to be scored. And unless Wendy Jensen can find a way to kill it, this is Claire Hendra's last bowl in this National Pairs final. And that's a good block there from Claire Hendra.
Block.
Find a way to kill it.
And it's a hard kill even if she hits it. Hey. Oh.
And not to be, John.
Not to be. They shake hands. And it has been a dominant performance from Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra. They would have. They went into this as the favourites once they'd reached the final. Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker have played exceptionally well all the way to get to this final. And now they shake hands. Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce, another couple of good mates teaming up for the Nationals. They were beaten finalists last year, but here at Browns Bay, they've done it. They have won the final by, I'm not sure, 16-11 we've got there, but I'm not sure what the score was at the end. 16-12, in fact 16-12, so they are true champions here at Browns Bay for 2023. The Summerset Women's Pairs champions Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce have beaten Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker, a match which produced some real highlights.
Right, so we've just watched the highlights of your women's pairs final. You've just been crowned the women's pairs champions for this year. How are you feeling?
Oh, absolutely over the moon. It's taken us 5 years playing together, making semi-finals, finals to finally get gold. So it really does mean the world to both Taylor and I.
And just Taylor, quickly, we watched you, I can't remember when the first finals day was, but you were involved in a battle of the singles.
Yeah.
How does it feel to have got over the line in this final?
It just feels like a wee reverse of last year, really. I mean, I lost the pairs first and then won the singles last year, so it's nice to flip it on its head and still come away with a gold, even after, you know, a few scratchy ends at the end there.
You're fine, you're fine. So we watched that game, and I mean, we've had days and days of rain, and they've done a good job in getting the green sort of back to a playable standard. Can you talk us through how the rink did play and if it changed over the time? We'll go Claire first.
For us, we've come off playing carpet and sort of not AstroTurf, but your carpet surfaces have been really quick. So coming to this, I actually did feel like it was a bit more to push, and the bowl didn't finish as much as it was earlier in the tournament. So yeah, it did actually make you have to change your brain a little bit and play a little bit differently than we have been.
And how did you find it as a lead, Taylor?
It was actually really tricky. I found where the jack was crucial, to be honest, because it really changed the whole finish of the bowl and the line. So yeah, you just had to be quite particular about where you're putting that jack and mat. So once you sort of got that, I think you got a fair idea. But it was tough, actually. Yeah.
So if we look back on the game, and whichever one pops into mind, is there any moments in the game where either of you thought that's a moment where we've got it, or that's a moment where we might be in a bit of trouble? Are there any key points that stick out to either of you?
There was definitely one moment. I think we were 4 down, and with my last bowl I managed to cut us down to only the 2 down, and we did have quite a substantial lead at that point, and it could have really narrowed up that margin. So yeah, I think that was probably a game saver at that point.
Yeah. We had an opportunity to get a number as well early on. We got a bit unlucky, and then Claire saved a great end drawing the shot when we were about three down. So, and it was niggly, hard shot to play. So I think Claire played some bombs to keep us in that. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Congratulations again. You're the champions. Go and celebrate with your friends and family.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you, John.
There's some scratchy ends, as Taylor said, but gosh, they certainly did enough, and some fine saves too from Claire Hendra in that match. They've made up for the disappointment of, as Claire said, the last 5 years of not being able to get up to get the gold, but they've taken the gold medal this time in their final against Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker. Next up, the tantalising prospect of the men's singles final at the Summerset Nationals. It'll feature Sheldon Bagrie-Howley against Shannon McIlory. That's next. Welcome back to the Browns Bay Bowling Club here in Auckland for this final event of the Summerset 2023 National Championships. In a moment, we're going to see the men's singles, and that's going to be an extraordinary match. The Browns Bay Bowling Club, the hosts among a whole host of clubs in the Auckland area who've contributed to the success of this event. So these are the protagonists. Well, the one with Sheldon on his back is Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, who has won his way through to the final. And in the blue on the left, wearing the Stoke uniform and making the call, is Shannon McIlory, who beat Gary Lawson in his final. So two outstanding semi-finals, and people are buzzing about it in the club rooms just after the women's pairs final. Peter Shane, who'd won three previous titles, spread out over something like 3 decades or so. He's there with his old sparring mate and partner Rob Ashton, a playing partner from years ago. And Peter Shane, he said, I thought I had opportunities, but he played really well. So that's talking about Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. So he and Shannon McIlory, of course, who's vastly experienced, having been the world singles champion.
The current world singles champion, John,
Oh,
because
of course,
we haven't had another world championship since then.
Since Christchurch.
Which is exciting. And Shannon, of course, has won this title twice, in 2018 and 2016. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley has won 1 national title, the fours, in 2020. I believe that it's Shannon's father's birthday today.
Wow.
So some people will be tuning in and hoping for a good birthday present there along Gisborne and the East Coast. And further afield, Shannon McIlory about to approach the mat after Sheldon's first bowl there. Good green but short.
So Sheldon first came to national prominence, on the television coverage when he was involved with the Southland Stags team.
The Gore Rams.
The Gore Rams, sorry, the Gore Rams.
Sounds similar.
At the Bowls 3-5 when he and a whole host of other younger bowlers got involved in that.
Yeah, he's been capped for New Zealand.
Yep.
Played 1 game for New Zealand at a Trans-Tasman a couple of years ago. So has been a blackjack on his forehand. His forehand.
Very good. Good correction there from Bagrie-Howley. We're just looking at their names up there, Shannon McIlory and Sheldon Baggie, but they'll be changed for you. We're just testing.
I like that, yeah, absolutely, just to see if anyone notices.
You realise now that when people see that, Sheldon will become, his nickname will be Baggie from now on.
I like it. Works, as we see on this first end.
So
on the
he's
forehand.
playing the forehand on this first end. First one a bit short, second one not far away, third one correction to be made.
Asking it to slow down. So it runs
We'll see a
on.
lot of this too, running up to the head to see what the situation is. Oh, he stayed on.
It's going to be a dynamic game here. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, Baggie, if you will, and Shannon McIlory have a full range of shots available to both of them. It's going to be an exciting singles game. And Shannon just failing to get past that short one of Sheldon's. The Browns Bay Bowling Club. And Sheldon making his way back down to the player's end. In case we've forgotten his name, it's on the back of his shirt, John.
Yes.
Here we go.
You talked in the women's pairs final about the fact that these top players play a lot of bowls every day, don't they? They're constantly practicing, constantly playing. Although McIlroy's had he had quite a bit of time out, didn't he, last year? Or
Yeah, he said,
he's such a gifted player that he doesn't take much.
That's the thing, and they've put the hundreds of hours of work in already.
Yeah.
You can't underestimate how much effort they put in. there's no such thing. We talk about natural talent. I don't subscribe to that, I'm afraid. You can practice a lot and get a feel for it, or you can be naturally inclined to be a quick learner of a sport, but it takes hundreds of hours of practice to get good at anything, and that's what these players have done. It's taken them a lot of practice to get to this level. A lot of hard slog. He could be unlucky, he's not. That'll do there from Shannon McIlory. I thought he was going to chip his own ball out for a second. The marker there. I think it's his birthday as well, the marker in the singles game, but we'll just see. It's Shannon McIlory and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. This race to 21. Was it Sheldon's bowl that ended up holding the shot?
Oh, well, it was too. So, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. I still got a couple of L's in there, but it is McIlory. And this is just a test to our team out the back, hey? See whether they listen to us.
I think sometimes they do.
Yep.
And we see, so 1 year, one to Sheldon, and it was the second bowl, and he asked it to slow down. We saw it eke towards the ditch end and stopped right on the ditch, ended up coming in as the shot. So 1 point on this first end.
So first to 21, it makes it really exciting. You don't even worry about the ends. As we see the first bowl from the man who won that first end.
We saw on the Piers final, that hand, the hand towards the other green, seems to swing late, John. And there's quite a bit of turn to it.
There is quite a bit of breeze out there. I just went out. In fact, I was rather naughty. I went out and I saw the players standing on the mat ready to start the match, and I pulled out my yellow international bowls card and showed it to Shannon McIlory, who's a member of this, and he just grinned at me because in his playing gear pocket he was carrying his yellow card. So
good try.
Yeah,
good
damn.
try. On the back end, Sheldon. And both these bowls are similar but different, I suppose. They're that one split, so it's not quite as flicky as the bowls of Wendy Jensen we saw on the previous end. One half of one colour, one half the other. Shannon on the back end.
His sort of Stoke colours, aren't they?
Oh, that's probably what he's done there. Yeah. Good call, John.
Thank you. You couldn't do that because you're colourblind. That's a good shot.
Yeah, I've got no idea. Oh, but unlucky there from Shannon McIlory. It took me a long time to understand why people cared about Putakawa trees, John, because it just looks like a tree to me.
Yeah. Oh, that famous weed.
Yeah, it's pretty much. Didn't see what all the fuss was about. And Sheldon, he'll be disappointed with that as a third bowl. We see that. The hand just slapping. He's a bowler who demonstrates his feelings. Got the Browns Bay. See the president of Browns Bay back there, John?
Yeah.
Watching the proceedings.
Peter Sheehan.
That sounds right. He's probably offered the job of marker if he wanted it.
Well,
usually the president of the host club. Look at that there from Shannon McIlory. Great bowl there. And for one. And
someone was saying with the club here and the issues they've had with the rain and everything, that he's here at first thing in the morning. He's the last one to leave at night, and he's a great contributor to the club. So Bagrie-Howley now playing that forehand.
With weight on the forehand here. He's close here, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley to the jack. He's got the jack. Good shot. Now, has it killed or has it not? The jack was zipping along to the left there. Now you can just see a little touch of it, maybe 2 feet out from the peg. We're going to see an aggressive game played.
Yes, look forward to a lot of that action. These two players are always willing to have a go, and not uncannily accurate, because that doesn't account for the amount of practice they put in. Accurate. I had the privilege of playing against McIlory in the national singles down in Dunedin a few years ago, and he was driving and hitting half the jack, because I got one close once, and I said, "Wow, mate, that's a great shot." And he said, "John, I play shot after shot every day. I practice every day. I'm throwing up hundreds of bowls every day. So I've got to be able to do that. And I said, oh, fair enough, because I throw up hundreds of bowls every year.
Look at this here, Shannon McIlory.
Wow.
That's beautiful weight control. And they practice drawing to the ditch as well. Great start to this men's open singles final. 1 apiece in this race to 21.
I always remember him saying in an event where he didn't need to play his last bowl, but what he did was he didn't waste that bowl. He said, when it comes to that situation, or I've got a bowl that I don't need to deliver because I can't change the end, I'll decide that, yes, I'll bowl to the ditch. So not wasting any bowl at all in a game, he just would practice bowling to the ditch with a bowl that he didn't need to use. So no bowl is wasted.
I like that as well. I think that makes sense. You see some bowls run away. I think the marker's got new shoes for the marking duties as well, John. Very white shoes, the marker of this game.
I think the players have too.
Yes, maybe all for the final. They know it's going to be on the television.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
White shoes are making a comeback, aren't they?
They appear to be. I've got a pair of very fashionable brown shoes, John, for bowls.
Yes.
The old, I can't remember what they were called now. Greens. G-R-E-N-Z.
Oh.
The Greens brown shoes. Save them for special occasions. It's a good first bowl there by Shannon McIlory, and both these players have seemed to have found their line length on well already on the sort of the third end. Sheldon on the forehand had a lot of success, very dynamic bowler. Shannon switching to the forehand side as well.
You noticed, again, different styles, aren't there? Where so you saw Taylor Bruce stays on the mat. She stays with her hand up in a upright position almost as she's let the ball go. So follows it all the way down. McIlory often like this, 2 or 3 steps off after he's played it.
Oh,
some movement down there.
Back. Both got nice deliveries.
Yeah.
More flowing deliveries, I would say.
So he stays down and stays on the mat. Now he starts to move across to C, where it's ended up. Watches it all the way.
It's interesting. There used to be a debate about run shots and drive shots, John, whether you should run off the mat after them or not, which I've always found intriguing. A lot of the Northern Hemisphere people run after their drive shots, and it's essentially so that you're not afraid of falling flat on your face after you've let go of the bowl. Just removes that concern. That allows a bit of momentum to happen. And Sheldon wouldn't have been expecting to put a second bowl in the ditch there. He's got very good touch. So interesting, the pressure here. Straight on, he's 2 down. And he'll be thinking, that's weird that my second bowl went into the ditch there.
Well, Bowls New Zealand have got one of the all-time great singles matches, Bellis and Wood, Peter Bellis and Woody Wood. And if ever you wanted to see someone chasing drives, well, it's in both of those players in that.
And that's a great bowl there from
that was the weight,
Sheldon.
wasn't it? Perfect weight.
And
got an edge as well, but
very good mental strength to go from one in the ditch to just one back in. You're not double bluffing or double guessing yourself. Yes, that mighty game there on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube and Facebook page between Willie Wood and Peter Bellis. And I knew who'd won it, and I was still on the edge of my seat.
Yeah. I've watched it more than once. I wonder if the things will change.
No.
So McIlory now, to determine his next shot, he's working out who's got third and fourth shots. Is it worth him now having a punch onto his own bowl and taking the shot out?
Yeah.
Will he end up with a shot? So he's making sure that he had third.
So he's thinking about playing the forehand side, and you can see it from this bowler's end. His second shot bowl is not far away from Sheldon's shot. What hand's he lining up on, John? May even be the backhand here. Might be short.
So a different shot.
Looking for
Obviously
a reaching.
because of the situation, you want to reach and Tickle that jack again.
That's beautiful.
Oh, my word. Isn't that great?
Beautiful shot there by Shannon McIlory. The jack staying up. Is that jack staying up? Interesting. So he's holding 2. Does Sheldon just go jack in the ditch for
I'd
1?
say so, wouldn't you? Oh, the way he goes. Yeah. No point trying to
Be
be
interesting.
coy about this.
It's just a jack target.
Yeah.
You're only 2 down, so I suppose if you miss it, you just drop a 2 instead of
Yeah.
a 1, 1s and 2s early on in the game. So the thoughts going through his head here.
I know.
He'll probably play it with weight that he's
Yeah.
drawing into the ditch.
Yeah.
Give himself a chance. Should be second shot at a minimum.
Oh, 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 oh. Stay on. What a great shot if you stay on there, Sheldon. Oh, hard luck.
Great effort there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Played it with weight here to draw the jack in the ditch or
Yeah.
just stop. And it's early on in the game, so dropping a 2 isn't the end of the world. Wouldn't be too upset about that.
No worrying about ends in the singles. It's the first to 21 shots.
It is. And we had some mighty names in this singles champions over the years, John. We can trace it right back to about 1887, I think, although technically from 1887 to, I don't know, 1914 or 15, it was just a South Island thing, though we still called them a national championship, but some great names. And if Shannon was to win this, he would win it. He'll be a 3-time holder. He'd join someone along the lines of a George White from Milton, who was the first man to get to 3 and the first man to go back-to-back, 1890 and 1891. So it's been going for a while. That's over a century ago.
Yeah.
And all on the list, we see Sheldon Bagrie-Howley here on the back end, this early stage. Phil Skoglund Senior, of course. Phil.
No, he was Phil.
Phil
Yeah,
Skoglund,
yeah.
and Philip's the younger one. Senior, the most successful ever singles champion, winning it 5 times, and the only man ever to do a 3-peat in 1970, 71 and 72. That's a mighty effort, as we see Shannon McIlory here. Draw a back toucher, good shot.
I think Phil's father, Percy, also won the title at some stage.
That sounds right.
Bagrie-Howley, this is the 130 years later we've got Cameron Bagrie-Howley, who's probably travelled through Milton when he was living down south.
How good's this from Sheldon?
Oh.
Good shot. Marker Allen indicating 1 to Sheldon Bagrie-Howley.
Yeah, Shannon had to ask, what colour am I?
I suppose they both got blue bowls.
Yeah.
That's good.
To look at the board, and that doesn't tell him either. I don't
No.
think one's green and one's red. He's going to come down and have a look anyway.
There we go. On the forehand. Good enough bowl, good line.
Very good line. All those bowls are in the zone, aren't they?
Yeah, and Sheldon.
He asks, up or down.
Sheldon will expect himself to draw a back toucher here. He's got room. There's a bowl's width to draw within on his forehand side. There's room there. I'm not sure. He's taking a very generous line with this bowl. Just showing a bit of frustration. That weight was perfect just to rest on Shannon McIlory's bowl, sitting at 7 o'clock to the jack.
You can hear quite a bit of wind noise in the microphones, so
Be coming from the right to left, or the left to right now as we see it. Causing that hand that's to the side of the other green to swing a bit more and quite late.
Yeah, when you held up the blue, it was like, this is the blue bowl.
Just sharing a laugh there, Sheldon and the marker.
We both turned around and were like,
Oh, and he's green on the ball.
I'd rather blue and red. I can tell the difference between those two colours, John.
Yeah.
And Shannon here on his backhand. Same delivery every time with weight. Looking to chip it off. That is
Gosh,
absolutely incredible. That's, oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
What an unbelievably good bowl.
And you might be saying, oh, that was lucky.
Nah,
But it's the shot he would select.
that's what he was playing for. Unbelievable there from Shannon McIlory, the talent of that man. And Sheldon Bagrie-Howley saying, well, you didn't have to do that. So he makes his way back. Look at this. He's got a 16th of a bowl to hit. And off it goes. Unbelievably good from Shannon McIlory, the reigning world singles champion. Won it a short time ago in 2016 at the World Championships in Christchurch. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley on the right track here, looking to draw the shot. He's close. He's close. Beautiful effort in the crowd. Size one to Shannon McIlory, setting the mat halfway up. Another interesting fact I found, John, when I was doing my research for the men's singles, there was a man called William Carswell, who we don't talk about much nowadays. He won 13 national titles in between 1888 and 1934. So one of the early superstars of the sport. And what was interesting is he won 4 singles, and they spanned the first singles he won, the national singles, 1892. And the last national singles title he won was 1934.
That's 42 years.
42 year span in national singles titles, and I think he had 10 years off at some point as well to play drafts and do something else when I was reading up. So some incredible stories if you look back at the history.
And he was possibly away in the First World War, you never know, because his career spanned that, didn't it? So he won his last in 1934. Won one in 1922 and 24, but nothing, of course, from 1908 onwards. So that would have been his drafts.
Yeah.
Drafts break.
The draft area.
Yeah. So you haven't told me what club he was at?
Somewhere down south.
Yep. There'll be someone who is a train spotter and will let us know.
Oh, I'll tell you.
It's very good history of bowls in New Zealand. I like that on the website too. There's a lot of bowls information there if you're a history buff at all.
Tyree.
Wow, there we go. So Mosgiel would have been a very small place compared to what it is now. So a couple of roughish bowls to start this end, and you see McIlory indicating there is quite a breeze out there now. So he looks around and have a look at that cloth that Sheldon's got on his hand. If he drops it, you'll see it's moving around quite a bit. So it looks to be coming from their right, going this way.
Shannon on the backhand.
And if that's the case, you'd think it'd hold it out there a wee bit, but oh, look at that. Gosh.
It's a lovely bowl. I think the marker's going to need some more chalk here. And Sheldon now with a decision to make. He's going to be on his full hand. It's what weight he plays, bowl or jack here. Lovely weight he plays this weight. Very nicely, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. I like that call. He's not afraid to go it. His second shot was protected by the short one of Shannon's up front. So we see Shannon on the backhand looking to make it 2 now.
Won't want to give him a shoulder to use if he plays that weight again.
That's the thing. Even if he tickles it around the corner, it's real good. Oh, wouldn't have minded. I think we're going to see. Oh, he's thinking about it. He's thinking, well, my second shot's protected by the short bowl. Where can this go wrong? And I think it's worth another nibble here. Weight was good, John.
Yeah. Just going to miss it again, is he? Just narrow.
On the tight side, same bowl twice. There's Shannon McIlory.
Another red single.
Yeah, ekes Eeks in front, 5-1 now in this race to 21 points.
I think they're still settling down a wee bit, eh? With the draw stuff.
I would agree. Just finding their way.
So just to recap, McIlory beat Gary Lawson in his semi-final. I think it was 21-15 or something, was it?
Yeah.
Was it that much?
Yeah, 21-15-ish.
And Bagrie-Howley beat Peter Shane in the last 20 all going into the last. Well, it was 20 all.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go. So this is their way through. So Bagrie-Howley there you see. Peter Shane. And Shannon McIlroy, Gary Lawson, and to get in the quarterfinals, Shannon defeating Craig Tinker from Southland, one of Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's teammates, and Sheldon defeating Philip Skoglund.
Yep.
In his quarterfinal. Good bowl there from Sheldon. He'll be happy with that. The frightening thing about Shannon is it doesn't. He's quite capable of doing anything.
Yeah, including just playing with a little bit of weight onto that and taking it off clean and staying for the shot.
That's why he's on his forehand side. Sue Rossiter there, umpire extraordinaire, watching with her arms crossed. That's a very good bowl there from Shannon, and now he can plant Sheldon's bowl out on the back end. So Sheldon needing to get another bowl right in that head. If he drew around it to lock his bowl in, that would be good. He's giving it a look. Even if he blocks the front up, it's good. This could be helpful regardless. He's tightened the line up there for Shannon McIlroy. And Shannon's going to go have a look at the angles. He'll think about playing that plant onto Shannon's front bowl to cannon the shot bowl out of the head. Here we can see the shot bowl at 12 o'clock is no more than an inch or two away from, sorry, the second shot's no more than an inch or two away from the shot bowl. So if Shannon played on his backhand underneath Sheldon's short bowl, you could potentially cannon Sheldon out of the head for a couple there.
So probably he was looking there at how close those bowls were apart and also how far the shot bowl was from the jack. Just that all determines the shot to be played.
On the back end, Shannon McIlroy.
So his weight has got to be so that he just comes inside.
Opting to save it for his last bowl.
Yeah.
It's just fine.
Put one around the back a wee bit, give him another. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? So now he's got the back bowl.
I was going to go in. The logic for that was not to open the head up early.
Yeah.
Because as it sits, Sheldon would have to play an amazing bowl to draw two.
Yep.
Right? Whereas if Shannon played the shot and got one, then you give Sheldon an opportunity for shot play. So Shannon's like, well, we'll just bide my time. I'll just give Sheldon one right of reply once I've played my shot. But slightly overplaying that bowl.
So
going
now,
to the ditch.
Bagrie-Howley knows what McIlroy's plan is, you would think. He's going to make it more difficult for him. Oh, he's not far off picking up another shot. So he's in there if the jack stays with aggression from McIlroy.
Yeah, that's third shot. I wonder if discretion is the better part of valor. I think he might just draw third shot here, Shannon McIlroy, unless the angle's right on. If it, I don't know. I will abstain from making a comment.
And this is McIlroy.
What I can say with confidence, John, is he'll either play the shot or he won't.
He's not going to leave us wondering.
Yeah. It looks on. It's just a question of if and when there is jack movement and how much. We'll find out in a second on his backhand. Just get himself set before he hops on the mat. Here we go. Shannon McIlroy. His last bowl of this end. Yeah, playing with that cannon weight. Looking to cannon his bowl square. He's very close here.
Oh, and he gets it as well. Hey, you're up.
Well,
And your luck's in. That's it.
that went really well for Shannon McIlory there. He was close. He was within a bowl of the target,
Yeah.
but he wouldn't have looked at that and thought, if I get a fine edge of the jack, it's going out to my side bowl.
No.
And if Sheldon has second and third shot, he'll try and chip this bowl off. Little smile there from Sheldon. Look at that bowl directly behind the jack. Little bit of luck there for Shannon McIlory. But an opportunity now to score a 2 here. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley looking to chip the bowl off or kill it. On the forehand.
Oh, took the jack and killed it.
Very cool. Good shot. They both got a slide there.
Yep.
And it's a good bowl there from Sheldon. Killing the jack as we see it. As we see it get rolled back into the ring. Of course, in this National Championships, if the jack is killed, the end is replayed, John. Does not get placed on the 2 metre mark. Sort of like the test match format of the game, isn't it?
Yeah. No, that's good. So McIlroy, so deliberate as all these top players are with delivering the jack. And this all comes back to, when he was a real youngster and he was patrolling the greens up, up Gisborne way, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, and just got a taste for it there, and people recognised he had natural talent. And that's what you look at too. I know you
maybe I was a little bit.
Yeah,
I was probably
an aptitude for. If someone stands on a mat with a bowl and steps off and delivers it in a beautiful way, and they've never done that before, never had you say, oh, this guy's got talent.
You still have to polish the diamond, though,
exactly,
John.
Yeah.
I think was my point. I was a bit aggressive when I just stated there's no such thing as natural talent, because that's not correct. But you still have to polish the diamond and put that hard work in. Some diamonds are just easier to polish than others.
And he's done that. Wow, 2 very good bowls here.
Yeah, they're going to keep us on our toes this game. Shannon on the backhand.
Beautiful weight again. Look at this.
Oh, just about set against the bias.
Nice little bowl round, just around the back by not quite a metre. Now, what's the tactics here from McIlroy? Holding 2, does he think I'll go for 3, or he's putting into his mind what he would do in this situation?
Absolutely.
If he was Bagrie-Howley.
And a chance here for Bagrie-Howley here, I think. Oh, dearie me. That's good though, he's got back off the mat. Something must have just distracted him in his line of sight. On the backhand here. He's looking for bowl or jack. Jack is ideal if he can get the jack square. If he can get it square and move it back. That is so close but so far. And you see the hand on the chin. He was not far away there, John.
Well, he's 2 down, but with a great opportunity. And what's McIlroy thinking here? If I was Sheldon, I'd be playing that same shot again. I could just tickle the jack back for 3. How do I stop him doing that and yet retain my 2? Well, let's see what he does. The master, the world champion. Gosh, he played well in Christchurch that year, 2016, and
he did.
Absolutely fantastic.
Great year for
New
Zealand bowls. Of course, also featuring that dominant display in the 4s, men's 4s. It's a good time to be a Kiwi at home. And as you say, Shannon holding 2 here, 5-1 up on the card. The danger isn't super deep in the head. It's the danger is Sheldon, moving the jack just a couple of feet. It's such fine margins here.
And I suppose something just in Bagrie-Howley's eye would be all right, but bowling that safe, shortish bowl is not easy.
Looking for a clean run. So he's just trying to reduce the target area here for Sheldon. Now that was interesting. So Sheldon put his foot at the corner of the blue.
Yeah.
That may mean that he thinks he can cannon both the blues off with big weight. Maybe I'm getting a bit excitable. I could be getting excitable.
Well, also when you looked at that, the jack coming back by even a foot would give him good numbers. So
He's going to try get. Let's see what he does. He's looking in off the two blues. This is close here if it holds. That was lovely weight for the shot. He's got rid of one of them. So he was looking for a 3 by going bang on the blues. Just a foot narrow. Probably an easier shot to play on these conditions in the dead draw. But we see Shannon McIlory continue inching towards that 21 point. He's got one more point, hasn't he? He's on 7 points now. 6 points.
5 and 1 or 6. Yeah.
I was never good at maths at school.
But isn't it intriguing watching, or working out what they're thinking about, the tactics. They've got so much respect for each other. They know that each other is capable of the most sensational and perfect shots. So, a lot of times it comes down to protection, but also just anticipation of what the other's going to do.
Yeah, it's a more challenging game than you would think if you've just driven past and watched bowls or just glanced at it. You think, well, it's just rolling a big ball towards a little ball. There's a little bit more to do with it than that, and it does require some of the thought processes that these players go through when you get to this level of a national final. It's quite incredible logic that is used.
The objective is always the same, to get your bowl closer to the white or jack than your opponent. And how you get there is irrelevant.
Entirely up. It's your decision, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we may see Shannon be forced to change his backhand here. Sheldon falling short and in the line on the forehand side. So we see Steve Delany, the runner-up in the Open Disability Pairs, in the crowd. And Shannon McIlory on the backhand.
Allowing for what breeze there is to bring it in.
Will be a clubmate there, Steve Delany, of Shannon McIlory, Stoke Thunder.
Jonathan Radka, losing finalist in there as well, from the Papanui Club.
Here we go. Willing it back in. Sheldon slightly overplayed. Shannon on the backhand.
I love that delivery. Both of them almost identical, I think, aren't they?
Very grooved, yeah. Arm follows, squared through, so the bowl is delivered on the line that it's supposed to, and Sheldon's gone over and under here, and Shannon in the meantime has just put 3 bowls perfect weight, stacking the pressure up. Marker there indicating 3. Now 6-1 down's fine, but you don't want to go any further than that. That's your Sheldon Bagrie-Howley playing on his backhand side. Not sure how his weight is here, John. And the pressure really on now. He will be 4 down. He will be 4 down when he has to play his last bowl.
This bowl is jack level. Is it dead level? Dead level, yeah. Front face of the bowl, front face of the jack.
Opting to play the forehand side.
So his question there was the reasoning for that. Why was he concerned about the position of his shot bowl there to the right?
It's about trying not to make a bigger target.
Yeah,
so if he'd drawn to that bowl to the right and fallen low of the jack, Sheldon then has something that he can wicket in off. So Shannon's just added a 4th shot onto the right side of the head. The target's no bigger for Sheldon here, and he's essentially saying you have to draw the shot.
Yeah.
There's very little to rest on. The shot bowler's not low of the jack. This is a telling moment in this final already. At 6-1, it's a telling moment in this final already. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, he's up for it. He's up for this game, John.
Shot.
That is great stuff there.
And he might well give himself a little applause because he was under the cosh then.
Absolutely brilliant there. Under as much pressure as you can be. You're in your first national singles final. You're 6-1 down against a world champion. You fall down on the head. You only have a dead draw. Boom, done it. Great stuff from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Look at this replay. Oh. Well, we'll just imagine the replay, John. It was a perfect bowl. Here we go. Perfectly into the head. He had a foot to draw. Well, it wasn't perfect, though, because it wasn't a toucher, was it, John? So I suppose there's a bit to work on there for Sheldon.
He'd be disappointed with that. So he starts off now, having taken the mat right back. He's put the jack up to sort of 3/4 length. Playing the opposite side of the rink to which he played that fine bowl previously. It's interesting. It's hung out wide. So I've seen this should be the narrow hand the way that wind's coming.
Across the head. We'll just watch this track of Shannon McIlory's bowl. That's well played there. Beautiful shot. And Sheldon on the backhand. Taking his line in nicely here. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley on the probe. That's a classy bowl, John.
Really good.
Worth one. A polite smattering of applause from around the greens at Browns Bay Bowling Club, and what a wonderful host venue they've been. Even through trying times, they've done well.
Well, that came in a long way. I thought he was quite wide and would have wanted to come inside.
When you consider that he drew around that short bowl of Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's, it did turn a lot, didn't it? And that would indicate that Sheldon's on the tight side here, so if he gets jack moving, he needs it to be in the right direction. Willing it to hold up. Good bowl. Oh dear. That's a good shot. It's a toucher. He sat on the interesting side of the head. He said, oh dear.
One or two, please.
Joy. Oh, we'll just see. Shannon asking. 1 or 2 down.
2 was it? Was he up that the answer?
I think I heard 2.
Yeah, looks like 2 from our perfect vantage point. Change of hand for McIlory. Jack movement would be perfect for him. He's got the 2 bowls just behind. And he'll have another go at it.
Set the time limit up there, John, with the sirens. Does that mean the game's done? Right, what do we do here?
Well, he knows what McIlroy's intentions are, and that is to sit the jack back to him, or sit on the shot, obviously. So he might just park another one in there, you never know.
I think
and
so.
make McIlroy face the pressure that he was in the previous end.
Here we go. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley on the backhand, member of the Gore Club. Gore. How do they say it in South Island?
Gore.
Rolling of the R's. Here we go. On the backhand side. Now looking for it. He's willing it down. Little feather.
That's a... Oh, gee. He wanted to just sit in there because the shot from McIlroy now you would think is shot or jack.
On the forehand side. That was a beautiful effort there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. He was close to perfection. Shannon 2 down. He's going to play on his forehand side.
And his previous shot on that forehand side is the one that's way to the left. So he undercooked. Didn't pick the green so well on that time. On that occasion, it doesn't happen very often.
Sheldon keeping his fluids up. It's good stuff there. It's always important to stay hydrated, particularly in a sport like outdoor bowls where you're on your feet in the sun for hours and hours in the day. Shannon on his forehand now, looking to make his correction, John.
Big ball, this.
6-2 up he is. It looks on the high side to me. Interesting stuff here in this final. 6-4.
So, they might not be liking that hand very much from now on. We'll just see. But they're good enough to use, we know how good they are. Hey? They accustom themselves, acclimatised to whatever's available. So
absolutely.
Whatever's thrown at them. So 2 makes it 6-4, is it? No, 6-all, is it? Or is that right?
6-4. They were just very fast in the score tag.
Yeah.
Sheldon, you're going woo.
yeah, that carried on a bit.
Now you can see there, if you notice the little yellow, what would you call that, John? Marker?
Block.
The little block, the
Yeah,
block, the yellow block and the white block.
Okay.
That's for if the jack is taken into the ditch by a bowl. I'll put the white block by 1, I presume the jack, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And the yellow marker by the bowl, so the player at the other end can see it. Various different clubs around the country have slightly different systems for that sort of thing. I've seen arrows, drink bottles if you can't find them around one of the club. And
So just a slight correction required here from Sheldon.
on his forehand, wanting this one to run on. Well, maybe he's willing it to stop. It sat down though, should be the shot, enough for 1. Remembering, of course, I don't recall if I mentioned or not, but Shannon McIlory, if he was to win this, would be presented with the Bowls New Zealand Gold Star for 5 national titles. And look at this here from Shannon. That's great bowl.
Tell us about Maxwell Walker.
I can and I will tell you about
Will
Maxwell
you?
Walker.
Yeah.
Fascinating man. He was a man who won 3 New Zealand singles titles, and it's relevant. Bowls New Zealand, John, is based out of the Ponsonby Bowling Club, and that's where he started his bowls at the Ponsonby Bowling Club, and later moved to the Auckland Bowling Club, where he was a professor, I think, of linguistics. How do you say it? That's ironic.
Yeah.
English. The long word for English, it starts with L. And he used to sit in the Auckland Bowling Club's club rooms and mark his students' papers.
Oh.
But considered a very fine bowler, Maxwell Walker, Professor Maxwell Walker, and won in 1915, 1990 and 1923. And I believe pushed the Ponsonby Bowling Club to take out a loan to do up their clubhouse in the 20s. He saw the foresight of the man to get the clubhouse up and running and looking spick and span. So interesting. One of the interesting characters that's played the sport, John. Something like that anyway, Maxwell Walker.
Your next question to find out is how many other players with hyphenated surnames have won national titles?
Well, that's a good question.
And you won't be able to tell me?
No. Sheldon
Okay.
Bagrie-Howley, I'm just going to go out there and say he's probably it.
The first. Let's have a think.
When he won his fours.
I can't remember any.
I looked through all the archives yesterday and nothing stuck out.
No, okay, that's good.
That doesn't mean anything though. It could have just gone in one ear and out the other.
How many with the first name of Sheldon? None have struck you.
Can't
No,
think of
no.
any Sheldons.
No. Possibly no Shannons either.
No Shannon. Well, yeah, one Shannon.
Yeah.
Need a better train spotter than me, John.
Yeah.
Mike Kernahan showed a great breadth of bowls knowledge, which was to be expected. I was having a chat to him and he fired some trivia questions at me, of which I knew none.
Oh, right.
None.
That's good. It is it's a sport that is full of that stuff. You know, people winning one title and then never winning another and never heard of again. And I keep bringing up the first nationals I ever reported on in 1975 in Dunedin at the now defunct Kaituna Bowling Club. That was the headquarters. And a guy, Ernie Wilson, won the singles from Bell McEwen, I think he was, from down that way, down Dunedin. And I kept thinking, I wonder whatever happened to Ernie Wilson, you know. But I think he might have won another title, a Peers title. But the sport was full of those, you know, one-off winners. And that's a great thing about bowls, isn't it? I love the fact that here we have, throughout this tournament, people playing, ordinary club bowlers really, playing against the world champion.
Yep.
You know, our ex-president, Mark O'Connor, played against Drew Shannon and Paul played, didn't he? So anyone can do it. And
he
then
scored a 4 against Shannon?
Yeah. Not all on the one end, was it?
I was just going to leave it ambiguous.
And that's fantastic. There aren't many sports that you can do that.
I totally agree. It's one of the beauties of this game. And the Open National Championships, which of course is open to any affiliated bowler in New Zealand. You can be a first-year player or an experienced one, and you'll just get randomly drawn into sections. And the opportunity to play some of our best and maybe get a scalp, and it does happen. So we see Shannon score 1 on the previous end, now 7-4 up in this race to 21. And Shannon on the backhand. Once he finds his line and length, John.
Hard man to better when he's in that.
Isn't it relentless?
Sort of form, yeah.
On the backhand.
I think too these bowls with the, you know, the half and half or the multicolours, a bit hard to judge when you're viewing them. I mean, he looked to be well short. Just the rotation of the
They seem to keep going, don't they?
Yeah.
Probably something a physics person could tell us why it looks like that. And Shannon McIlory here.
He's going to tuck it up, is he?
Looking for an edge of it. He got that slightly more square than he would have liked, but still a good bowl. And again, putting Sheldon under pressure here. 7-4 up, holding 3. Sheldon may go and have a look at the head. I think Maxwell Walker also was well known before David Bright for having a pipe, John. I think he was set the standard for pipe smoking at bowls. Look at this head here from Shannon McIlory. 3 right around it, and Sheldon's going to have a look. If you're aggressive, it has to be with your third bowl. So if he's going to hit it, it's now.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And if he hits anything, he'll look for his short bowl as square as he can. And try and get some movement. It'll splay the head out.
So this is a big bowl too. So down by 7-4, but certainly not out of it. He's been playing so well.
So just opting for the draw, slightly over the draw on the backhand side.
So he came down and had a look, and from the mat, it would have looked as though Shannon's 2 front bowls were right on the jack.
Yeah.
So he thinks, I've got a chance of drawing second shot here. Hasn't quite managed that.
Yeah, he will have decided that attacking it with this third was too small a target, and that it was easier to draw second shot, which is what he opted to do. And if we look at all 6 of those bowls, it's perfect green, isn't it, to the jack pretty much. Shannon just the one that's found the weight on this end.
He's, you know, you can see what Shannon's thinking. What would I do here? I'd probably have a go on the backhand with a bit of weight, and I could split those 2 and end up, and the jack might come over to here. So is he going to cover where he thinks the resulting the jack might be? So it might be out to the side.
It's almost about not getting greedy.
Yeah.
You don't need to score 4 if you've got 3.
Yeah, so there we go. That's thinking that if he smacks his short bowl, splits those, the jack is only going to go to where McIlory put that. Maybe a bit further back.
There's very little on here for Sheldon, to be honest. And Shannon was wise there not to make it. He didn't create anything new for Sheldon to play. But he's going to I think Sheldon's going to have a go. He's
Yeah,
winding
he's got
right
to.
up. He's looking for his bowler as square as he can. On the forehand. If he holds, he's close. That wasn't far away.
No.
Just a little bit of frustration shown there. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. It's going to be a 3 to Shannon McIlory. First of these two into double figures. 10-4 up now in this race to 21.
Where's the Shannon?
Three to Shannon. It's got to hurt if you're Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. You've just conceded 3. You said it's 3, and then the scoreboard marker goes, oh, what did you drop again? It's like rubbing salt into a wound, John. 10-4 is the score.
It's taken it right down to the 2 metre by the looks of it, the 2 metre mark, which is aptly named because it's 2 metres from the ditch.
Good bowl. Great bowl there, Shannon McIlory. How many times have we seen him just draw a toucher already in this early stage? Shannon.
It's pretty tidy too, isn't it?
This is great here. I mean, he's a very tenacious bowler, Sheldon. He doesn't know when he's beaten, which is a trademark of most champion, well, all champion bowlers really. You haven't lost until you've literally lost the game, and even then some of them keep going. He'll keep in there and look to take his opportunities. Quite capable of making numbers as well as Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. If there's a shot on for a number, he'll play it. Only trailing 10-4, so it's no... when your opposition is at 10 points, that's not a worrisome time. It's once they start getting towards that 17, 17 and over, you go, well, now I need to be making some decisions here. Sheldon.
Change of hands, looking to... Well, he's got 2 targets here, the shot bowl or the jack to drag it back a little bit onto his other. And he's nicely set up here, though. That's good.
Played with a lovely weight, that, from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley.
Now, McIlroy will be aware of what his opponent is trying.
Smooth as silk.
Follows it up, looking to get it around to where his opponent's bowls are.
Good bowl.
Yeah.
1, 2. 1 or 2. How many gaps? 1 on the measure.
Decisions, decisions, decisions here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club. On the back end. Not far away here, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. He likes this bowl, John.
What does he know?
Well, he liked it.
Yeah, he should have too, because the previous shot he was able to move the jack, wasn't he? He could have just tickled it back even a foot or so, and he would have had 3. But now with that,
it looked pretty good.
Forward-thinking bowl of McIlroy's, it's not quite there. So what does he do now? He's got 1 and a measure.
Possibly he'll consider playing his forehand side underneath Sheldon's bowl that you see to the right of your screen by Shannon's left foot in for second shot. That way you're not making your target any bigger. Watch him play the backhand now, John.
I don't think so. The way he was measuring, I think, just making sure of who's got 3rd.
All right, what are you going to do, Shannon?
Playing the backhand. Well, there you go.
I was just saying what he wouldn't do.
Yeah.
On the backhand side.
All those experienced bowlers out in the clubhouse here listening, they're saying, those guys shouldn't be doing this job. They don't know what they're talking about.
Just ramble with confidence. And Shannon, his logic was still not to make a bigger target, so I was half right. But maybe just putting one around the back, that's interesting. So he was putting one past to minimise the damage if Sheldon can get some jack movement. He's gone a little bit too far past. I've seen him do that twice this game. Sheldon now will be really wanting to get a result here, John. On the backhand, giving himself a real chance here. This is a lovely weight to play this bowl with. He's close. Good bowl.
1, 2. Very good.
That's classy stuff there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, and very controlled weight. He had to have controlled weight because of that back bowl of Shannon McIlory's. Another little gem I found when I was doing my research, John. It's a guy with a name. It's my favourite name, Ham Pirrett.
Oh.
What's happened?
He moved the jack.
Oh dear. Well, it was probably the only one anyway.
Yeah.
Trust me to talk when something interesting is happening. Ham Pirrett, who played the Commonwealth Games for outdoor bowls, and in 1957 he was the first man to win the indoor bowls national singles and the outdoor national singles in the same year. 1957, and the town of Tuakau had a function in the town hall for him, celebrating that success, and the mayor spoke and congratulated him on winning both singles in 1 year. And the other man to do that, of course, Gary Lawson in 1989. Sheldon played a brilliant bowl on the end of that last end to get to 5 points.
Now, sit on the nut here and
and he switched
put
hands.
the pressure on.
It's an okay start. As we go. On the back end. Interesting, that's one of the loosest bowls we've seen from Shannon McIlory, and it came directly after a bowl that went into the ditch as well.
Okay, so we've...
Interesting. I wonder if the wind's changed around or something here.
But these guys will soon adapt to that.
Shannon on the back end. This is fascinating, John. They've blinked. The loosest head we've seen by a margin. All 8 bowls would have been within the closest one here on every other end that we've seen played. Sheldon switching to the backhand.
Oh, is he going to get tied up?
My goodness. What's going on, John? Just some frustration there.
And you can't let, if it is a wind out there that's creating problems, you just can't let it get to you.
Yeah.
It's going to affect both the same.
Just unbelievable, really. This end
but
in particular.
McIlroy's last green was fantastic.
Yeah, let's see if he can make a correction. No. This is bizarre. I don't understand. Imagine if Sheldon scores a 3 here. You just go, what is this game that we play?
And his closest bowl's 2 metres away.
Staggering stuff on the back end, Sheldon. Why do we do it? Racing through because he's seen Shannon's bowls full short. No, he's okay. Well, look, he's holding 3. I'll eat my notes if Shannon doesn't draw the shot. I cannot foresee a future in which Shannon does not draw one here.
But he looks perplexed by it all.
Oh, as he would be.
Yeah.
Here we go. On the back end, Shannon McIlory drawing for 1. He's got more than all the room in the world. And my notes are safe, John.
I think so.
My notes are safe, John.
Yes. Oh, gosh.
There was a moment there when I was thinking, well, what do you have with notes? Is tomato sauce?
Yeah.
One to Shannon. 11.
Wow, that was scratchy. All bowlers around the country were thinking to themselves, I'm as good as these guys.
It's like when you watch the darts and every now and then
Yep.
someone throws a 26 and you go, well, that's,
Yeah.
thank you. Normal service will resume shortly, I'm sure, as we see Shannon deliver the jack. The mat's up a little bit here. And the jack's what? A metre up from the 2 metre. Those lovely white bowling shoes on the marker.
So they played the backhand going in the previous direction, didn't they? And they're playing that same side of the rink coming this way.
They did. Well, Sheldon started off on his forehand side and then switched almost immediately.
So the way McIlory certainly was handling it coming this way really well. And then put that bomb in the, well, that long, we went into the ditch, didn't he, with his last coming this way, playing the backhand. So Bagrie-Howley is playing the backhand.
Yeah, this is the hand that we think turns a little bit more, John, because there's a wind going from the right as we see it to the left. So this should swing late and a lot. As it has. Great bowl there. Look how much that turned at the end and sat down. Brilliant bowl from Shannon Bagrie-Howley. And both of these players will be thinking, we've just spent an end trying to get a bowl within
2 metres.
And we've put 2 bowls within a foot of the jack. Oh, just an incredible game sometimes. And Shannon making a correction here. Sheldon will be tempted. Oh, I'm not sure actually. Going to stay on the backhand, fair enough. Looking to draw just past the head here. There would have been a small temptation to switch to the forehand side. That bowl's lost, I think.
As you said, they come in a long way from out there once they start moving.
Beautiful. Look, that's perfect weight.
That would have been.
So Shannon asking how far away the jack is from the shot bowl.
2 inches behind this bowl, just to the side.
Looking to play bowl or jack. This is perfect weight here from Shannon McIlory. Just swooping across the head.
So how does Sheldon respond to that?
It'll be tempting to play the forehand for Sheldon because he could get a feather off that short bowl of Shannon's that sits at 9 o'clock and scoop the jack to the side himself. The other option is to try and draw to lock your bowl in on the backhand side.
Because it looks as though McIlroy's bowl is jack high, slightly jack high, is it? I'm not sure. And that will encourage Sheldon because he's unlikely to flick it in if he's a bit wide. And he is a bit wide.
Yeah. And a nice, I like that shot selection there, and that was lovely weight there from Sheldon. If you look, he's to the 2 metre mark, so if he had collected with that bowl that's a little bit low of the jack, it would have just come in nicely. That's fine. I suppose all you do if you're Sheldon now is cross your fingers that Shannon doesn't play a good bowl, and that's never a great thing to bet on. On the
For the shot.
forehand.
Didn't miss it by much last time. He's not going to miss it by much this time.
But he is going to miss it, John.
Yeah.
And now's a chance for a bonus bowl here from Sheldon. And we'll see how confident he's feeling by how close he gets with this bonus bowl, because it's a little bit dangerous here. If he doesn't get the green weight perfect on either hand, you could end up accidentally setting your ball up and over or moving the jack a little.
Well, you know, if he wanted to be really adventurous, bring the jack right back.
Oh, you could give it a go.
Yeah, yeah. I unintentionally would do that.
Backhand.
What he doesn't want to do is just turn his shot over, because the jack might go with it back to... Oh, he's played this with great weight. Oh, yeah.
Great effort
Not
there. I think that's a sign of confidence. He's feeling confident enough.
So we had McIlory got away to a, what was he, a 6-2 lead, 6-1 lead, 6-2, 6-4, then 9-4, and 10-5, 11-5, now 11-6. Raced to 21 shots in this final of the Summerset 2023 Men's Singles Championship. Browns Bay in Auckland.
Staying in touch now. The last time these players played in this direction, it's fair to say that they have had better ends, John.
Yep.
It's interesting that Sheldon's leading off on the forehand again. His weight was okay, so that's probably closer than...
So is McIlory going to stick with... He got his last one was okay.
His last one was okay,
he saved playing on the backhand, so he'll recall what that green was.
Sheldon just walking into the, whatever you call it, the foyer at Browns Bay Bowling Club. Oh, this direction, something must have changed coming in this direction, John, because we've just... The bowls aren't as good as they have been coming this way. I wonder if there's a wind or if the green's slowing down. Who knows?
Do you want to go out and check?
Not really, John.
No. Okay.
It's quite a comfortable seat that we've got here.
Kernahan will be listening, so he'll go out. He'll come in and tell us.
Tell us what's changed.
Look, you
Here
guys.
we go.
What's happened is that
They're just not playing as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Sheldon just travelling past the jack there. Little comment there from Shannon.
Two inches more green
On the back end. It may be that they feel like it's a small difference in the green that you take makes a big difference at the end of the track. Remember,
Right.
There has been a biblical amount of rain in the last week. Right, Sheldon on the backhand side. He's following this ball up. Probably means he thinks he's in the area. That's a nicer line than what we have seen from Sheldon. This is a good bowl, John. Good shot there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. And Shannon toying with the idea of the forehand. I don't think he's going to be short. I love that confidence.
Jack.
I love that. I love that level of confidence.
Jack
Look where the
stayed in.
jack just finished there.
Yeah.
Shannon's like, oh, well, I'll just go jack in the ditch. That's brilliant stuff from Shannon McIlory. There we see the blocks, the white one for the jack, the yellow one for the shot bowl. Good stuff.
Beat that.
That's good stuff. Sheldon walking away from that bowl. That would indicate that he doesn't think it's very close. And a big end here.
And not a great deal of confidence in either of them in trying to draw to the ditch here. He's got 2 metres or more to the ditch, hasn't he? Which is clear space.
Yeah, it'll be interesting when we see them come back in this direction again.
Yeah.
If anything changes in the way they play their draw shots, maybe we'll see a different length head thrown.
This might stay out.
See if it makes it
Looks to be
big.
coming in, is it?
Good bowl.
Oh yeah, that's very good. Wow.
2 there for Shannon McIlory.
The classy whipping of the jack into the ditch.
On 13-6 now, of course. Let's probably bring up bad memories for Shannon McIlory fans, but as Shannon extends his lead to 13-6, we did have that famous semi-final in 2019 at Carlton, Cornwall, where Shannon McIlory played Tony Fabling and was comfortably in front to have his lead eked and eked and eked away, losing that game, I think, 21-19 or 21-20 to Tony Fabling at Carlton, Cornwall. I was on commentary then, and I was getting ready for an early lunch when Shannon was maybe 18-3 up or something, and Tony came back. So we know anything's possible, John.
Oh, my word.
Shannon.
But much more comfortable coming this way. McIlory, or both of them.
Yeah, seems to be an easier direction to play bowls, although that wasn't the case at the beginning. And I get a chance to pop out there at the end of the game. I must remember to ask what was going on.
Yeah.
Let me see. Sheldon on the back end.
How difficult was it with the wind, or what was causing the problems?
Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
See if we can get.
We've guessed all over the place.
We've come up with absolutely no idea
Yep.
what the issue was. And a good shot there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, playing the backhand coming this direction beautifully. 13-6, so Shannon McIlory 8 points away. Sheldon needs to score 15 in that same time. And a chance here for a number early on.
So going back to that previous end, when you can't get the bowl anywhere close, being able to rip the jack into the ditch is not a bad option, is it?
Oh,
it's a good little tool in the box, that's for sure.
Absolutely. If you're comfortable with a weighted shot, you may as well utilise it. Now, Sheldon here, if he can tuck the jack. Oh, this bowl drifting a little bit. Needs it to get down. That's good bowls there. That's a 2-bowl target. Shannon will go this. They'll both go clean as a whistle or kill the jack. But he's kept that target narrow, and Shannon's got that short bowl, which keeps the target tight as well. That's what you can see. Maybe he won't go that. That actually looks really tight.
I'd like to see that from the mat end.
Yeah. If he...
because it's...
if Shannon does go for this...
he won't see much
It'd be an incredible bowl. There's less there to see than I thought there was.
Yeah.
Now the margin of error on this bowl is he's got a bowls with the confidence of the man to play that. It's imperative here. Sheldon, even if he drew to the point of the short bowl of Shannon's as almost half a block, would be good. He may follow this bowl down to try and put the pressure on. Sort of what you see people doing in bowls. The third bowl, if they're holding a couple, often we see them follow their third bowl down. And that's, well, he's going to hold 3. Yeah,
good
shot.
He hasn't enlarged the target at all, has
that's brilliant stuff here from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley.
Yeah.
Put 3 bowls on a pinhead, and he'll be frustrated because he's put 3 bowls there. In the previous
so when McIlory goes back to the mat and he looks down, all he's seeing really is one bowl, isn't he?
He's seen a bowl target
bowl with
here.
a bit, and that's about all.
And he'd actually rather, I think Shannon will probably play for the kill rather than anything else, because it's likely that even if he hits Sheldon's bowl, one of them's going to stay, that shot bowl that's locked into the 2. You'd be so hard pressed to remove that from the head. You'll probably drop a 2, because of course Sheldon's got a bowl to go. So Shannon, if he does play with weight, will be going for the kill here.
That's what he can see from back at the mat. That's it. That's all he can see.
It's
is
a small target.
His own bowl looks big in the front, the short bowl.
Here we go.
Full on, do you think? Or just what he played last time?
I think what he played last time. I think he wants to give his bowl a chance to swoop once he gets past the front stuff. And this is a massive bowl, really. If he misses, you'd expect Bagrie-Howley to draw a 4th. Here we go. Shannon McIlory on the backhand. He's wide. Now,
for him, that was well wide.
It was well wide. And psychologically, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley has to draw a 4, or Shannon will feel like he got away with it. Because he's written off, psychologically, Shannon's go, well, I've dropped a 4, now it's 10-13. If Sheldon was to make it not a 4, Shannon goes, oh, I've won. I've only dropped a 3.
It's only 9. He hasn't got the double figures yet.
Psychologically, this is really important for both of these players. A good end from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley on the backhand, looking to make it a 4 here. Pop himself back into the game. He's got the right line. How's his weight, John?
Comes in a long way from there, as you've said. And he's played it pretty well, hasn't he? That's really good. Ooh, just a bit much, or is it in?
He'll be willing that to be in. You know, psychologically, you need it. You just need to make it 4 there. What's he done? 3. Only 3. So although that's a really good end there from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, he'll be gutted he didn't make that 4. Psychologically, instead of going, yes, I've got the bonus bowl, he's going, oh, I missed the 4 that I should have got. Interesting permutations in this game. As we see this end, the players have been struggling on. Skellern moving the mat up to the halfway mark, more than the halfway mark, and throwing the jack long. So this is really, it's a short end, isn't it? Because the mat's up.
Yep.
And the jack in the same place. See if he can find a different track. He's just put 3 bowls within 6 inches of the jack. Going this direction. It hasn't worked quite so well for him. Let's see what he can manage here. And Sheldon Bagrie-Howley is close with this bowl. This is good stuff for the man from Gore, and forcing Shannon to switch to the forehand as well.
Well, he's seen now that there's nothing dangerous about that hand. There's nothing really difficult because Sheldon's put one close. Yep, that's pretty good. That could well be the shot from there on the side. Getting back to tight heads again.
It is. They'll be pleased with this. Return to form. To be fair, I mean, we say they were loose heads. It was two times they came in this direction and didn't draw super duper close. But I think the players probably as perplexed as we are. Sheldon, 2 good bowls there. Trailing 9-13 in this game. It's got plenty of legs left in it yet. There's a crowd gathered around the green. Erin Nurka there, Bowls New Zealand commercial manager on the far left. We're bidding a fond farewell to her at the end of this national event. She's leaving us for the greener pastures of not here. Will be sadly missed. She's done a great job.
Fantastic, gosh.
Now, Sheldon here. Which side of the jack are you going to get, Sheldon? Oh, he got it square enough. There would have been a moment of panic as it started to slice across the head.
And remaining on that side of the rink, McIlory, forehand. Just looking to fine it up a little bit so he can sit on the shot bowl, or maybe slice the jack back to himself would be of interest. Not quite there this time, but not far away.
Sheldon will be thinking, I can just tuck the jack around the corner, right in the area, hide it. So we've got those 2 short bowls of Sheldon's there at 12 o'clock on the screen. If you tuck the jack behind the shot bowl, nothing to hit for Shannon McIlory. Just force a dead draw here. Sheldon taking his time. Very focused man, isn't he?
Yep.
Was in the lead position in the 4 that won the national championships in 2020.
Well, he's turned his back on it, and that doesn't happen very often.
I'd say that's a bad sign.
Yeah. So there's...
He's blocked the backhand up if you're looking for positives.
Yeah.
And Shannon McIlory with a decision to make.
What happens if McIlory sits on that shot bowl? He might have 2nd and 3rd, has he, or even 4th?
If he could get enough weight onto it,
yeah.
He certainly does have 2nd and 3rd. I think McIlory...
And 4th there. So look, we look at that, or maybe certainly 1, 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know the forehand swoops a lot, so even if he was to snick the jack back,
yeah,
big chance that you'd end up with sort of 2 shots. So I think we'll see a sweeping draw on the forehand.
Yeah.
Shannon may have considered hitting it on the backhand, but I feel like Sheldon's last bowl has unintentionally blocked that option up. We'll see. Shannon making a decision. I think he's lining up on the forehand side here. Great bowler, Shannon McIlory.
First of all, looking to draw the shot. Second, to maybe sit the shot bowl that's there at the moment out.
Beautiful weight.
Get a slide off any of those will be good. A slide off that, and suddenly shot anyway.
Yeah, it's gone well. It was nice weight for the shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Shannon will probably acknowledge to Sheldon that that was a little bit fortuitous. 1 to Shannon McIlory, 14-9 in this race to 21.
Hard point though, eh?
It was.
Let's have a change. I'm going to take the mat right back.
I like that. He's just thought about the fact that Sheldon essentially drew 3 touches the last time going in that direction.
Now, will he be long? No, medium, short.
Good call. That's another thing these players will have practiced a lot. It's just literally just delivering the jack to where they want it to go. Such a key part, particularly of the singles game. Dictating the length of the head to your opposition. Saying you're playing to where I want you to play to.
The habitual just touching of the cap peak before he bowls every time. Shannon McIlory saunters across to his right to get a better view of this. Sees it coming in quite well. His weight looks not too bad at all. It's, in most people's language, that's a pretty good bowl, and for Shannon McIlory, it'd say, oh, that's okay.
Missed it by a mile.
Yep.
Sheldon on the backhand, on the big sweeping hand. This is close here.
He's got that hand sorted, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, these are the ends where he's going to make his money. Coming back in this direction on the backhand. And he'll know that. He'll know he's got good touch here. He's got to think, this is where I'm making my numbers. And then just making sure I'm only dropping ones at the worst, going in the other direction.
McIlory changing hands.
A little cant on that bowl there. Lovely line here from Shannon McIlory.
Jack. Not quite.
And there's a little bumblebee.
Yeah.
I think it went there and thought, oh, there's nothing here. It's moved on. A new problem in bowls, John, with the coloured bowls is that the bees often think they're going to land on a flower.
Well, and particularly, lavender colour, because they love lavender, so that's almost a lavender colour that Sheldon's got. 2 very good bowls.
Good bowl from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley.
The last bowl's half a bowl jack high.
Marker there, whose birthday it is, as well as Shannon McIlroy's father's birthday today, remember, John?
They're not one and the same, are they?
Don't think so. No. And if it is your birthday, happy birthday, just incidentally, if you're listening and it's your birthday time. Hope it's gone well. I'm glad that you've joined us to watch this Open Men's Singles Final here at Browns Bay.
Great way to celebrate your birthday. Well, now his previous bowl would have been great there, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
you would have sat on that and may have got both. So, Bagrie-Howley now in this game of chess.
On the back end.
Yeah, put a bit of weight on this, I think, has he?
He didn't let it go as well as he can. But that doesn't matter because it's a good bowl.
Gee. Oh,
clean run. Good stuff here. That's good stuff from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Going in this direction, as you said, John. He just hasn't missed for the last 2 ends. And Shannon is sort of, he's got short bowls there of his own, which are a little bit stymieing, aren't they? He's good enough to hit one of them square.
Yep.
But
it's, I don't think it's going to work for him, is it?
No.
Oh, well, you don't know. But if he hits his left-hand bowl straight onto the shot bowl, which is directly in front of the jack, then
the short bowls just make it more challenging, don't they?
Yeah.
You could try hit one of them into a split, or you could just get down. We know that Sheldon's bowl on the left of the head, as we see it now, is level with the jack. So if Shannon was to draw to that and sit in, he's essentially drawing the shot. He's good enough to do that as well. I often think these really good bowlers are just too good at all the things. It must be hard.
So that that backhand shot onto the left-hand bowl of Bagrie-Howley, Shannon's played that quite nice. His line's been good, hasn't it?
Mm.
But it's a fine line.
Maybe with the percentage shot here, unless he's seen a runner right up the middle, but he'd need to hit something absolutely dead square, absolute plumb. And even then, you're probably only cutting it down to 1. See Shannon on the backhand.
Yeah.
Opting to rest Sheldon Bagrie-Howley's bowl. He's given himself a chance here. It was the weight. This is incredible. And again, for the second end in a row coming in this direction, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley has room to draw for 4. And this time, like I said last time, John, he has to make it count.
Mm.
Psychologically, Shannon's already conceded 4 on his head. So you've got to get the little adrenaline boost of making that happen. What a great singles final this has been so far, John.
There won't be many people watching this who are getting up to grab a cup of tea or anything. I'll just watch this end.
Yeah. One more.
Yeah, this is okay from
this time, Sheldon.
Sheldon, he's got to be in here.
Good bowl. Good bowl.
Yeah, no mistake this time.
Now that, just a little adrenaline rush there.
It's the first 4 of the game, and it goes to Sheldon Bagrie-Howley.
Tell you what, it's been interesting. Sheldon, when he skips and has played bowls 3-5 and other events, very, very demonstrative.
Yes.
He jumps after his bowl. You see fist pumps and shouting. He just drew a back toucher for 4.
And never
nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
Nothing on his face. He's focused here, John, as he throws the jack into the ditch. That's the end.
What am I going to do? I pulled the mat right back last time and threw up a short jack, and he nailed it every time.
Yeah. Interesting. A dilemma for Shannon McIlory, who's been getting the better of Sheldon coming in this direction, I think it's fair to say. Sheldon seems to have found that backhand side going towards the clubhouse perfect. 7 of his last 8 bowls have been perfect going in that direction. This direction not so good.
So I just asked Mike Kernahan there, who's been out having a look at this. I said, what's the wind doing? And he said, not a lot. So there you go. So
well,
we're not going to talk about the wind.
We tried our best.
Good starter here from McIlory. So
just having a look at the clubs.
Oh, so he's played that hand. They're mixing and matching it, really, aren't they? Trying to settle on it.
In this direction, eh? Here we go. On the forehand. That's okay, it's a good line. Just had a nosy at the archives, John, to see if anyone from the respective clubs had won a national singles in the past, and I can report there's been no national singles winners out of Gore yet, but one other one apart from Shannon McIlory out of Stoke, and that was Peter Hodgson, who we did see play bowls 3-5.
Yep.
So if Sheldon was to win, he'd be the first national singles title holder to come from the Gore club.
Well, backdoor shot there from McIlory.
Sheldon looking like he's going to play the forehand side now.
You see, he's been quite comfortable on this hand. Quite like that.
Careful here, Sheldon. Oh, he's going to guts it square.
Backhand, McIlory. As we say, he was narrow with his previous one, but his weight was really good, so he managed to nail the shot, and he's going to do it again here. So is this time for the return from McIlory? Holding 2.
Now,
might see some aggression here. No.
Yeah.
So McIlroy's got the back bowl.
So hard to get your way through there. Sheldon indicating the backhand. So if he could get his bowl at 12 o'clock square into the split, there's no jack movement, John. It's a very, very hard bowl to play, but that might be what he's looking at.
So his bowl to the right as we look at it.
Yeah, to be fair, slightly right of square. 1
Yep.
o'clock on the bowl
Yep.
from where we saw it. That's where he needs to hit it. Goes into the split. Both bowls disappear clean. No jack movement. Very hard shot to play. That's what he sees from his end. So if he's hitting it, he's looking for his bowl on the left there into the split of the bowls. Or he could go in between his two bowls onto Channer to try and kill the jack.
He's not going to be short. He's putting a bit of weight on.
Into the split. Into the split. He's close. He's close.
Oh, oh.
Now he's hoping for the kill. Has it gone out the side? What happened? Is there clapping?
He has.
He's killed it, John.
He's killed it.
Oh, my heart. That was. I would have loved to see that, but if my heart's going like that, I can't.
Marco was
shudder
going to put
to
it on the
think.
2 metre.
Was he?
I think so. No. Well, yeah, that was a very good result for Bagrie-Howley. I'm sure we might haul up a replay of that because he was under pressure there for the first time in a while. He picked up a 4 on the previous end and he was 2 down to McIlory. Any minor movement of the jack was going to work against him, but he's got enough of an edge to take the jack out and kill it. He marches the mat up 3 metres. Now looking to make sure he's up, so he throws it maximum distance down to the 2 metre mark at the other end.
Very good. Oh, this game just keeps giving and giving, John.
14-13, killed end.
Sheldon on the forehand side. Was 2 down before he killed it. He's gone from a run shot to a draw and played it well here. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley with his first bowl coming in this direction. It's been a bane of an end. Sheldon switching to the backhand. This is good bowls here from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Weathering the storm. Defeated Peter Shane 21-20 in his semi-final. So we see Tony Garelja there to the right of the screen. Great mate of Peter Shane's and a good bowler on his own right. Here, Shannon McIlory looking to draw the shot here. We've got a tight end back coming in this direction. Just set out of the count potentially. And Sheldon, I think, has to play on his backhand, John. Cooling down a little bit, isn't it?
Between the two.
Yes, yeah, we just feel a bit of a breeze coming through the window here.
I bet I closed the window.
No, it's all right. Not so fresh.
Okay, I'll leave it open.
Yeah. Enables me to yell out to people.
Sheldon on the back end. This bowl needs to hold. He might need a gust of wind. Look at this track out against the bias. Just a little bit, just a little. Fair effort. That weight was pretty good. 14-13. Shannon McIlory was at one point. It was, what, 11-5, 13-6 up. It's just scored 1 point in the same amount of time that Sheldon has scored 5 or 6 of them. I was back forehand here. Look at this bowl duck across. Here's an opportunity for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley to tickle the jack back a little.
Even the best players can sort of go through a bleak spell, can't they, in a game where the harder you try, the more difficult it becomes.
It's not often that you will play a game of more than 20 ends and have played perfect bowls every time. It happens occasionally. We've seen some examples of it. The World Men's Fours winners in 2016, they didn't have an off end. But very rare that that happens. And it's about trying to make your B game as good as possible And when you do have a bad end, trying to minimise the damage and just dropping 1s and 2s in singles games is always helpful. As
good ball,
Sheldon
good ball here.
Bagrie-Howley looking for a clean run. Sit down, good bowl there.
So that ties it up at the moment, I think, doesn't it? 14 all. It looks as though McIlory has second shot.
One there indicates the marker. And Shannon McIlory will be keen to avoid a drawn game if at all possible.
Yeah, that's a step back, isn't it, really?
Well, he's led the entirety of this match,
Yeah.
hasn't he? So you sort of want to stay, you don't mind a game tightening up, but you sort of want to stay in front.
Ooh, this is a dodgy shot here, isn't it? That he has to be perfect weight. Oh, gosh.
And if he'd set that up and over, he was 2 down.
Yep. So 1 down. So the scores are tied at 14 all in this national men's final.
So the screw continues to turn. 17 ends played, 18 ends played in this game. The scoreboard filling up and the jack thrown
Perfect.
to a natural length and dead straight. And this is the end that Sheldon has been on fire on his backhand. Takes a nice green, lets the ball come back in. What's the bet? This bowl's a toucher, John. Commentator's curse. And legitimately, the second worst bowl he's played in that direction out of the last 9 bowls.
Yep. Thought processes following them, knowing what's required here. Knowing that this hand seems to finish well, doesn't it? They're coming from a fair way out. If you've got your weight, you're in with a chance.
Look at that. Lovely green. Now, we've had incredible games for the entire Nationals, John, and we've been able to broadcast every day onto our YouTube channel and the finals days on Sky Sport, for which we are very pleased and grateful to be able to offer. But if you want to rewatch any of them, they're on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. If you've got a day where you want to put your feet up and watch some top-notch bowls, go to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, check it out. As we look at this here from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, you can watch that bowl back again on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. Just go there, and while you're there, please click the subscribe button, and then you'll get notified every other time we go live with national events in the Summer of Bowls. What a great bowl that was from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, and it's interesting to me that he's quite calm, isn't the word, very focused, isn't he, John?
You know, we've raved about that women's singles match, Taylor Bruce and Selena Goddard, and the finish and the quality throughout, but I mean, this is just as good, isn't it?
The sand is just unbelievable.
At 14 all in the final, first to 21.
It is Jack Low, 1 bowl.
So when it says 1 bowl, Jack Low, it means the width of a bowl basically. So to give the bowler some indication of, you know, how many in the old days inches it was.
No, that's what we use for bowls. Sheldon will understand inches and feet. Look at this one. His backhand coming in this direction is just absolutely exceptional. He's given the smallest of shoulders here for Shannon McIlory. But again,
Last bowl is 1 bowl low.
Again, Shannon's got an annoying short bowl for himself at the front of the head. It doesn't allow that a clean attacking shot. On the forehand, Shannon will follow this ball up to look at the head himself.
Yep. It's pretty. He has got a, decent punch onto that shot bowl, and the jack might spring back to him a little bit.
Yeah,
A little bit, but not enough.
Well called there, John.
But it's still 2, I'd say.
Yeah, it's a good bowl, and Sheldon is in such fine form on the back end coming this direction. He'll visualise playing a back toucher, and I won't be surprised if he gets it here, keeping that target narrow for Shannon McIlory.
So if he sits on the McIlory bowl or beats it, that back one, that's a third shot to him.
He's just looking at the head because there is an option to play the forehand too, which is safer. But he knows he's in such good touch on the back end.
Why change?
So he'll feel like, that's fair enough.
No, he's thinking about it.
It's fair enough to switch. I don't mind that call.
Yep.
Well, as if I have. It doesn't matter if I mind the call or not, but the forehand side, just to make sure that he's not giving any target on the backhand. This is a good call here from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. His instinct was to play the backhand because he's going so good on it, but just using a little bit of bowl strategy here.
I was going to say, but he hasn't played this, and look at it. He hasn't played this hand for a long time, and he's going to curl it through that hole and settle for another one. Look at that. Hey,
good bowl. Good bowl.
Brilliant. So another 3 here at the moment with 1 bowl to play.
Really like that call from Sheldon. It shows a lot of maturity, John, because instinctively you just want to get down and play the hand you've been playing. And he's just stopped and thought, no, I'm in a national singles final, I'm 40 all. What's the smartest bowl to play here? And he's done that, holding 3. Shannon with a lot to do here. Any thoughts, John?
Well, I mean, looking at it from here, and we're not seeing it from the bowler's view, but backhand to the jack or the shot bowl, which is just short of the jack as we look at it now. So jack movement would be good for him, but it's probably quite tight. Can't really play the other hand, can he?
No,
so he's got to play backhand.
That short bowl of his own up the front has stopped a drive shot. You could draw it on the back. If you're trailing it on the back, you're making a 2 here.
So there you go. What does he see? His bowl is 4th shot at the moment. He can beat that. If he can beat that, or sit the jack, or sit the shot.
Yeah, I think he's way to the 2 metre mark on the back end, in all likelihood here. Although, I can never tell if he's lining up for a drive.
If he go fast, but
yeah,
he's
reaching. So he needs to clear the front one. He's close here if he clears the front, John. Now he wants to get the front one square, and it's going to duck underneath.
Oh, he missed everything.
It was nice. Ooh. It was nice weight for the shot, and the tables have turned somewhat in this game.
For the first time in the match, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley takes the lead, grabs a 3 to move tantalisingly close to that score required of 21. 17-14.
First one into check-out range, Sheldon Bagrie-Howley.
Quickly onto the mat, puts the mat down, sends the jack back. He wants to keep this going.
Total focus. Total focus. The jack to the 2 metre mark. Sheldon leading off on the forehand side. Smooth out of the hand. Wanting to join that list of bowlers who've won the Open National Singles. Add to his tally of national titles, make it 2. Meanwhile, here, the reigning World Singles champion looking to get a gold star and win this for the 3rd time. What a game.
McIlory just needing to reset.
Onto the back end now for Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. Out of the hand. Real good here. First time he's played this in a little while. Gone are the... Well, I was just about to speak to Sue. I was going to say gone are the struggles coming in this direction, but look at that bowl duck away.
Needs to be up there, Shannon, and he knows it. He was a metre short. It's a better green from him.
Holding the one there. Shannon might be worried. Well, he will be worried, but he won't be impacted.
Well, the game's just turned away from him, even though, you know, he dropped a, what was it on that last one? A 3, wasn't it? 3, so 17. He picked up a fortuitous single prior to that.
You're right, coming back in that direction where Sheldon's got the backhand right.
Yep.
A 3, a 4, and a 3.
Yep.
That's just
going,
incredible.
And going this way, it's been McIlory getting a single into single, and been a wee bit lucky on one of those occasions anyway.
Here we go.
So he's taken a bit more green this time. Looking to reach and sit shot. That's what he needs to do here.
Willing it on. Shannon McIlory. He's drawn one. Sheldon now just will draw the shot on the backhand side, I think. He wouldn't go jack in the ditch, John, eh?
Well, his confidence must be extremely high, eh?
It'd be cool to see.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it. I don't think he will.
No. He's got the lead by 3.
I won't go absolutely mad with the shot selections here. And Sheldon just on the backhand, taking his time, focused.
Any movement of the jack here, I think, favours him, doesn't it?
It should do.
See if he tucks it round the corner.
He likes this bowl. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley likes it.
If he tucks it round the corner, he's got a possibility of 3 here.
Wants it to hold up.
Oh, gosh.
Now, how important is this bonus bowl for Shannon McIlory? Sheldon leading 17-14. Shannon holding 1. Make it 2, you're 16-17. And then you get, because Sheldon's been able to roll the jack, hasn't he?
Yeah.
The last 3 or a couple of 3 times coming back in this way. Shannon will be able to dictate the length of the head coming in the direction that Sheldon's been playing so well on.
I'm not sure that it's going to mean much because Sheldon's just been nutting at every length coming this way, hasn't he?
That's true.
So, I mean, Shannon would love to get the mat, but
I suppose
I think more importantly, he would like to get another shot here.
Yeah.
And it's a dangerous shot too when you consider it. It needs to be perfect weight, perfect green. He needs to put the jack,
big bonus
tuck
bowl.
it up.
Big bonus bowl here for Shannon McIlory. He's got the line right. I'm not sure if he's got the weight, John.
He had every reason to be a bit shy on that, didn't he? But I mean, his line was perfect. So a single, he's back on the board.
And it may not matter where he throws the jack here because Sheldon's going that well, but it will matter where Shannon's bowl goes.
Yep.
You may see Shannon lead off on the backhand and wide on the backhand, so that if he misses, he's in Sheldon's eye on the backhand side, where Sheldon's been playing so well. You want to either draw a toucher on your backhand, or wide on the backhand and be in the way.
Except that with Sheldon's last bowl coming this way, last time he drew another shot.
Yes.
Didn't he?
Yeah.
So
stop proving me wrong, John.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking of when a guy's in form and reading it well.
It's hard.
You know, it's working both ways.
So you're leading off on the
And look at
backhand.
him, both. He's calm, and Shannon has looked a bit anxious, and he's just hanging in there really at the moment from a position of dominance, and that's the way these games can change.
Yeah, Sheldon really finding his legs going in this direction, and Shannon saying,
"Oh, good start
here we go."
here.
He will want to wide or draw the shot, because if you're slightly underneath, you still leave that backhand side open.
He's left it open.
He will have wanted to wide there. And Sheldon now with an opportunity on the backhand that he's been playing so well on this rink. Reasonable track again, John. Good bowl. Good bowl.
It's still okay for McIlory now.
17-15.
Just needed to take another inch or so of green, in which he's done.
Look how much, it's incredible how much it swoops at the end, isn't it? Sheldon sticking to the backhand.
He's taken a big wide this time. But they are coming in from out there. Not this time, no.
Shannon will be thinking you finally missed one on your backhand, Sheldon. But even then, he's still sort of in the line of sight from Shannon's end of the green.
I think that's good though, because McIlory needs to get around that, because he has been slightly undercutting. So if he can get around that with the right weight, he'll be in the zone.
Yeah, use it as a target area, and he's done so, John. This is close here. Willingness bowl down into the head.
Just a bit heavy.
And Sheldon with an opportunity now to draw to the 2 metre mark. Playing that backhand really well. It's got late swing, so if he's got the weight, this will be okay.
He didn't look too interested in it.
Yeah, he needs to have the weight on it. I think he let that one go with a little bit of a dump, to be honest. And I say dump, it was about an inch away from the ground. It just took a little of that weight off. Now Shannon with a decision to make. Shannon's got 2 bowls at the back. He's quite capable, you know. Oh, I don't know.
Well,
I'll stop talking, John.
Looks an easy forehand. Take the shot bowl out, doesn't it?
It does, but
he's
even
got a couple, but
if you slice the jack into the ditch or to the right,
yeah.
you hold a number. He's very capable of playing anything he sees, Shannon McIlory. He knows he's been losing coming in this direction, dropping his numbers going in this direction. 15-17 down.
And that other bowl is sitting there on the
does it cross
rink, so he hasn't got last bowl.
Does he think about?
Yeah, forehand. Shot bowl. Follows it down. Quite keen on it.
For jack movement, I think. If he can slice the jack back, that's real good. He needs a slice of the jack to our left as we see it. That was so close to amazing. He was. I think that's what he was playing for. I think he saw he had that 3 target bowls, looking to take the jack square or slice it back for 3. That was so close there. Looking at a 4. I think he just briefly would have entertained the idea of trying to play square through one of Shannon's blues and see how many's that worth, but Sheldon.
I think Sheldon's would have just been letting his breath out 20 seconds later, I think.
Look how close this is. Yeah. Millimetres away. He's looking to slice the jack to the left as we see it. He thinks it's got it here.
So a slice of the jack, and it would have come back to those, probably back as far as his 3 bowls.
Yeah.
It was probably worth 3 shots to him.
Sheldon looking to add a bonus on his forehand here.
Yep, sit inside the ones of McIlory, and you've got another, and you're closer to the title. Ooh.
That's the first bit of emotion we've heard from Sheldon. He made a bit of noise there. First time that he's broken that focused demeanour. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley 18 points. Shannon McIlory 15. This game continues to be very interesting, John.
It's riveting. It's you get sweaty palms watching this stuff.
Yeah, I'm stressed out.
Yeah.
18-15. I mean, we all want to see a 20-all game, don't we?
Yeah.
So let's just wait for that to happen.
Positive thinking.
I'm sure the players don't want it to go to 20-all.
Is that stopping up? So 2 metre that jack.
On the 2 metre. Sheldon on the forehand.
Matt's out half a dozen lengths, probably. Here we go. This has been the hand that was proving difficult, but they've sorted it a little bit now, particularly Sheldon on this, playing this hand, forehand. Shannon's played the other hand a bit better. What will he do this time? He might have to play forehand.
Lining up, yes, on the forehand side, John. See the crowd engrossed in this game. The 2023 Summerset National Singles, the last game being played. I should have worked out how many games have been played this week, but we had 700 individual players play over 6 different events for 7 or 8 days or whatever it was. I lose track of time, but this is the last game of this championship, John.
It's been a grand couple of weeks.
We've given
just
everyone
over a week, isn't it, really, but been fantastic. Yeah.
Visitors have
next up are the 4s and the mixed pairs in
Central Otago.
Central Otago, the end of February.
I will expect there to be cheese rolls at Central Otago. One of the better things about... Oh, Sheldon. How good. Great correction there from his first bowl. Shannon McIlory under a little bit of pressure here. He'll be working to catch back up. Sheldon's 3 points away from checking out in this game.
Looks like a better green from McIlory.
How's he away, Shannon?
Oh no, oh, 2 short bowls from McIlory.
Oh, this is an interesting game. Sheldon with the chance to put some pressure on. He may follow this third bowl down. Here we go. That's when you think he wants it to run out. He wants to put the pressure on here. You can smell it, John.
Yeah.
Beginning to see.
That's 2.
A little bit more animation from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley. He's been very controlled for this entire final. Absolutely focused, but some noise now from Sheldon.
Half a metre. That's what McIlory requires. Doesn't look convinced.
Oh, he's
short again. Whoa, gosh, Shannon, that's 3 bowls of the same weight. And
is he going to be holding the game in 20
will be
seconds,
after
John?
this, yeah.
This could be it. Palms sweating. First opportunity to sit with match lie here. Sheldon Bagrie-Howley, still a young man. 20 years left. First national singles final. Has he made it 3?
This for match point. Oh, looks tight, does he?
He's watching this bowl. Slow down, he says. He's holding the match. He's holding the match. What do you think, John?
Oh, I think McIlory just draw this and we'll go to another end.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's look at the crowd gathered. A chat.
Do you think he might go the jack? I don't think he can see the jack, can he?
I don't think he can see the jack. I think he has to dead draw this. I've said things with more confidence and been wrong before.
Sheldon
heads
away, turns his back to it. He's not going to...
Holding the national singles title.
Yeah.
That's what Shannon can see. He may go the jack. He may go the jack, John.
Yeah, I can see it all right. I didn't think he would have been able to.
He's capable of doing so. He'll pick whatever's more comfortable for him.
Jack or draw.
Here we go. Potentially the last bowl of this game to keep Shannon McIlory's hopes of a gold star alive.
Draw. Run.
On the probe, on the forehand.
He's missed it.
Has he got it?
He's missed it and stays with 3. And Sheldon Bagrie-Howley has become the Summerset singles champion for 2023 in a remarkable display of resilience and grit. And a match in which the first half really belonged to Shannon McIlory, who was up by 13-5 at one stage, or 13-6. And then, in a great change in fortunes, we had alternate ends going to Bagrie-Howley, a 3, a 4, a 3, and then a final 3 on this last end. So he dominated the latter stages of the game, and there's no one who will begrudge him the title. He's played extraordinary bowls to get through. He had a remarkable win against Peter Shane to win his semi-final. McIlory too, an outstanding win against Gary Lawson in his semi-final. McIlory knows that he was in a great position to win this. He had a big advantage, and then his opponent just grabbed the initiative and started to score big on alternate ends. So the Browns Bay Bowling Club, this is the main rink here, the main green that we've been using. This is the TV rink that you're looking at now. This is where we've seen 3 finals today. We've seen the win by Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield, excuse me, in the open disability pairs. We saw the win by Hendra and Bruce in the women's pair, and now we've seen this win by Sheldon Bagrie-Howley in the men's singles. It wraps up what's been a remarkably interesting and brilliant National Championships. Interesting because of the problems faced by the organisers with the weather. And we were going to get Chris Lander in to have a chat to us about that, but he's been the tournament director, faced with extraordinary problems with the rain, managing to get the cooperation, the willing cooperation of all the clubs in the Auckland and Harbour North Shore region, and particularly, of course, the Orewa Indoor Centre, where without the use of that, I don't think the tournament would have reached its completion. For all that, they lost something like 6 games while the rain was pelting down, so it's been a remarkable achievement by the Bowls New Zealand team. What a great final we've had between Shannon McIlory, world champion, and Sheldon Bagrie-Howley with one fours title behind him. And I see now, in a moment, we'll have a chat with those two.
Can you tell me how you're feeling?
A bit hard to describe, actually. I don't think I've stopped shaking watching Shannon's last bowl come down, but no, it's pretty special.
Absolutely, and we saw that was a topsy-turvy game. I think you were at one stage 7 or 8 behind. What was going through your mind at that point?
Pull your header. Because, like I knew that I could draw the shot and it just wasn't happening, so went over and talked to the lads in the thing and they told me just to get on with it, and all of a sudden, just the change of hand coming down here on the backhand, I was able to pretty much just nut it, and it sort of took off from there.
Absolutely, and we saw coming back in this direction, sort of halfway through the game, you had both you and Shannon had 2 or 3 ends where the heads were more scattered than what we were used to seeing. Yeah. Do you think there was a reason for that? What was going on?
It was mainly because of the full length, and we were both playing that backhand, which just it was just so hard to pick. Like with the lines, if you just got out a wee bit, it just held, or it would just rip right across. So you think you'd be good, and it would just carry on trickling past, probably another couple of feet than what you thought. So that was probably the reason for there, and that's why I ended up shortening it up because it wasn't working.
Fair enough too. My last question for you, Sheldon, is you played your last bowl, drew it for 3. Did you watch Shannon's last bowl come up the rink when you were holding your 3 in your national championship title?
I watched every single inch of it because I didn't want to wait for the click. So I watched it, and yeah, I was quite happy to see it hit the front.
Fair enough. Well, congratulations, Sheldon. I'll let you go and celebrate now. National champion for 2023. Back to you, John.
Absolutely outstanding, and I can imagine why he watched that all the way, because the title was in his grasp. So absolutely fantastic. We've seen a brilliant few days of bowls here, the Summerset Nationals for 2023, starting with the disabled, or the open disability singles, and we've had open disability pairs. We had the men's pairs, Lawson and Grantham winning that wonderful women's singles final between Taylor Bruce and Selena Goddard. Then moving into the current situation here with the open disability pairs, Graham Skellern and Bruce Wakefield winning that. Now then we had the women's pair, Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra beating Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker, and we've just seen this remarkable final and this remarkable fight back from Sheldon Bagrie-Howley to snare the national title ahead of Shannon McIlory. So remember, you can keep in touch with future coverage via the Bowls New Zealand website and their Facebook page. So while we do have the presentation to come, this is John Macbeth on behalf of Alex Reid and the Bowls New Zealand production team saying thank you for being involved in this. We know you've enjoyed it, we've loved your feedback, and we look forward to talking with you again soon.